Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the call, "All right, let's merge your lab with Root for now and see how it goes." Hearing that, Orochimaru was over the moon. Early the next morning, Hiruzen Sarutobi took Konohamaru back to the Sarutobi clan's Turaiter Y. Once Konohamaru was safe, the kidnapping's aftermath began quietly. Overnight, the news spread all over Konoha, and villagers learned Konohamaru had been rescued in one piece. But regarding the hostile force behind it all, neither the average villager and or most ninja knew a thing. The official line was that it involved classified village business and details would come out if and when the time was right. They kept it vague because Konoha's top three, Hiruzen, Koharu, Homura, still hadn't finalized how to handle Danzo. Sure, they could announce the truth, exposing Danzo's scheme, but that would definitely throw the village into chaos. After all, Danzo was a Hokage advisor who'd done something insane enough to potentially destroy Konoha's future. If word got out, villagers and shinobi would lose faith in the higher-ups, and enemy nations might jump at the chance to cause trouble. So, at the moment, the plan was to keep Danzo locked up and wait for a better time to publicly say, "Hokage advisor and root founder our Danzo is stepping down due to health issues, and Orochimaru's taking his place." That way, while the truth stayed hidden for now, the shock of Konohamaru's kidnapping would be softened as much as possible. While villagers and some ninja were naturally curious who was really behind the incident, they couldn't get any intel out of the Anbu or Root. The third Hokage had forbidden anyone from leaking details, so the truth stayed sealed, and speculation never got past rumor stage. Meanwhile, the higher-ups and villagers stayed focused on the kidnapping itself. Orochimaru, Konoha's new root leader, didn't care in the slightest. All he wanted now was to fully use the root resources Danzo left behind and push his research forward. At Root's HQ, inside the main hall, Orochimaru stood before the entire Root crowd, with Kabuto respectfully at his back. Most of the Root members had cold gazes, and a few looked downright hostile. To outsiders, Root might be a dark and violent division, but these members fully believed they were defending Konoha in secret. Orochimaru had once been in Root but left for unknown reasons, though he'd kept collaborating with Danzo. He knew full well that after years of Danzo's brainwashing, the Root ninjas were completely under Danzo's will. Even though Danzo was in jail now, their loyalty hadn't changed. In extreme circumstances, they might even try to break him out of Konoha's prison. But now that Orochimaru was in charge, he wouldn't let that happen. He'd taken over Root to use its resources for his experiments, not to follow Danzo's legacy or take the fall for him. So he planned on special measures to overhaul how Root worked, top to bottom. His eyes swept across them, a faint, meaningful smile on his face. In the Root base hall, the tension built until finally, someone broke the silence. It was Aberame Tatsuma, who'd served alongside Orochimaru as Danzo's bodyguard back in the day. He wore a black cloak and sunglasses that hid his eyes, with 3 rectangular tattoos stacked on his right cheek. If Orochimaru hadn't been parachuted in by Konoha's leadership, Tatsuma would have been the top candidate to replace Danzo after his arrest. But right now, he wasn't trying to grab power. He just wanted Root to remain true to Danzo's vision, continuing its role as Konoha's unseen guardian. He looked up at Orochimaru, speaking calmly but firmly, "Lord Orochimaru, Danzo made a near perfect system for Root's operations. Unless there's an emergency, I'd like you to keep Root running the way Danzo set it up." Once he said this, all the Root members in the hall fixed their gazes on Orochimaru. Some were outright cold, some hinted at hidden aggression, but all carried a refusal to accept him. They wanted Orochimaru to leave Danzo's system untouched. Basica LLY, they hoped he'd just hold an empty title, letting them go on following Danzo's directions. Without interference. Their eyes were chilly, as though silently warning him, no matter what you say, you have to accept our terms. This got Kabuto, behind Orochimaru, instantly fired up. How dare you speak to your new leader like that? Don't forget Lord Orochimaru is in charge of Root, he snapped angrily. But the Root people sneered at him. To them, Orochimaru and Kabuto might have been in Root once, but they were now seen as a disgrace. They had no authority here. Faced with their provocation, though, Orochimaru didn't lose his cool, he simply waved for Kabuto to settle down. A cold curve of a smile appeared on his lips. Keeping Root running under Danzo's setup is no problem, he said quietly. Hearing that, Tatsuma and the other Root ninjas paused. Even Kabuto looked surprised. But that surprise barely lasted a second. Orochimaru's neck stretched out like a flexible black snake and sank its fangs into Tatsuma's neck in a flash. No matter Tatsuma's decent skills, he had zero time to react. In the blink of an eye, a black curse mark formed on his neck, consisting of 3 crescent shapes. Everyone in the hall froze and stared in disbelief. Orochimaru calmly pulled H's neck back, still smiling like nothing big had happened. Yet a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. In Root's main hall, the tension suddenly soared. With Orochimaru's curse mark now embedded in him, Tatsuma stood rigidly in place, as if locked by invisible chains. That sight infuriated the other Root members, who began shouting at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, how dare you attack Lord Tatsuma? We're reporting this to the Hokage right away. Release him now, or we won't stand idle. Orochimaru, what did you just do to him? But Orochimaru ignored their angry questions and made his next move. To keep them from carrying out Danzo's will any further or stirring up chaos that might be blamed on him, he had to strike first. Using the mark's power, he subdued EACH Root Shinobi in turn. He already had a plan to run Root, first, use curse marks to bring them all under his control, second, brainwash them, and finally, guide them into helping with his Great Snake District business. Basically turning Root into his OWN research workforce. Under such control, even though each Root ninja had unique skills, they couldn't handle Orochimaru's power. If someone as capable as Tatsuma fell so easily, how could the rest fight back? As one of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru was ridiculously strong, and he had acquired certain private lessons that gave him an edge none of them could stand against. With Kabuto's help, he quickly put a curse mark on every person there. Soon the entire hall was full of still, statue-like shinobi. I gave you these marks as both a restraint and a gift, Orochimaru said icily, scanning them. Then he turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, give them a quick rundown on the curse marks. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto nodded, then faced the Root members and began explaining. These marks have extremely powerful effects. Once activated, you enter stage 1 of the marks. Transformation, black markings spread over your body, and your speed, strength, and chakra all multiply. In an emergency, you can use it to get out of trouble. Though they hated Orochimaru, they had to admit after listening to Kabuto that the curse mark wasn't totally useless. Quiet for a moment, Abarame Tatsuma stared at Kabuto with a stern gaze and said, you only mentioned the first transformation. Does the curse mark have more to it? Inside, his hatred for Orochimaru was boiling. He'd just been caught off guard and struck down. But he also realized Orochimaru was way stronger than him. Against that big a gap, he had no choice but to play along for now. His question drew the others' interest, too. All of them were pinned by the curse mark, they were desperate to learn more, hoping to find a weakness in it someday. Kabuto nodded. It isn't just one stage. Early on, by taking a mind awakening pill, you can forcibly trigger stage 2. In that form, your body mutates, maybe you'll grow wing-like limbs, or a tail. While your speed, strength, and chakra power surge even more, way beyond stage 1. That revelation shocked the root members. Doubling up on POWERS was borderline crazy. But after a moment of surprise, they calmed down again. Sure, the mark's effect was impressive, but its drawbacks seemed equally concerning. Knitting his brow, Tatsuma asked gravely, "And what's the price for that?" He didn't ask further, but he could guess. Such a strong buff couldn't be free. Before Kabuto could respond, Orochimaru gave a cold laugh. "Each time you use the mark, it erodes your will. Rely on it too heavily, and you lose your mind, completely driven insane." That line cut into every root member like a knife. Not only did they have to put up with the mark's control, even using it for self-defense might lead them to destruction. This impossible situation only fueled their hatred for Orochimaru further. But Orochimaru didn't care how they felt. He smiled calmly, as if everything was under control, then spoke in a commanding tone, "All roots. Current missions are now sealed away. From today, no one acts without my order." Silence filled the hall for a moment. Even though the mark pinned them still, their emotions boiled over. They all began protesting, "This can't happen. Lord Danzo carefully planned those missions. How can we stop just because you say so? Orochimaru, you're defying the Hokage's authority. Lord Danzo's plans must go on, not end just because you spoke a single line. Root's duty is defending Konoha's foundation. Even if you don't permit it, we still have our mission." They were all devoted followers of Danzo, thoroughly brainwashed. Even with Orochimaru's curse mark clamping down, they still clung to Danzo's will and refused to yield. Orochimaru, however, had no intention of arguing. He knew these were brainwashed puppets, bickering was pointless. His plan was to slowly break down their mental defenses and rewire them into loyal believers of him. He excelled at that sort of psychological manipulation. For now, he just needed them to stay in line. The brainwashing could happen subtly over time. He shot them a frosty glare. "As of right now, I'm Root's leader. My word is the order you must follow, no exceptions." Though they burned with rage, under the mark's pressure they could only swallow it. They realized that following Orochimaru's rules at least gave them some freedom to move and maybe find a chance later. Even though they hated him enough to want him dead, they had to bide their time. Seeing them fume but stay quiet, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Dismissed. With that curt order, he released the immobilization effect of the marks. Once they could move again, the root ninjas all left the hall. They didn't pick another fight with him right away, instead, they went off to secretly look for a way to break the curse marks. Once everyone was gone, Orochimaru also left the hall, heading straight for Root's labs. Ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi okayed merging his personal lab into Root, he'd moved all his research gear to the nicer Root facility. Walking in, Orochimaru glanced around, then said quietly, "Senshi, I'm guessing you followed me here." He hadn't even finished talking when Senshi's would-release clone showed up behind him, sounding half amused. "What's up, Snake Bro? Got a promotion and a raise? Anything big you want me to handle?" Because the black light virus was extremely dangerous, Senshi's clone had been secretly tailing Orochimaru, making sure the experiments didn't spin out of control and mess up Senshi's own plans. Now he'd shown himself, but he still wasn't sure what Orochimaru was up to. The moment Senshi mentioned work, Orochimaru shook his head decisively. He knew that hiring Senshi always cost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. While his snake district might be earning quick cash, that kind of spending would bankrupt him. Plus, his own experiments already burned through enormous funds. There was no way he could blow all his budget on hiring Senshi. Orochimaru sighed. Senshi, it's not about a job this time. I wanted to share some updates on my blacklight virus research. Of course, he really just hoped to fish more intel out of Senshi without paying. He'd already spent enough on Senshi, and most of the money he'd scrounged up from all kinds of shady deals ended up in Senshi's pocket. He wasn't planning on paying for any new tasks unless absolutely necessary. His finances couldn't handle it. Once Orochimaru said there was no job, Senshi's interest dropped a lot. He wasn't too interested in the blacklight virus, either. On one hand, he had no real use for it. On the other, the virus was complicated enough that even a Somyeon like Orochimaru wouldn't crack it anytime soon. But since Orochimaru claimed to have made some headway, Senshi decided he might as well listen. Yawning, he asked, "So what's new, Snake Bro? Tell me about it." Orochimaru didn't mind Senshi's casual attitude, he was actually eager to speak. "I can now use the blacklight virus to reliably transform ordinary animals like mice into summon-like creatures." "Sure. I haven't tested it on random villagers, but as it stands, the virus absolutely lets civilians without shinobi talent refine chakra and become ninjas." Senshi, surprised face, "Hoo boy," Orochimaru wanted to turn random villagers into villager fragments again. Danzo being in charge of Root was already pretty heartless, Orochimaru taking over didn't look any better. Senshi grumbled internally, then said offhand, "Well, Snake Bro, that's not half bad. If you can keep it stable, even if they end up weak, it's still a major breakthrough in your blacklight virus research." "Right." Orochimaru frowned. "The process is stable, but once they're infected and evolve, the test animals are basically uncontrollable. By that logic, if I used normal villagers, the newly evolved ones would be totally uncontrollable, too." At that, Senshi was speechless. Looks like Orochimaru had gone in the wrong direction. When studying the blacklight virus, power and flashy effects are secondary. The real trick is ensuring the virus stays under control. Senshi had figured a leading researcher like Orochimaru wouldn't need that pointed out. "Geus not." He was about to explain, then realized Orochimaru was trying to get a freebie. So he threw an arm around Orochimaru's shoulders with a sly grin. "Snake Bro, I've got a juicy piece of info worth about 30 million RY that might help with your little e-research dilemma. Interested? Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Far from Simple. Orochimaru, _. He nearly blacked out the moment he heard Senshi. That guy is just ruthless. Not only is he refusing to give free intel, he's asking for 30 million RY, like some sky-high ransom. At that price, Orochimaru might as well add a bit more and buy a Sarutobi Asuma on the black market. Frowning, Orochimaru thought for a second, then said coolly, "Senshi, your wood release clone has a job to help me research the blacklight virus. Providing some related intel is obviously part of that job, right? Why would you charge extra?" Senshi just gave an innocent nod. "Snake Bro, you're absolutely right. But, hey, while you were talking, I kinda forgot what that intel was. If I ever remember, I'll tell you first thing, okay?" Orochimaru. He was speechless. As if Senshi would forget on accident. With no better choice, Orochimaru tried giving ground. "How about 5 million RY, and you give me the intel?" "Paying 30 million? Absolutely not happening. Right now, the blacklight virus research hasn't produced any profit, only upfront costs." He had to Keep expenses down. Senshi acted shocked, eyes wide. Snacky bro, this intel's super important, crucial, practically top secret. Orochimaru, surprised face, so important? So crucial? Practically top secret? Is it really that big of a deal? He hesitated. But he remembered all the times Senshi had scammed him before, so he knew it was probably exaggerated. Gritting his teeth, he came back, 10 million. That's my limit. Senshi shook his head. Snake bro, without this intel, who knows how much time and money you'll waste. Orochimaru was at a loss. In research, even the tiniest detour can cost a fortune. Judging by Senshi's attitude, Orochimaru must really be off track. If he didn't pay up, he'd likely waste a ton of time and money later. Steeling himself, Orochimaru caved. Anyway, if he produced some preliminary results, he could fleece all 5 great villages for big money. He'd recover his losses eventually. All right, Senshi, I'll pay you 20 million RY. I want critical intel on the black light virus based on the progress I've made so far. He still couldn't stomach the full 30 million, so he split the difference at 20. He considered that pretty darn high. He originally wanted it for free. Snake bro, you're getting so cheap. But fine, I'll cut you some slack since you're an old customer. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, provide key intel on the black light virus based on Orochimaru's current research progress. Reward, 20 million RY. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 20,000 employment points. The system's voice echoed in Senshi's head, and he lit up with glee. He didn't actually have any practically undisclosable top-secret intel. Snake bro, truth is, you're going at this from the wrong angle, Senshi said cheerily right after the system prompt played in his mind. You jump straight to studying how strong the black light virus could get, so no matter how powerful it is, it'll eventually get out of control. Without controllability, even a strong virus is just a double-edged sword. Sooner or later, it'll bite you. Orochimaru's brow twitched, his golden snake-like eyes glinting with thought. Folding his arms, he rasped, "Oh? Then what's your idea for researching the black light virus?" Senshi shrugged, speaking casually but also sounding confident. The main focus should be on controllability. Make sure the virus is stable at its current stage, then gradually boost its power. Otherwise, no matter how OP it becomes, you'll just have a bunch of uncontrollable freaks, which is useless in practice. Orochimaru went quiet for a moment, looking conflicted. He stared at Senshi, mouth twitching faintly. That's it. Senshi still beamed. Yup. That's everything. Orochimaru's face darkened, anger coloring his voice. Senshi, that's nowhere near worth 20 million RY. Senshi instantly dropped his smile and looked righteously offended. What do you mean it's not? Snake bro, is it crucial intel or not? If you didn't have it, wouldn't you keep going in circles, wasting time and research funds? Orochimaru couldn't get a word out. He knew Senshi had a point, but he was still upset. He bit down, thinking, if I could beat this jerk, I wouldn't pay a dime. But as strong as Orochimaru had become, he was still nowhere near Senshi's level. Reluctantly, he stifled his anger, pulled out a check, jotted down 20 million RY, and handed it over. His tone was full of bitterness. Take it. Senshi accepted the check, nodding happily, smiling brighter than ever. Snake bro, you really get it. Internally, Orochimaru was annoyed but had to admit Senshi's tip made sense. He finally understood why all those black light virus subjects grew stronger but stayed uncontrollable. Having been robbed of 20 million, Orochimaru turned his frustration into determination. He vowed to get some solid findings on the black light virus, then rake in a fortune from the 5 great villages to recoup all these losses. Meanwhile, beyond Omegakure, Obito stood in a tree's shadow, coldly watching the settlement. His plan was unfolding, and this time his target was Nagato. To stay safe, Obito wasn't risking a direct infiltration, nor even getting close to the village. All his intel came from the white Zetsu created by Uchiha Madara. These white Zetsu had quietly gathered intel for him underground, unseen and unheard. One white Zetsu emerged halfway out of the trunk in a gravelly voice, "I've basically got all the intel. Now." Obito's eyes lit up hopefully, he pressed on, "What's going on in Omegakure nowadays? Is Senshi there? Are his wood clones less numerous? No w? Anything new on Nagato?" He fired off a bunch of questions. White Zetsu answered them one by one. Omegakure is prospering more and more, with tons of people coming and going each day, lots of strangers around. Slipping in would be pretty safe now, so many unfamiliar faces that they couldn't tell who might be a threat. Obito's lips curled, eyes shining malevolently. Nice. Looks like my luck's finally turning around. Ever since Senshi had meddled with the Akatsuki's plans, Obito's luck had been all bad. Everything was going wrong. Now he sensed a chance, sparking some excitement. Obito stood in the darkness outside Omegakure, tapping his fingers on the tree absent-mindedly, his gaze cold and deep. He turned to White Zetsu, voice husky and low, "Is Senshi in Omegakure?" White Zetsu slowly stuck out a bit more, shaking its head uncertainly. "Probably not. He hasn't shown up there in days. Even that assistant, Uzumaki Karin, is missing. No solid info, but it seems neither is in the village." Obito frowned, eyes flickering with thought. He asked again, "What about the black market? Has Senshi been there at all recently?" White Zetsu talked slowly, like digging up memory. "From what I've seen, only Senshi's wood release clones have been in the black market. His real self and Uzumaki Karin haven't appeared at all. Plus, Omegakure itself has way fewer clones than before." Hearing that, Obito's eyes sharpened, an involuntary cold smile crossing his mouth. He felt a stirring excitement, like seeing hope for his plan. He silently thought, "It looks like my luck is truly changing. What a golden opportunity." The odds of taking on Nagato had gone way up. Still, Obito stayed careful. Any idea why Senshi's clones are fewer now? White Zetsu had top-tier scouting skills, both stealth and data collection. After a moment's pause, it said uncertainly, "Not sure. I'm guessing it's because Senshi handed all the black market tasks in Omegakure over to his mercenary group members. That's why he pulled back most of his clones." It went on, "These days, Uzumaki Musen and the rest keep going in and out of Omegakure black market more than ever, taking lots of missions. Meanwhile, Senshi's clones hardly go there." Obito nodded, a knowing glint in his eyes. This intel matched what he had suspected. Senshi always put huge emphasis on training his mercenary members, even letting them take over black market missions in Omegakure to help them grow quickly. Now, being in Senshi's merc group was considered a huge honor for AIM Ninja. By giving them free rein on the black market, Senshi was building them up. Inwardly, Obito sneered, "That guy sure knows how to use people, letting underlings do the dirty work." But that spelled a rare opening for Obito. Seeing Obito pondering, Wit Izetsu added, "Actually, the clones Senshi left in Omegakure have changed their jobs. Some are at the Ninja Academy guiding new recruits, others are at Senshi Bank handling finances, and more are at the refugee shelter helping the displaced. The clones he had on the black market have been pulled out one by one, obviously leaving those small tasks to the mercenary group members. Obito nodded, digging deeper into Senshi's strategies. Not only had Senshi let them handle tasks, but he'd also given them the freedom to grow. Those rookies could gain random scratch-off cards and strengthen themselves by completing missions. It was a genuinely efficient management model for Senshi's mercenary group. But for Obito, it was the perfect opening. His mood brightened. He turned to White Zetsu again, voice urgent, "What's the deal with Nagato? Has he done anything in Omegakure lately?" White Zetsu's expression turned strange. Its voice sounded complicated. "Nagato's not just done something in Omegakure, he's doing a lot. A whole lot." Obito frowned, suspicious. "What's he doing? Spell it out." White Zetsu emerged fully from the trunk, still talking in that slow, replaying memory way. Omegakure is basically modeling itself after major villages like Konoha now. Obito, surprised face. Hearing that, Obito's brow furrowed tight, confusion edged all over his face. He'd asked about Nagato personally, but White Zetsu was talking about how Omegakure was developing. This made no sense to him. He was about to demand clarity, but White Zetsu continued, "So Omegakure has a cage-like position now. It also set up a bunch of departments, an ANBU, a police division, reconnaissance, interrogation, defense, foreign affairs, and a shinobi tools research division. Everything's structured and clear. Nominally, Nagato remains the ultimate leader, but in practice he's taking on all the duties of an Omekage. Meanwhile, the 6 Paths of Pain each runs one department, handling day-to-day tasks." Obito, surprised face. Once White Zetsu finished, Obito rose, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His lips twitched, and he couldn't help grumbling inside, "Are you freaking kidding me? Given Nagato's wrecked body, how on earth could he handle such a load? He's working 7 roles at once. Does he have a death wish?" Shaken, Obito pressed White Zetsu, "You're sure Nagato is basically operating at a cage's capacity?" White Zetsu nodded firmly. 100% sure. It's been this way for a while." Obito involuntarily smirked coldly, a bit of schadenfreude in his gaze. With Nagato doing this, he's basically digging his own grave. Sure, he's got Uzumaki physiology and massive chakra, enough to run the Rinnegan. But using the Rinnegan that hard on top of so much work is just going to wear him down. Recalling the last time he saw Nagato pale as a sheet, moving slowly, Obito guessed Nagato was basically at his limit now. Rinnegan alone guzzled chakra. He'd burn out sooner or later. Steeling himself, Obito's eyes flashed darkly. He'd speed up Nagato's collapse, adding more complications until his body gave out. By now, Obito had mastered double Kamui, was progressing fast with Susanoo, and was close to perfect form. With that toolkit, dealing with a physically drained, slow-moving Nagato wasn't too tough. But to ensure absolute success, he'd pile even more onto Nagato. He sneered to himself, "Since Nagato's the rain cage now, and the 6 paths handle 6 departments, I'll hit all 7 areas, bury him in so much work he's forced to break." Seeing Obito ponder, White Zetsu asked curiously, "What's the plan?" Obito snapped out of it, eyes flashing with malice. "I'll start by causing trouble outside Omegakure to see how Nagato responds. Keep tabs on every merchant caravan going in or out. If they don't have strong ninja, I'll leak that intel to nearby bandits and mercenaries. I want Nagato's defense division running themselves ragged so they can't focus on anything else." White Zetsu nodded, wearing a wicked smile. "Got it, I'll handle it." Obito let out a cold laugh, a frosty gleam in his eyes. "Nagato wants to be a mechage? Then let him feel the cost of being a cage." On the road from Omegakure to Kyusagakure, a merchant caravan traveled calmly. Its members all looked relaxed, apparently trusting that the route was safe. For quite a while, thanks to Lord Senshi and his wood clones actively watching the region, bandits and robbers had almost vanished. The caravan had grown used to the peace, thinking the road was basically risk-free. But they didn't realize a white Zetsu had been tailing them, quietly evaluating their cargo's worth. And the guard detail. Hiding in shadows, white Zetsu quickly judged the goods to be worth around 20 million RY. While the caravan's guards were notably weak with no high-level ninja. Confirming it, white Zetsu slipped away. Soon, it arrived at a bandit stronghold nearby. A group of bandits sat around a campfire, looking gloomy. Under normal logic, with more caravans around, bandits should be having a field day. They could live off stolen wealth without lifting a finger to produce anything. But reality turned out differently. Recently, Senshi and his wood clones had frequently mingled among caravans. Any bandit unlucky enough to run into one of Senshi's clones while raiding ended up with a gruesome end, never even getting a chance to rethink their line of work. Though Senshi and his clones now rarely showed up, Senshi's mercenary group members had stepped in. Those ninjas were strong and threatened the bandits big time. Plenty of gangs had T-ride hitting caravans, only to run into formidable guards, ending in total defeat or serious losses. Just as these bandits were despairing about their futures, white Zetsu suddenly emerged halfway from behind a thick tree. It appeared silently, like a ghostee from the ground. Its voice was low and eerie, with a trace of temptation. There's a caravan headed from Omegakure to Kusa. They're about halfway, carrying cargo worth around 20 million RY, and they have no strong ninja. It dropped that intel and vanished into the tree before the bandits could respond, as if it had never been there. Around the campfire, everyone froze in shock. Their leader jumped up, clutching a heavy spiked club, glaring around viciously. Who's behind that tree? Show yourself. The bandits were immediately on guard, cold sweat dripping down their backs. They'd been sitting around the fire, warm and cozy, oblivious to anyone coming close. That silent approach terrified them like never before. At a sharp glance from the boss Iwato, the bandits stood, gripped their weapons, and inched around the tree carefully, hearts pounding like drums. But circling behind it, they found nothing. The speaker was gone without a trace. They exchanged looks of shock and confusion. They had no idea who that was or how they'd arrived and left so stealthily. But the intel was now seared into their minds. One bandit finally broke the silence, sounding uncertain. "Boss, how do we handle that intel?" Iwato, leader of this band, had once been a chnin from Iwa Gakure. He wasn't top tier among major villages, but for a smaller village or a standard bandit crew, he was pretty tough. Yet at the moment, his expression shifted with indecision, brow furrowed tight. He realized that the mysterious ninja's power was far beyond his own. As a chnin, he hadn't even sensed them arriving or leaving, so that meant at least Jainin level or higher. If that person wanted to wipe them out, they wouldn't need mind games, they could do it easily. Thinking this through, Iwato calmed down. He took a deep breath, speaking decisively, "Let's go check it out. Might be real." For these bandits, a single haul worth 20 million RY was massive. At their leader's words, greed lit up every bandit's eyes. Meanwhile, other bandit crews and merc groups were also mobilizing, having received tips from the same mysterious ninja. Though they were half skeptical, greed drove them onward. Very soon, they hit pay dirt. The intel was accurate, their robberies faced almost no pushback. Even more surprising, the mystery ninja didn't stop feeding them info. Every time they succeeded, new intel would arrive on schedule, as though the feast never ended. These bandits and mercenaries were elated. They'd never had such an easy time working. With precise info, they took almost no risk. They just followed the directions and got big hauls every time. In sharp contrast, Nagato's mood in Omegakure Tower was growing heavier by the day. At the top floor of the tower, in Nagato's office, the atmosphere felt suffocating. Konan pushed open the door, carrying a thick stack of documents, her footsteps heavy. Her face remained as gorgeous as ever but frosty now, deep fatigue and anger between her brows. Same as before. Another 2 caravans were hit. Not only was the cargo taken, there were also casualties. Nagato, seated behind his desk, frowned, drumming his fingers unconsciously. Looks like someone's targeting Omegakure in secret. But we don't have enough intel to figure out who's behind it yet. From the moment the first caravan was attacked, Nagato had sensed something was off. Initially, he assumed it was a one-off incident. Bandits lurked everywhere, and any caravan could be a target. But as the number of hit caravans kept rising, Nagato realized it was far from simple. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Turmoil in Omegakure. Even a tiger dozes off sometimes, not to mention that Senshi, in order to train his mercenary group members, had gradually withdrawn the would-release clones assigned to missions in Omegakure. Without those clones around to scare off any troublemakers, it was only natural that caravan robberies started happening one after another. Nagato massaged his temples, his thoughts a tangled mess of irritation. From the moment the first caravan got hit, the situation spun out of control like a horse without reins. It just wouldn't stop. A look of concern was written all over Konan's delicate face. Nagato, we have to settle this quickly, or it's going to have a huge impact on Omegakure. Of course Nagato knew that. Everything had been going so smoothly for Omegakure's growth, but now some sneaky enemy was making moves in the shadows, and they'd really found an opening. As a result, the village's tragedy took a huge hit. I know, Nagato nodded, brow creased. But the problem is, I have 0 leads. In fact, he had a direct, brute force solution: contact Senshi and post a request, letting him flush out whoever was behind this. But he planned to do that only as a last resort. There were 2 reasons. First, Senshi charged an outrageous fortune. Even someone like Orochimaru, who makes loads of money off his Great Snake District, could barely keep up. And second, he didn't want the Akatsuki and Omegakure to rely on Senshi for every little thing. They couldn't call on him for every minor threat. What if he wasn't around someday? Omegakure would be plunged into chaos. He thought for a moment, then looked up at Konan. Did we turn up any worthwhile clues? He wasn't too hopeful, really. As the leader of the 7 divisions in Omegakure, if there'd been crucial intel, he should have known already. But Konan hesitated, saying, there's one piece of intel I'm not sure if it's helpful. Nagato's eyes lit with curiosity. What is it? Konan looked a bit uneasy. All the caravans that got robbed had fairly weak guards. At first glance, that sounded obvious: caravans with tough escorts usually wouldn't get robbed. But Nagato immediately caught the key point. So that means whoever's messing with Omegakure in secret has outstanding intel gathering or surveillance, he said, narrowing his eyes, his tone cold. They can pick out the caravans with weaker guards from a bunch of them, which shows their scouting is top-notch. Let's see if caravans with top-tier escorts are really spared from attacks. That'll confirm my guess. Konan nodded, agreeing with his take. If that's true, we can figure out some countermeasures. She paused, then added, but this whole robbery issue has caused huge damage to Omega-kure. Maybe have animal path pain or another one of the pains handle it right away. Nagato scowled, huge question marks basically floating over his head, surprised face. Why did he have to do both the top-level decision-making and personally carry it all out? He hesitated slightly, turning to Konan with a resigned tone. Konan, I'm already busy running the leader's office, plus all 7 departments. There's too much on my plate. Let's give it to the other ninjas in the village. Konan sighed, tiredness in her gaze. Sure, we can let regular ninjas do it, but caravans to and from our village are getting hit all the time. Now, some of our local caravans won't leave the village at all, and outsiders don't dare come in either. Our trade has already taken a beating, and the longer it drags on, the more we lose. Hearing that, Nagato finally understood. Great power means great responsibility. If he wanted a quick fix to this headache, he'd have to go in person. But Nagato didn't realize that these caravan attacks were only the beginning of a bigger storm. Obito only needed to worry about giving Omega-kure trouble, but Nagato and his people needed to worry about so much more. Meanwhile, word of the attacks was spreading like wildfire in Omega-kure, stirring up massive commotion. All over town, villagers and shinobi alike were discussing the robberies. Damn it all! Which scumbag is gunning for Omega-kure, daring to go after our caravans so brazenly? This is infuriating. Nothing like this has ever happened since Omega-kure entered its new era. If only Lord Senshi were still in town, this would never have happened. At the Ninja Academy, the Raymon siblings were receiving advanced training from one of Senshi's clones. When they heard a caravan from Konoha heading to Omega-kure had been thoroughly robbed, Raymon Yukika socked Raymon Hayate in the face without warning. Covering his head, Hayate groaned. Sis, what's wrong with you? Why'd you hit me for no reason? Yukika's expression was pained, as if it hurt to even breathe. She clenched her teeth. A full third of that caravan's goods were mine. Now that the caravan's been trashed, I've lost a fortune. I'm in a bad mood, so you get punched, got it? Furious, Hayate shouted back, what's your mood got to do with me? I'm not the robber. Oh wait. Who owned the remaining 2/3? The caravan itself. Yukika's face turned weird. She lowered her voice. That belongs to Uzumaki Musen. We both chipped in and invested 3 million in capital to buy geodes in Konoha, planning to sell them in Omega-kure. Never thought this would happen. Hearing that, Hayate burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So Musen's got 2/3? Man, I gotta run over to the Uzumaki clan's place to see what Musen's face looks like. With that, he bolted off. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki clan's settlement, Musen was practically howling to the sky, face in hands in despair. He'd lost 2/3 of the caravan's goods, and it was all gone now. He could hardly accept it. Lanyu and Lanmu stood nearby, looking at him helplessly. Lanyu couldn't help asking, Musen, why are you wailing like a ghost? Musen's face was drenched in tears, his voice full of anguish. He shook and said, I'm ruined. Yukika and I put 3 million capital together, buying a Huji batch of goods in Konoha, hoping to make big profits in Omega-kure. Out of that, 2 million belonged to me. And now? The caravan was robbed for free by those stinking bandits. My 2 million is gone. Wah! He sobbed harder, dropping to the ground, hugging his head. I can't swallow this. I'm gonna exterminate those bandits. They're absolutely lawless. After crying a bit more, Musen jumped up, rage flashing in his eyes, fists clenched tight. Lanyu stepped up to block him instantly, looking serious. No going out. Lord Senshi said we can only do missions in or near the village, never wander off too far. With so many caravan ambushes, it's pretty obvious someone's targeting us. If you storm out, you might walk into a trap. Maybe these bandits are aiming for members of the Uzumaki clan in particular. Lan Yu stood to the side, calmly nodding. Lan Yu's right, this incident obviously isn't random. It's some scheme against a Megakure. Acting on your own might just hand yourself to them, and you'd end up adding more burden to Lord Senshi and the leader. While Lan Yu and Lan Yu tried talking sense into Muzan, they felt secretly relieved their own 2 million RY shipment from the Land of Water hadn't been robbed, yet. But just then, a small figure came dashing over, FL Ustard. It was Haruko-chan, panting frantically as she arrived in front of them. Lan Yu Nii, Lan Yu Ne, some traveling merchant from the Land of Water just told me his caravan got robbed, and your goods were all stolen, too. What? Lan Yu's face went livid, fists clenched tight, knuckles white. Those damned bandits! Stealing my stuff? I'll tear them apart. Muzan, surprised face, he paused, then caught on and tried to stop him. Lan Yu, calm down. You can't rush out of the village. Lord Senshi told us we have to stay near it, or we'll get in trouble. And Lan Yu just told us it's obviously some trap. Why can't you be calm like her? Wait, Haruko-chan, where's Lan Yu? Haruko-chan blinked her cute eyes innocently. Muzan Nii, while you were talking, Lan Yu Ne grabbed a ninja sword in her room and ran straight for the village gates. Muzan, surprised face, what was happening? Weren't they just telling him to be calm and not fall for the scheme? Actually, it was no mystery why Lan Yu was so pissed. Among the stolen goods were items she carefully picked out for herself. She'd finally decided to splurge for once, but they got snatched before she even saw them. No way would she just accept that. She had to pick up a sword, leave the village, and hack those bandits to pieces. News of Muzan's group leaving the village eventually reached Nagato's ears. Standing at the tower window, Nagato frowned in deep concern. But that wasn't all. Not just Muzan's group, a bunch of other AIM ninjas were also storming out of the village in anger. Some had invested in the caravans, seeing them looted for everything they had, others had asked caravans to bring back treasured items from other nations, only to have them stolen, too. With so many ninjas leaving, a Megakure's defense force plummeted, leaving the security lines dangerously thin. Nagato could see this wasn't random. His instincts told him a giant conspiracy was unfolding. He wasn't wrong. As a Megakure rose so fast, it inevitably stepped on plenty of other villages or groups' interests. Some compromised and tried working with a Megakure to share the benefits, while others lay low, waiting to strike. Now, with help from White Zetsu, these forces who'd lost their piece of the pie to a Megakure recognized the perfect time to enact long-planned revenge. Sadly, lots of AIM ninjas who rushed out of the village fell into traps and were picked off one by one. As the looting of caravans and news of ninja deaths rolled in, panic spread. Ordinary folk found their once stable lives shattered, and fear took root. Some even started questioning whether a Megakure's golden days were coming to an end. Across the village, everyone was talking about the recent troubles. Some were anxiously calling for Senshi's return, hoping he'd save them from Chao's, Lord Senshi. Please come back. A Megakure is under attack by enemy forces. First it was caravans, now our ninja are dying. What's next? A direct assault on the village. Others insisted that as long as Nagato and Konan were in charge, the village wouldn't fall. Stop panicking. With the leader and the angel Sama around, who'd dare invade us? We're safe. Right then, someone suddenly yelled, "Hey, your house is on fire!" Another ninja retorted, "Nonsense! Why would my house?" But turning around, he saw thick black smoke rising from his home's direction. His face changed, and he gasped, "Oh crap! Who torched my house?" Before he could ask more, he ran off in that direction. But it wasn't just one fire. White Zetsu was creeping through the village setting fires at random, furthering the chaos. Caravan lootings, ninja deaths, fires in the village. One disaster after another hammered Nagato, who was already juggling 7 departments worth of leadership. From morning till night, he was drowning in urgent crises, and the orderly routine gave way to endless rush. In his tower office, Nagato faced piles of documents and urgent reports, sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, Konan entered, looking even grimmer than before. Before she could speak, Nagato said flatly, "I know about the situation in and around the village. I'm fully aware." He spoke while rubbing his throbbing temples, trying to ease his stress. Continuing, he said, "Some hostile forces are waging a planned, methodical sabotage campaign against Omegakure. We have to react right away to handle the crisis." Konan's face grew more worried, her eyes locking on Nagato. "So what do we do? Where do you need me?" Nagato took a long breath, rubbing his temples again. "First, you and the Deva Path go reassure everyone, calm their fear. Then put out an order, all Chunin level ninjas and below can't leave the village too far, so we don't weaken our defenses any more." He paused, then went on, "Next, I'll lay out new escort rules for caravans. From now on, any merchant caravan traveling to or from Omegakure must have at least one Jainin level shinobi to guard it, so it stays safe." Konan nodded, a slight hint of relief in her eyes. She asked, "What about the bandits and other forces attacking us?" Nagato's eyes hardened, his voice frosty. "I'll send out the animal path, human path and Naraka path to clear out the local bandit gangs and keep digging for whoever's behind this. Step by step, we'll knock out these threats." Hearing that, Konan let out a soft sigh, a faint smile creeping onto her face. She thought, as expected of Nagato. Even though Omegakure doesn't have the name Omekage, he's leading it more and more like a real village head. But Nagato himself felt no relief, only an ever heavier weight on H's shoulders. If they couldn't root out the mastermind soon, Omegakure, now so large, gave the enemy endless vulnerabilities to exploit. The idea gave him a huge headache, and he started thinking maybe he needed to ally with nearby villages to help exterminate the bandits. After all, the bandits didn't only threaten Omegakure's interest but harmed others too. But for now, the most critical job was to have Devapath and Konan quell the people's panic. If panic took hold, internal chaos would only get worse, giving the enemy even more chances. Soon, the Devapath clad in that black robe with red clouds appeared over Omegakure along with Konan, looking like saviors descending from the sky. Instantly, everyone's eyes went to them. "Hey, look! It's the leader and the angel Sama. We're saved! Leader, please take out those filthy bandits. They robbed our goods and killed our shinobi. Leader, what's going on? Why so many disasters at once? Is it going to get worse?" Floating above, the Deva Path kept calm, voice resonating and resolute. "The situation in our village isn't going to get any worse. Follow my instructions, and we'll gradually return to normal. For anyone who lost property, I'll do my best to recover it. And for those AIM ninjas and civilians who died, I promise we will avenge them." Those words fell like a calming medicine. The once panicked villagers began to quiet down. Seeing how composed he was, their faith reignited. Long live the village leader! Omegakure can definitely overcome this. No, it's long live the leader! With him at the helm, we'll ride out the storm and get back to normal. As the cries grew louder, more folks shouted, "Long live the leader!" While they corrected the term Amekage, many still called him Lord Amekage from time to time. Clearly, the idea of Nagato as the AIM's undisputed leader was deeply rooted now. Meanwhile, outside Omegakure in a dense forest, sunlight filtered through the thick leaves, scattering dappled shadows on the ground. Obito lounged lazily on a mossy rock, wearing a half-smile. Next to him, a giant tree trunk bore the torso of White Zetsu, sticking out like it had grown there. Quietly updating him on all the intel. "Omegakure is in total chaos now," White Zetsu said. "Following your instructions, I leaked information about Omegakure caravans to nearby bandits and mercenaries, and basically all of them got looted. As for those ninjas leaving the village, if they're not strong enough or if they travel alone, the intel goes out, and enemy forces pick them off. Meanwhile, I've been lighting fires inside the village, scaring the public." Devapath and Konan had to come forward just to keep things together. Obito listened, a smug grin deepening on his face. That frail Nagato dared to manage the village's 7 departments? He's biting off more than he can chew. Let's see how long he holds out. Everything in Obito's plan was going smoothly. The more disorder in Omegakure, the heavier Nagato's burden got. Obito guessed that pretty soon, Nagato would earn himself out. At that point, grabbing Nagato's Rinnegan and resurrecting Uchiha Madara would be easy, letting the world witness Uchiha's true power once again. And in stark contrast to a frantic Nagato, Senshi was living an almost enviably laid-back life. His snowball plan was already rolling, with the mercenary group's heavy hitters plus a bunch of diligent rookies steadily racking up employment points day and night. And his would-release clones were scattered around, completing missions. By now, Senshi didn't need to handle those ordinary missions himself. That's what the mercenaries and clones were for. He was currently en route to Iwagakure, stopping at a hot spring along the way. He lounged in the hot spring, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. Sasori and Deidara were outside handling tasks, and Karin was happily sampling local foods, hoping to learn from the best to improve her cooking. As Senshi relaxed, he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette, a mass of spiky white hair leaning over the partition wall, eyes glued to the women's side of the bath. "What, even Jiraiya's here?" But soon he smirked, running into the pervy sage. "Hey! Better than running into Tsunade that gambler's so deep in debt, she's got no money to hire me." Jiraiya, on the other hand, is a best-selling author, and Orochimaru's got his Great Snake District, both are loaded. Thinking that, Senshi smiled and raised his right hand. A bright blue bolt of lightning crashed down from above. Sensing danger, Jiraiya flicked Kirdi aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. He frowned, glancing in Senshi's direction with a weird expression. Who else uses a lightning move to greet someone? That had to be Senshi. If the target dodged, hello. If not, well, Senshi might have a funeral to attend. "Senshi, that's a bit excessive for a greeting, hey?" Jiraiya said, shaking his head. He eyed the blackened hole in the spot where he'd been standing. "Aren't you worried you might accidentally turn your friends into, well, crispy acquaintances?" Crispy acquaintances being literal. If someone got zapped by Senshi's lightning, they'd be toasted in an instant. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Root contacting Madara. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Senshi still had a carefree grin on his face, with a large towel casually draped over his shoulders and beads of water dripping from his hair. "C'mon, broaya, you're just being modest, aren't you?" You're the legendary Toad Sage, one of the Sun and the very person the seas dare not welcome. That line of yours, even the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya, is famous throughout the ninja world. A jutsu at that level just now is no big deal for you, right? Upon hearing that, Jiraiya frowned slightly and waved his hand, thinking to himself that this was not good. In that one sentence, Senshi had put him in an awkward spot for 3 reasons. 1. He wasn't merely being modest, Senshi's strength truly was immeasurable. Even that casual strike of lightning was enough to instantly kill anyone below cage level. Although Jiraiya was a battle-hardened veteran, he still felt an invisible pressure when facing Senshi. 2. That line, even the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya, was originally his own proud motto. Yet, hearing it from Senshi's mouth gave him an ominous sense of foreboding. 3. Senshi's jutsu just now was by no means no big deal to him. Even though Jiraiya dodged in time, he still felt tingling numbness in his arm from the residual shock of the lightning strike. This confirmed what he already suspected, Senshi was even stronger than last time they met. I don't know about that quote. Jiraiya sighed and gave a helpless little smile. Senshi, next time, could you maybe not greet me in such a dangerous way? At the rate you're growing, the next time you see me you might just zap me to ashes with one lightning bolt. Senshi merely grinned with that same laid-back attitude. He raised his right hand, palm up, as if it were natural. All right, bro-iya, pay up. Jiraiya froze, staring with confusion. Pay? Pay for what? Senshi furrowed his brows, putting on a thoughtful look. Bro-iya, your memory's that bad? You just said it yourself, didn't you? Hire me just now, saying that from here on out, I shouldn't greet you with lightning release every time we meet? Since you gave me a job request, you obviously have to pay my fee. Jiraiya's eyes went wide, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he realized something was off. This counts as a job request? If that's the case, then wouldn't every interaction with Senshi in the future be a job? My money is limited, but the tasks he can contrive are unlimited. That'd become a bottomless pit. He forced out a laugh, trying to change the subject. Senshi, you're quite the jokester. How could that count as a job request? But speaking of jobs, I really need to thank you. I heard from Konoha about Orochimaru. He's been back for a while, and he's really changed. He's absolutely not like the old Orochimaru. He's made big contributions to the village. Inwardly, Senshi chuckled. Snake Bro nowadays was nothing like the old Orochimaru at all. The old Orochimaru was only dabbling in forbidden experiments and ninjutsu. Now Orochimaru used that Silicon Snake Valley business mentality to do things an even bigger threat. Yep. Silicon Snake Valley instead of Great Snake District. While Jiraiya kept talking enthusiastically about Orochimaru and Konoha's recent developments, Senshi's mind had completely drifted. He narrowed his eyes, steam from the hot spring swirling around him, but his mind was racing, plotting how to score some job opportunities from Jiraiya. On the other side, although Jiraiya was talking away, there was a hint of wariness in his gaze. He absolutely couldn't let Senshi lead him astray. As a master of intel, Jiraiya already knew about Senshi's methods. Sure, Senshi was extremely efficient, never sloppy at completing tasks, but his rates were absurdly high. While Jiraiya wasn't broke, he wouldn't dare hire Senshi without good reason, or he'd risk draining his bank account empty. Not to mention, he thought, if he throws out some tempting collaboration scheme, I'll need strong resolve to refuse. Otherwise, I'll end up losing even my underwear. At that moment, both men soaked side by side in the hot spring, each with a glass of sake, appearing to get along like old friends shooting the breeze. But in reality, the gears in both their heads were whirring, calculating. Their mental abacus beads were practically flying in each other's faces. Senshi took a small sip of sake, pondering. Jiraiya's different from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Orochimaru. He's a lone wanderer. He's got no urgent needs. If I want a job from him, I'll need a different angle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya refilled their cups, thinking, Senshi's a very special case. He's got friendly ties with Konoha, but also works with Kumagakuer, Kirigakuer, Tsunagakuer, and so on. He's a friend and could be an enemy at any moment. Now's a rare chance to talk to him face to face, so I'd better gather as much info as I can. Just then, Senshi made the first move. While Jiraiya was wise and had great intel skills, Senshi was even craftier. After careful thought, he smiled at Jiraiya and said, Bro Aya, so about that child of prophecy, have you turned up anything new? Jiraiya's expression flickered. They'd only briefly mentioned the child of prophecy in passing last time, not getting into details. But now Senshi was diving right to the point, obviously well prepared. Find Enji the child of prophecy was Jiraiya's mission. He'd wandered the ninja world for years looking for this kid who'd one day change everything, training him to handle the crisis that might break out in the future. But despite his efforts, he'd never managed to pinpoint the real child of prophecy. At that thought, Jiraiya let out a weary sigh and gave a bitter smile. The child of prophecy isn't so easy to locate. I've traveled just about everywhere, met all sorts of promising young talent, but it's clear none of them is who I'm searching for. To be honest, right now I've got no leads at all. Hearing that, Senshi's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint, and he jumped in, Bro Aya, maybe you haven't found him, but I have. You have. Jiraiya's eyes went wide, his voice tinged with shock and hope. You know something about the child of prophecy. Bear in mind, even the great Toad Sage over 1,000 years old had only caught fleeting glimpses of it in his dreams. If even he could only see bits and pieces, how old anyone else know more? While Jiraiya wavered between doubt and awe, Senshi looked completely sure of himself, nodding as though it was certain. That's right, Bro Aya. I do have intel on the child of prophecy. Snapping out of his initial shock, Jiraiya's gaze grew guarded. He recalled Senshi's shady approach to things, and wariness rose in him again. He slowly poured another cup of sake for each of them, joking wryly, Senshi, you're not going to just point at some random ninja and claim that's he child of prophecy, hoping to rip me off, are you? Senshi shook his head at once, still smiling, yet his eyes turning serious. Bro Aya, I'd never joke about something like that. I'm talking about a real ninja, definitely the child of prophecy. Guaranteed no loss. Jiraiya could no longer keep his composure. The cup he'd just raised hovered in midair, his face turning gravely serious. You truly have accurate intel on the child of prophecy. Finding the child was Jiraiya's life's work, and that child of prophecy had immeasurable value to the entire ninja world. He had to take it seriously. Though he'd told himself repeatedly not to be sucked in by any tempting pitch from Senshi lest he destroy his finances, mention of the child of prophecy was impossible to refuse. At the same time, Senshi's plan was unfolding perfectly, while elsewhere Obito's plan was also going full throttle. With White Zetsu's help, Nagato was being run ragged. Deep in the forest around Omegakure, Obito leaned casually against a tree true NK, wearing a smug smile, listening to White Zetsu's latest reports on Omegakure. Though Devapath Pain and Konan stepped in to calm everyone, things aren't fundamentally fixed. So panic's still building, White Zetsu said with glee. Once they can't suppress their fears anymore, a second wave of unrest will break out. That'll be an even bigger headache for Nagato. Obito nodded, that was all within his expectations. He grinned at the half of White Zetsu sticking from the tree trunk. Ames in chaos and she hasn't shown up, which means he's not paying attention here, or he's busy with something else. As long as he doesn't interfere, my plan can't fail. He paused, his eyes turning cold, then asked White Zetsu, has the animal path pain realized you're behind all this? White Zetsu cocked its head thoughtfully, then replied in its raspy voice, they did catch some mercenaries and bandits, gleaning some intel, but they still don't know I'm the one orchestrating it. All they've learned is that some mysterious force is feeding these bandits and mercenaries high-level intel. Obito's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. Perfect. As long as Senshi isn't directly or indirectly involved, we're good to go. He paused, eyes flashing with chilly intent, then ordered, keep watching every caravan and shinobi around Omegakure. If you find the right targets, leak the intel to bandits and mercenaries nearby. Nagato's already at his limit. It won't be long before he collapses and then I'll swoop in and grab the Rinnegan. White Zetsu answered respectfully, yes. The moment it spoke, its body dissolved like melting wax, sinking back into the tree trunk's shadows. Meanwhile, in Nagato's office at Omegakure Tower, a high-level meeting was underway. Konan stood beside Nagato, eyes full of concern. Softly she asked, Nagato, did the animal path pain manage to catch the culprit? Nagato shut his eyes as if thinking, then opened them again with a composed yet complex look. They caught them, but not fully. Konan was confused, owning. What does that mean? Can you catch half of a culprit? But actually, that described it well. He had indeed captured some bandits and mercenaries, yes, they were culprits. Yet the true mastermind still roamed free. If he'd told Konan, we might have caught the culprit, or maybe it's impossible to catch the culprit. She might have poked his head and asked if he was out of his mind. Seeing Konan's puzzled face, Nagato carefully explained, after animal path, human path, and Naraka path pain SP lit up, they quickly saw some initial success. We arrested a portion of those bandits and mercenaries who robbed caravans and killed our shinobi and civilians. But from what the human path read in their memories, these guys are just pawns of some behind-the-scenes manipulator. Konan's brow knitted tighter, her eyes turning grim. She realized the seriousness here. Omegakure's problem was way more troublesome than she thought. Whoever was targeting them likely had formidable intel-gathering prowess. They were also masters of concealing themselves, else Nagato would have caught them by now. She grew more anxious, saying softly, Nagato, capturing the real mastermind is hard, but the villagers' worry is still growing. If we don't fix it, a second wave of turmoil could erupt any moment. Until it's settled, I guess you'll have to push yourself even harder to find that ringleader and end this crisis. Nagato instantly felt a pang in his chest, like a mouthful of old blood rising in his throat. He was already juggling NG7 roles, barely able to breathe, and now Konan wanted him to work overtime. He immediately raised his hands in protest. Konan, this time it's different. Rooting out the mastermind needs more than extra work, it needs real clues and the right opening. Just stretching out my work hours can't solve it that fast. He was basically saying he knew how urgent Konan felt, but it wouldn't help to hurry. This was far too bizarre an incident, needing careful steps. Trying to do it all in a rush would only make it worse. Konan bowed her head, thinking. Then she lifted her gaze, a spark in her eye, Nagato, if it's this bad, why not hire Senshi to sort it out? Nagato's eyes bulged. Hiring Senshi? That's asking for trouble. He knew from past experiences that even tasks as dangerous as capturing tailed beasts simple for Senshi still cost 100 million RY. And that job had turned out success with no fuss, but the cost was insane. This new job was extremely complicated. Who knew what insane price Senshi might demand? A Megakure wouldn't survive that bill. Plus, from the look of these events, the hidden group targeting a Megakure had great intel but used cheap, sneaky methods. If they really had the guts, they would have confronted the three paths of pain head on. Yet they only dared to pull sly moves in the shadows. They were obviously small fry, not worthy of real recognition. Nagato took a breath, forcing himself to stay calm, then told Konan, "Ahem, Konan, let's not trouble Senshi with this. I'll handle it for now. Tiho's people targeting us aren't that scary. Apart from provoking local bandits and mercenaries to come at us, they don't seem to have anything else. I'll keep investigating them, and we don't need to hire Senshi." He was mentally guessing Senshi's price for such a complicated job might be 300 million. Or more. Even though Akatsuki and Omegakure were decently rich, they couldn't just throw around hundreds of millions whenever they wanted. Seeing Nagato so resolute, Konan didn't push it. She gave a gentle smile. "That's good, though it'll be harder on you, Nagato." Nagato could only shake his head wryly, half joking, "Hard? More like a doomed fate." Konan blinked. "Hey!" Realizing he'd slipped up, Nagato laughed awkwardly. "Nothing, nothing. Anyway, leave it to me. Whatever it costs, I'll find out who's behind this and make them regret taking on a Megakure." By the last line, he sounded a bit angry. He hated how these people in the shadows had complicated his workload. He was already overloaded, and now they just piled on more stress. Once he found them, he'd make sure they enjoyed the full pain experience. In the following days, White Zetsu and the Animal Path Pain played a game of cat and mouse. Though the three pains continued arresting bandits and mercenaries, they never uncovered the real masterminds White Zetsu and Obito. As Nagato's workload soared, Obito inwardly rejoiced, believing the perfect time to strike drew closer. But then, something happened that Obito hadn't anticipated. In a dark forest beyond Omegakure, Obito stood under a giant tree, his black cloak fluttering lightly in the breeze. Suddenly, from the trunk behind him emerged half of White Zetsu's body, that pale face wearing a trademark eerie grin. "Obito, Danzo's men are looking for you," White Zetsu said in a low, level voice, as though it were mentioning something utterly mundane. Obito's brow rose in mild surprise, speaking carelessly, "Oh? So that old fox Danzo wants me for something?" White Zetsu shook its head, sounding a bit helpless. "Don't know the details. They just seem to be trying to find you, and it looks urgent." Obito had collaborated with Danzo before, though he didn't care for that crafty old man. Still, he wasn't against working with him again. And if Danzo could add more trouble for Nagato, that'd only help Obito's plan. He pictured Nagato already suffocating under his tasks, and a cold smile formed on his lips. Nagato's body was already at its limit. By the time Obito came for the Rinnegan, Nagato might be too exhausted to fight back. Thinking so, Obito said to White Zetsu nonchalantly, "All right, bring Danzo's men to me, then. I'll see what that old coot's plotting." "Got it." White Zetsu nodded, then melted back into the tree's trunk, disappearing into the forest. Gloom. It wasn't long before White Zetsu returned with a root member wearing a tanuki mask, stopping not far from Obito. This root ninja's steps were steady, but his eyes were faintly anxious. As everyone knew, the root members at THEIR main base had been placed under Orochimaru's curse. Seals, but Root's reach went beyond that. Those operating outside, upon learning what happened at their base, either kept far from Konoha or stayed underground, still in contact with Danzo. Orochimaru knew of their existence but did nothing. He considered them small fry, not worth the trouble, plus he was too busy with his own research. When that root member reached Obito, he bowed respectfully, his tone urgent. "Lord Madara, Lord Danzo would like to meet you." Hearing himself called Madara, Obito smirked faintly and asked casually, "Why does Danzo want me?" The root ninja hesitated slightly, then answered carefully, "It seems something's gone wrong on his side. He'd like to discuss some form of collaboration." Obito's brow furrowed slightly. Something went wrong for Danzo? That sly old scoundrel, always so cunning and good at shifting blame, actually got into trouble. Himself? Who could mess him up? Though his mind was full of questions, Obito nodded. "All right, I'll meet him." Relief flooded the root ninja's face. He added, "Lord Madara, if you go to Konoha, Lord Danzo might be in the hospital's intensive care unit. If not there, then probably in Konoha's prison." Obito, surprised face, he was shocked. Countless questions flashed through his head. Something major must have gone down in Konoha during the time he was busy with Omegakure. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Yanking the Child of Prophecy. Once the root ninja left, Obito remained where he was, arms folded, brow slightly furrowed as he sank into thought. Though Danzo was a scheming old fox with big ambitions and a ruthless streak, that very personality gave him huge use value. Right now, Obito's biggest concern was dealing with monsters like Senshi. Against such an opponent, he needed as many allies as possible to bolster his side's power. Even if they did revive Uchiha Madara, relying on a single powerhouse might not be enough to guarantee victory. Daylight was fading. As night descended, Obito set his plan in motion. Forming hand seals, he activated Kamui, as if ripping a hole in the fabric of space. His figure vanished from his original spot and appeared near Konoha's hospital a moment later. Upon arriving, Obito's sharp senses picked up that Konoha Hospital's security was several times stronger than before. Around the building were layers of visible and hidden guards, carefully scanning their surroundings. It seemed impossible even for a fly to slip in. Inside, patrolling ninjas bustled about. The whole place felt tense and oppressive. Deep in the hospital, one particular area was guarded especially heavily, with watch posts every few steps, like a precious secret was hidden there. Obito's lips curled in a faint sneer. So that old geezer Danzo is in there. His years of experience told him that the tight security actually made things easier. He wouldn't need to search carefully to figure out where Danzo was being kept. Of course, for an ordinary ninja, that level of defense was a fortress, but for Obito with Kamui, it was nothing. He closely observed the environment around him, then activated Kamui. Space rippled slightly, and his figure vanished again. Next instant, he was inside that heavily guarded ICU room. Once inside, Obito's gaze immediately fell on the hospital bed. But the moment he saw Danzo, his pupils shrank and his expression froze. The Danzo on the bed was wrapped almost entirely in white bandages, looking like a mummy pulled out of an ancient tomb. His body was hooked to all sorts of complex life support machines, their screens showing weak vitals that looked near flatlining. Danzo lay there unmoving, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, as if he could stop it any second. Obito's brow knotted. Who the hell did this to him? The guy was practically destroyed. Obito didn't step forward just yet, instead staying hidden in the shadows, quietly observing. Apart from Danzo, there were no other guards in the ICU. Obviously Konoha thought their external security would be enough to keep intruders out. Just as Obito was about to step forward and talk, the room's door opened and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered. He looked grave and worried, clearly troubled about Danzo's condition. He carefully checked each machine displaying Danzo's vitals, and his expression turned even heavier. Stepping up to the bedside, the doctor whispered, "Lord Danzo, are you feeling any better?" But Danzo on the bed remained unresponsive, the only sound that of the monitor's beeping. He looked like he could pass away at any moment. Once the doctor finished and left, Obito appeared by Danzo's bed like a ghost. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring grimly at the old man wound tightly in bandages. He'd seen how the doctor called to Danzo just now with no response, and he felt a twinge of doubt. From the looks of it, Danzo seemed like some dying patient. How was he supposed to talk about collaborating? But Obito didn't give up that easily. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a cold tone, "Danzo, time to talk about our deal." He hadn't expected much from the looks of him. Danzo seemed half dead, maybe not even conscious. But a moment later, Obito's eyes widened in shock. Just a second earlier, Danzo had looked like a corpse on the verge of death. Suddenly, those murky old eyes snapped open. No more dullness now, they glinted sharply as he slowly turned his head, staring straight at Obito. By the bedside. Though his movements were slow, his gaze was eager and agitated, as if he'd found his final lifeline. It was like some dying man sits bolt upright in bed, discovering he's his own miracle doctor. He'd looked just about to breathe his last, yet Obito's mere words had woken him. Obito was floored. But Danzo didn't care what Obito might be thinking. He said bluntly, "Madara, I want to work with you." While speaking, Danzo's eyes kept flicking to Obito's hairstyle. He didn't actually care if the man was really Madara. Based on how he performed on the Uchiha Massacre night and how he used advanced space-time ninjutsu, that was proof enough of his formidable power. Obito stroked his chin with interest. "What do you want me for? And how'd you wind up like this?" Danzo let out a cold snort, voice dripping with disdain. "How I got this way is unimportant. What matters is our collaboration." Obito shook his head slowly, with a meaningful tone. "As a partner, it'd be good for me to know your current condition. After all, if you can't even save yourself, how am I to trust you?" But Danzo instantly shot that down, sounding resolute. "Madara, my situation doesn't affect our collaboration at all. This time, I want full, comprehensive cooperation." Obito's eyes flickered curiously. He could see Danzo was serious. Who in the world had beaten this old fox down so badly that he'd swallow his pride and seek help? Still, Obito didn't pursue how Danzo was injured. He merely asked, "So, how do you plan on working with me?" Danzo's eyes turned fierce, and he said through gritted teeth, "As long as you help me kill Hiruzen Sarutobi and assist me in becoming Hokage. Under my leadership, Konoha will be your most devoted ally. We can do any cooperation you like." By now, Danzo had lost all composure. He'd even tossed aside his Konoha's best interest principle. To form a full partnership with Madara, all just to kill Hiruzen and become Hokage. Obito knew Danzo's style well, he'd do anything it took to achieve his goals. He quickly thought it through. If he helped Danzo deal with Hiruzen, he need only involve Danzo in the blame, and he'd have Danzo in his grip forever. He could also use Danzo's influence in Konoha to capture Naruto and Sasuke. If planned carefully, he could not only get the 9 tails but might snag the Rinnegan too. At the idea, Obito's lips twisted in a slight smirk, his tone laced with amusement. Danzo, I appreciate your attitude. If you're willing to sacrifice for that end, a few casualties don't matter. Right? Don't worry. I'll help you get rid of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's face twitched with excitement at Obito's promise. If Sarutobi was out of the way, Konoha would lose its head. Danzo could seize that moment to become Hokage. Sure, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura held Senai or positions, but he knew neither was cut out for Hokage. He'd take advantage of the chaos to take the seat for himself. But Danzo was celebrating too soon. Obito only promised to deal with Hiruzen, never specifying when. Right now, he was busy plotting to snag Nagato's Rinnegan. Danzo's request was important, but not necessarily top priority. Meanwhile, at the hot spring inn, the atmosphere felt light-hearted in contrast. Senshi, Jiraiya, and Karin were sitting around a tabletop grill, the air filled with the scent of sizzling meat. The coals popped softly. Karin wore a satisfied grin, holding a perfectly grilled skewer and eating happily. Senshi picked up a cup of sake, took a light sip, then revisited an old topic, "Bro Aya, about that child of prophecy business, have you made up your mind yet?" During the day, in the hot spring, Senshi had tried to talk Jiraiya into hiring him to find the child of prophecy. Jiraiya seemed interested, but having been fleeced over Orochimaru last time, he was cautious now. Hearing Senshi, Jiraiya paused in what he was doing, looking up at him. He still had a bit of sauce on the corner of his mouth, and he wore a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he sighed. "I guess I've got no choice but to agree. I've wandered the ninja world for so long and never found any clue about the child of prophecy. If this goes on, who knows how long it'll be before I track him down and train him." Then his tone got more serious. "But, Senshi, are you sure the ninja you mentioned is really the child of prophecy? Remember, this is about the safety of the entire ninja world. There's no room for mistakes." Before Senshi could answer, Karin put down her skewer and slapped her chest, speaking confidently. "Don't worry. Whatever the mission, Senshi can do it. But, you know, this mission might be pretty much impossible." Jiraiya, surprised face. Senshi, surprised face. Karin's contradictory statement had Jiraiya dumbfounded, blinking in confusion. He mentally scrambled, trying to see the logic behind guaranteed to finish but probably impossible to finish. Meanwhile, Senshi jumped in shock. Had Karin eaten something weird today? He worriedly studied her, but her eyes were as clear as always, and her head looked normal, so he calmed down a bit. "Sure Inug H," Karin soon spoke again with a cheery grin. "Toad Sage, think about it, you've spent so many years looking, but found 0 leads. So if Senshi can actually do this job, it's obviously tough. Right? Therefore, you know, like, it's possible, but the difficulty's high." As soon as she finished, Jiraiya and Senshi exchanged a look, both realizing what she meant. "Ah, I see." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, taking her words quite seriously. She had a point, with all his intelligence gathering around the ninja world, if the child of prophecy were that easy to find, he'd have turned up some clue by now. But he was still completely stuck. He mused, "I've spent so many years failing at this. Even if Senshi's stronger than me, it won't be a piece of cake." "Senshi, please Ed," patted Karin on the head, praising her wholeheartedly. "Karin's grown so much, my best little assistant, indeed." Then, following her lead, he told Jiraiya. "That's right, Bro Aya. It can be done, but it's gonna be tough. Still, we're brothers, right? Even if it's hard. I'll do it for you. In his head, Senshi was sure it was a sure win. After all, Jiraiya had been searching fruitlessly for the child of prophecy for years. Meanwhile, Naruto was out there, mostly free-range even if a would-release clone was training him from time to time. He was obviously the child of prophecy, who needed a worthy teacher to bring out his potential. And Senshi, of course, also wanted to unlock advanced draw features so he could draw an infinity stone or something, so he need massive job points to do that. This gig was basically Prophet City. From across the table, Jiraiya considered it briefly, then finally asked, "All right, Senshi. How much for hiring you to find the child of prophecy?" Senshi instantly waved a hand, face full of righteous camaraderie. "Bro Aya, you heard Karin joking. Just now no talk of a fee, we're pals. A little tip for labor is all we need." Jiraiya just gave him a dubious look and tried, "All right, Senshi, how about I give you 100 million ryas a little tip? Can you find the child of prophecy?" Hearing that, Senshi scowled and made a show of discontent. "Bro Aya, why don't we just eat? Let's skip the child of prophecy thing. Let's get real, these days capturing a tailed beast easily pays $100 million for trouble. We're talking about the child of prophecy, who might decide the fate of the whole world. His value is immeasurable." He put on a solemn expression. Karin bobbed her head quickly in agreement. "Yeah, Senshi's right, the child of prophecy is super important. His value must be." Karin had barely begun when Senshi cut in, "Karin, k'man. We can't charge Bro Aya $1 billion. I have a conscience. We're friends, aren't we?" "Karin," surprised face. Jiraiya heard all this, feeling exasperated. At length, he forced out, "Senshi, $1 billion for your trouble is too high. Knock it down a bit. I'll raise mine, let's say 200 million. Senshi, surprised face, so he should drop his fee a little and Jiraiya would raise it a little? This basically kills the fee entirely. He inhaled and firmly refused, "Bro Aya, I'm not trying to charge you a fortune. It's just that this is truly not easy." Karin nodded, as if completely agreeing, "Yup, if Senshi thinks it's tough, it's seriously tough. At least." But Senshi again cut her off. "Karin, I really can't ask for $1 billion from Bro Aya. I gotta keep my conscience intact." "Karin," surprised face. Jiraiya's head was spinning. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and made a final offer, "All right, Senshi, I'll pay you 300 million RY to help me find the child of prophecy. Deal?" Senshi didn't hesitate, shaking Jiraiya's hand. He wore a smug grin as if Jiraiya had scored a bargain. "Bro Aya, you're making out like a bandit. You should thank me. If it weren't for our friendship, you'd never land this job for less than $1 billion. Mission accepted." Client, Jiraiya. Goal, help Jiraiya find the child of prophecy. Reward, 300 million RY. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 300,000 employment points. As soon as the request confirmed, the system's voice echoed in Senshi's mind. He was absolutely thrilled, imagining those 300k points waving at him. Jiraiya, however, looked miserable. "I'm paying 300 million, and I'm supposed to thank you." Senshi feigned modesty, waving off. "Bro Aya, you don't really have to thank me." Jiraiya decided to cut to the chase, "When do I meet this child of prophecy?" For some reason, after sealing the deal with Senshi, Jiraiya felt a sense of déjà vu as if he'd been Scammed like this before? Yosh. While he was pondering, Senshi's grin grew even more triumphant. He made a quick gesture, and a portal instantly opened. The next second, a bewildered blonde kid was yanked out of the portal. Senshi introduced him happily, "Bro Aya, I won't hide it any longer, this boy is the child of prophecy you've been looking for. Uzumaki Naruto." As Naruto, with a face full of question marks, got dumped out, Senshi casually announced he was the child of prophecy. Jiraiya practically jumped out of his seat, eyes bugging out. What the? How can this be? All at once, Jiraiya realized that with a tiny piece of intel, a single jutsu, in less than a minute, Senshi had pocketed 300 million. It was even faster than outright robbery. He might as well have robbed me, why bother with all this? He felt a pang of regret. For the moment, verifying whether Naruto truly was the child of prophecy took a back seat to his frustration at how easily he'd been relieved of his money. Pointing an accusing finger, Jiraiya snapped, "Senshi, come on, tell me where exactly this job is so difficult that it cost 300 million in fees? Are you kidding me?" Naruto, surprised face. Hearing Jiraiya's rant, Naruto blinked in astonishment. Did sensei really just complete a 300 million RY job? 300 million, that's how many scratch cards? Let's see, 15? No, that's not right, 150? That's 150 scratch cards. Naruto's head was spinning with the ma-th. Earning that many was unbelievably tough, and on top of that he himself couldn't help using them whenever he got them, so saving them was basically impossible. He turned to Senshi with eyes brimming with admiration, swearing to himself, "One day, I'll be just like sensei, completing crazy tasks like that." But Senshi was ignoring Naruto's starry-eyed look, for now he had to keep his client happy. After all, Jiraiya was a big spender, capable of big earnings from writing. Senshi wasn't about to let that sea-ash cow go. Someday, if Jiraiya decided to churn out tens of thousands of words daily, who knew how much he could make? He'd been too hung up on searching for the child of prophecy all these years. In response to Jiraiya's angry outburst, Senshi could have retorted, "Where's it difficult? The real difficulty was conning you into giving me a job." But of course, he didn't say that out loud. Instead he put on a solemn face and earnestly explained, "Bro Aya, sure, it seems simple, but in reality..." He paused for effect. "In reality, it's extremely tough. Think, back in your younger days. Didn't the great Toad Sage only tell you that your student would bring major change to the ninja world and might bring either destruction or peace, and your choices would direct the world's future?" Jiraiya froze, surprise flickering in his eyes. That was indeed the gist of what the great Toad Sage told him. And for Senshi to know such a hidden detail was downright unsettling. If he'd gleaned intel to that extent, was there anything Senshi didn't know? After a moment, Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what the great Toad Sage told me." Senshi let out a confident smile. "So you see? If that's all the intel you had to work with, of course you couldn't find the child of prophecy. That's the biggest problem, the limited clue from the great Toad Sage." Jiraiya, surprised face, he fell silent, unable to deny it. Indeed, those vague hints made it almost impossible to find the right child. But then that raised another question: how was Senshi so sure? He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "Senshi, how can you be so certain Naruto's the child of prophecy?" Senshi kept that confident grin and answered without hesitation, "Bro Aya, that's the challenge. The difficulty is how to accurately identify the child of prophecy. And I'm 100% sure this Naruto is the one." Where did his confidence come from? Obviously, from knowing the final answer and working backward. He had countless ways to provide logical proof to convince or, well, bamboozle Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded in thought. Still, why are you so certain? Naruto, for his part, gaped at Senshi, looking bewildered. Sensei, am I really the one who'll bring destruction or peace to the ninja world? Karin stood by with arms folded, scanning Naruto up and down. But beyond a certain cluelessness vibe from him, she couldn't see anything special. She quietly mumbled, he can't be the child of prophecy just cause he looks kinda dopey, can he? Senshi, however, nodded without hesitation, voice firm. Naruto, there's no doubt you are the child of prophecy. That hit Naruto like a bolt of lightning. If Sensei said it, it must be true. In an instant, he felt the weight of that huge responsibility on his shoulders. The question was, would the world's fate be ruin or peace, all hinging on him? Jiraiya still wasn't completely sold, so he kept his eyes on Senshi, waiting for more proof. Senshi patted Naruto on the shoulder, then turned to Jiraiya, Bro-iya, don't you think this Naruto has the looks of a child of prophecy? Jiraiya, surprised face, his fist clenched. I paid 300 million just to hear that. Before Jiraiya could blow up, Senshi laughed and waved him off. Relax. I'm only joking around. Let's break it down, okay? To start with, Naruto has a will that never gives up, plus he wants to protect everyone. His conviction is the real key to bringing peace to the ninja world. Hearing that, Jiraiya's eyes lit a bit. A shinobi with an unbreakable will and a here to protect others sure did fit the profile of someone who'd transform the world. He looked at Naruto more favorably now. Any more evidence that proves he's the child of prophecy? Jiraiya asked expectantly. Senshi smirked. Of course. I could name 7 or 8 more. For instance, you know that Naruto's the current 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, and he recently took first place in the Chunin exams that all 5 great nations participated in. You're aware of that, right? Jiraiya nodded slightly. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki status shows Naruto's deep potential. Being top of the Chunin exams shows his talent and hard work. If he lacked natural gifts or perseverance, there's no way he'd crush other villages' geniuses and even other tailed beast Jinchuriki, taking first. Right. Jiraiya felt a jolt. Yes, it all made sense. This kid had strong potential, big success, a resilient personality, and a will to protect everyone. Perfect for the prophecy. In his head, Jiraiya was impressed. Looking at Naruto, he saw the possibility. With Senshi's certification plus his own qualities, that was a double assurance. All right, Jiraiya thought, Senshi's not going to risk his professional reputation for a mere 300 million. He must have intangible intel that backs up his claim. The next word sealed the deal. Senshi smiled with a knowing look and said, Bro-iya, you haven't forgotten, have you? Who was it that picked Naruto's name? That landed like a hammer blow. Jiraiya's pupil shrank, memories flooding his mind from decades ago. A sunny afternoon, his student Minato Namikaze, accompanied by his newly pregnant wife Kushina Uzumaki, brimming with hope, came to see Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, we'd like you to name our baby, Minato said, eyes shining with excitement. Jiraiya hesitated. Really? You trust me to name your child? Kushina smiled, too. Lord Jiraiya, you're famous throughout the ninja world. It'd be perfect if you named him. Scratching his head and thinking, he finally said, let's call him Naruto. It's from the main character in my book, The Tale of a Determined Shinobi. I want him to have that unwavering will like the Protagonist, to be the ninja world's future hope. Minato and Kushina exchanged looks, each smiling. Naruto, that's a great name, Minato murmured, brimming with fatherly affection. That warm scene now felt like it was just yesterday. Emotion welled up in Jiraiya's heart as he eyed Naruto's youthful features, reminiscent of Minato. And Kushina. His golden hair, blue eyes, tea-hat grin, he looked so much like Minato. Minato, Kushina, your son has grown up. Jiraiya thought, a tear glinting in his eye. At that moment, all his doubts melted away. He was shocked Senshi even knew that. Realizing it, he wiped his nearly watering EYES and solemnly pulled out 31-100-million RY checks, handing them to Senshi. I have no further doubts. I trust that this boy is the one who can bring peace to the world. Naruto just looked confused, seeing Jiraiya handing out those checks. So I am the child of prophecy? Then how come all these years I never knew? While Naruto was absorbed in the revelation, Senshi began introducing Jiraiya. Naruto, let me introduce you, this man is the third Hokage's prized student, one of the legendary Nin, the Toad Sage from MT Boku who's mastered Sage Mode, plus the best-selling author of the Ika Ika series, an esteemed intelligence gatherer, original mentor of Akatsuki's founder, known as Pervy Sage, the unstoppable Jiraiya whom even the CD Osanti welcome. Naruto, surprised face, now that Jiraiya was big paying, of course he deserved a grand introduction. But once Senshi finished, Naruto just gaped, mind jam-packed, uncertain how to process all these titles. After a long moment, Naruto asked quietly, why, Sensei, say that again? I can't remember so many names. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Chaos in Omegakure. Senshi, surprised face, he couldn't help sighing inwardly, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. This kid, he doesn't even realize yet just how complicated the world around him is. His mind rapidly cycled through a series of information. Naruto still didn't know that Hatake Kakashi was serving as a temporary instructor for him and Seisuke, and that Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato, had been Kakashi's teacher. As for the Jiraiya standing right in front of him, he had been Minato's master. Now this was interesting, following Kakashi's lineage, not only was Jiraiya Naruto's grand teacher, but in terms of Naruto's father, Jiraiya was also his father's master, which would make him Naruto's master-grandfather. From Naruto's own standpoint, Jiraiya was about to become his new master, meaning Naruto was on the verge of being peers with his own father in the sense of them sharing the same master. Jiraiya is his grand teacher, his master's master, and his own master, all in one. This web of ties. Who'd dare look down on that? Senshi silently muttered as he eyed Naruto, who was scratching his head in confusion. After a brief hesitation, Senshi decided not to explain all these intertwined relationships to Naruto. Because Naruto, who hadn't even processed the basic info yet, would have his brain burn out if they dumped all that on him now. Never mind, let him slowly figure it out on his own, Senshi thought helplessly, worried for Naruto. Opposite him, Jiraiya was carefully noting the little marketing pitch Senshi had just delivered. Wow, Senshi's introduction of me is far more thorough than if I introduced myself. As expected of the ninja world's top intel specialist, his reputation is well deserved. But Jiraiya didn't dwell on that for too long. He flashed a friendly smile at Naruto and beckoned him over. Naruto, starting Toda Y, I'm your teacher. I'll teach you ninjutsu and what it means to live as a person. Naruto tilted his head, thought for a second, and scratched his golden hair. But I'm already a student of Senshi Sensei and Kakashi Sensei. Can I still be your student, Too? Then, his eyes lit up. Looking expectant, he added, and, pervy sage, once I become your student, will you buy me Ichiraku ramen? Kakashi-sensei, Senshi-sensei, and Irika-sensei from the Ninja Academy have all treated me to Ichiraku ramen. Surprised face, Jiraiya froze, the smile on his face stiffening. His lips twitched, his mind roaring in protest. What the heck? Senshi just rattled off so many of my grand titles, and out of them all, Naruto picks the worst nickname? Although a bit bewildered by Naruto's way of addressing him, Jiraiya soon pulled himself together and let out a hearty laugh. After a moment, his laughter subsided and he looked at Naruto seriously. Naruto, as your teacher, of course I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. But are you prepared to undertake the toughest, hardest, most grueling training? Naruto, hearing that, nodded vigorously, eyes shining with innocence. Pervy sage, I'm all set to have you buy me Ichiraku ramen. So, when do we go? Senshi, surprised face, Karin, surprised face, standing on the side, Senshi and Karin both covered their faces at once, looking like they had no connection to Naruto, mentally drawing a line to separate themselves from him. Jiraiya could only stare at Naruto, then at Senshi, his expression screaming exasperation. CNG the awkward vibe, Senshi quickly gave a light cough to smooth things over. Bro, calm down, let's phrase it differently. That said, he turned to Naruto, speaking solemnly, Naruto, suppose Sasuke were captured by an enemy so powerful that you absolutely couldn't beat them. You'd not only fail to rescue him, you'd be killed if you tried. Would you give up on saving Sasuke under those circumstances? Those words seemed to press a button in Naruto's heart, his mind raced, picturing Sasuke kidnapped by the enemy. He felt a surge of urgency. This question not only set Naruto thinking, but also drew Jiraiya's keen interest. He nodded inwardly, the core of this question is straightforward: would Naruto abandon his comrade? Would he back down in the face of overwhelming odds? Karin, too, widened her lovely eyes, locking her gaze on Naruto. Though she usually had a haughty manner, she couldn't help feeling curious, what answer will that big goofball give? After a brief silence, Naruto slowly raised his head. For once, there was a look of unprecedented seriousness on his face. His gaze was rock solid with determination. He clenched his fists, his tone decisive, speaking every word with force. I absolutely wouldn't give up. If the enemy breaks my legs, I'll crawl after them to save my friend. If they break my arms, I'll still fight on using my teeth. As Naruto spoke, Senshi's expression changed drastically. Dang! Somebody switch off his speaker. Because as Naruto said those words, his fervor soared and Senshi could practically hear a stirring BGM playing in his mind. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was deeply moved by Naruto's response. He saw a flash of admiration in Jiraiya's eyes. Never backing down from hardship, willing to sacrifice his life to save his comrade, that was exactly what the child of prophecy was all about. But just as Jiraiya was touched by Naruto's fervor, Karin pouted disdainfully, hugging Senshi's arm. If it were me facing an unbeatable foe, I wouldn't charge in head-on. I'd run away first, then get Senshi to rescue Sasuke. With Senshi around, it doesn't matter how strong the enemy is, he'd definitely save Sasuke, right? Hearing that, Senshi gave a helpless tap on Karin's head. What are you doing? That one line of yours nearly destroyed the child of prophecy's moral foundation. And what do you think we should do about that? Karin, having been tapped, flailed her arms dramatically. You jerk, Senshi! Now we have to duel. roar! As she yelled, she spun her arms like a little pinwheel, launching a frenzied attack on Senshi. But her fists were just light taps on Senshi's arm, minimal force but plenty of bravado. Senshi teased while messing up Karen's neatly combed red hair, turning it into a bird's nest. Karen! Didn't you eat anything? You've got zero strength. Karen, surprised face, she paused, then tipped her head back, pouting. Senshi, if you bully me again, I'm gonna cry. Senshi merely smiled wryly. All right, you silly girl, enough. Naruto suddenly I interjected, Senshi-sensei, that Karen-chan is so lame. I never cry when facing trouble. Hearing that, Karen promptly stopped her spat with Senshi and marched up to Naruto. With one swift kick, she booted him away. Get lost, Naruto. Considering how fast you grow, you can probably take a few dozen of my unstoppable beast-cutting Kamui shuriken. Let's go find somewhere to spar. On the side, Senshi and Jiraiya were quietly pleased with Naruto's attitude, exchanging a glance and sharing a tacit grin. And on that note, Obito's plan was quietly drawing to a close. With no interference from Senshi, everything had progressed swimmingly for him. He only had to leverage White Zetsu's abilities to keep piling on trouble for Nagato, who, as the Omegakure leader, was forced to run in circles. Right now, Nagato was on the tower balcony, gazing solemnly over the bustling Omegakure below. Raindrops pattered against the window. His brow was furrowed, his mind weighing the pros and cons of each decision. Given how dire things are, should I recall the core members of the Akatsuki to help manage this crisis? The thought spun through his mind repeatedly. He immediately thought of Senshi, Sasori, and Deidara, who were in Uegakure capturing tailed beasts. He was well aware that capturing tailed beasts was one of the organization's main objectives. It was non-negotiable. Then there's Haiden. His mind turned to that fanatical worshipper of the evil god. Haiden was stationed in Kumagakure, keeping an eye on Killer Bee, host of the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails was important, but it wasn't likely to vanish suddenly, so maybe Haiden could be recalled, too. Then there was Itaki and Kisame. While their branch tasks were important, the main base was in urgent need. Possibly they could set aside their external assignments. And then Orochimaru. Nagato's brows creased deeper. His recent actions got harder and harder to read. Not only was he frequently traveling outside on missions, but he'd also re-entered Konoha, apparently intending to settle down there. Although that might be beneficial, he couldn't just ignore headquarters forever, right? Besides those core members, the others were kinda complicated. Among them, Kakuzu had been with the group a long time, but he'd apparently G1 AWOL from doing mission after mission. They had no clue where he'd gone with F. And then Zetsu Kakuzu was half missing. Zetsu was basically wholly missing. Lately, it seemed like Zetsu was obsessed with unearthing gold and silver treasures. The Akasi Onal. Rumor said he was hauling around a sack of gold and silver, doing who knows what. Beyond Kakuzu and Zetsu, the Akatsuki also had one major ally who'd been gone for ages, Uchiha Madara. Ever since that time he and Nagato disagreed over Senshi, Madara had stormed off in a huff. Disappearing. Pfft, so-called hero of the warring states, but no tolerance for differing opinions, Nagato thought. He decided that if he saw Madara again, he'd definitely have a good talk with him. Little did Nagato know that the person behind all these troubles was in fact Toby, acting under the name of Madara. In this period, Toby's actions had plunged the Omegakure into unprecedented chaos, forcing Nagato, the firefighter, to work around the clock. Thanks to his efforts, Manwai villagers and shinobi were spared, and he'd earned the gratitude of the townsfolk. More and more people had started calling him a mekage. A mekage. Nagato repeated the title under his breath, a faint, wry smile on his lips. Though he never formally acknowledged it, in everyone's eyes he was the village's protective, guiding cage. At that moment, Konan silently appeared in the office doorway. She looked pained by how exhausted Nagato was. Her voice was soft with concern. Nagato, we've basically contained the crisis. You should get some rest. Nagato lifted his head slightly, giving a tired smile. Even though he carried a super soldier serum in his body and the Uzumaki clan's powerful constitution, working himself beyond human limits still left him drastically drained. Hearing Konan's gentle suggestion warmed his heart, and he half teased, "You think this a mekage of ours did all right?" A faint flush rose on Konan's cheeks. Though Nagato never publicly claimed the cage title, everyone knew he was the Omegakure's leader in reality. Now he'd not only borne all the cage duties but had also taken on responsibilities akin to the F4 of old. Konan's workload was just as huge, leaving her to run off her feet as well. She thought for a bit. Tihen said, "Nagato, how about a day off? Things have calmed considerably. We can recall the other core members to handle the troubles, or we can grit our teeth and pay a big enough fee for Senshi to take it on. We've done everything we can ourselves." Nagato nodded, an exhausted acceptance showing in his gaze. "You're right, but I can't rest yet. The Land of Rivers has a bunch of vital deals with us, and this crisis has impacted them too. Right now, I have to stay in the village, so I'll have to trouble you to go there yourself. Once you're back, I'll take a good rest." Konan nodded firmly. "Fine. I'll leave now, finish everything quickly so you can rest soon." She was well aware that even with the super soldier serum and Uzumaki genes, Nagato was running purely on fumes. He was probably pushing himself to the brink. She had to get the Land of Rivers matter done fast and return. Konan wasted no time. After quickly packing her things, her figure vanished into the Omegakure night, like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, in a thick forest outside the Omegakure, Toby was stretched out on a sturdy tree trunk, resting with his eyes closed. He'd practically been a forest dweller these last few days, rarely leaving, blending into the natural surroundings. Abruptly, Toby's eyes snapped open, scanning a nearby tree. From the trunk emerged half of a white zetsu, wearing an excited grin. "Good news, good news." Toby frowned, sounding annoyed. "What's that? Why are you in a hurry?" White zetsu, surprised face. It paused, then rephrased with excitement still in its voice, "I mean it's a major boon." Nagato fell for it again. He sent Konan to the Land of Rivers to handle the troubles we stirred up. Now Omegakure only has Nagato, none of the other core members are around. Hearing that, Toby's face lit with delight. "How about Senshi's would release clones?" White Zetsu answered without hesitation. He only left a small number of clones to keep the Ninja Academy, Senshi Bank and the Refugee Center running. The rest have either been reassigned or are busy doing other tasks. Perfect. Toby thought triumphantly. Originally, he planned for Nagato to keep working day and night until he effectively worked himself to death. But Nagato had proved so tough that Toby had to act like a wild man in the forest all this time waiting for an opening. Now that it arrived, Toby knew well Nagato was at his limit, even with his strong Uzumaki body. He glanced at the sky, deciding to wait just a bit more, then launch his attack on Nagato. As Night's Wind blew, Toby pressed his mask, eyes cold, and activated Kamui, vanishing from the forest. Omegakure Tower, Nagato's office. Late at night, Nagato was still at his desk, pen never stopping. His face was drawn with exhaustion, huge circles under his eyes like a panda, and his body looked frighteningly skinny. Even so, he methodically processed various papers, occasionally writing directives. Becoming a kage basically means working oneself to the bone, and as an Uzumaki, apparently, that fate was inescapable. Though in fairness, he was tackling far heavier workloads than Naruto did. Just as Nagato set one document down, prepared to catch his breath, a familiar swirling distortion rippled through the office. He blinked, startled. Madara? He actually came. He'd been thinking earlier that day about how to find Uchiha Madara, patch things up, and show him that Senshi wasn't an enemy. Now, here Madara was, dropping by unannounced. As Toby teleported in, he still expected to see Nagato reduced to skin and bones, a pushover. But once he properly looked around, what greeted him made him gape. Something's off. Did I walk into a trap? Why's Gaara from Tsunagaku doing here? Toby's mind reeled, but quickly stabilized. He took a closer look and realized the black-eyed man in front of him wasn't Gaara. They just shared a similarly exaggerated set of dark circles, though this man's were even worse. It was indeed Nagato, who looked dreadful but apparently still alive. In fact, Nagato stepped over excitedly, though his steps were shaky, obviously at his limit. He greeted Toby with a tired, complaining tone, "Madara, you can't be more tolerant? Senshi might not have stuck to our plan for capturing tailed beasts, but he completed his tasks without causing any harm to the Akatsuki, so was it necessary to cut ties so dramatically and vanish all this time? Where on earth did you go?" Toby, surprised face, that caught Toby completely off guard. This was nothing like what he'd imagined. He'd assumed Nagato sold him out, leading to him clashing with Senshi. But from Nagato's words, that was obviously not true. Could it be that Toby's earlier assumptions were all wrong and Nagato hadn't betrayed him after all? While Toby was still processing, Nagato kept complaining, sounding weary and annoyed. "Honestly, just because of a minor disagreement, you disappeared for so long? You really think that was necessary?" Toby, behind his mask, grew cautious. But Nagato didn't notice, continuing. "For the sake of our grand ultimate goal, can't you overcome a tiny dispute like that? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter now. The Omegakure and Akatsuki are thriving, and we're making good progress. It's perfect timing that you're here. I can talk you out of your prejudice and misunderstanding of Senshi. The three of us cooperating would be stronger in the future." Toby, surprised face. Seeing Nagato's sincere face, Toby realized he'd truly misjudged Nagato. As far as Toby could tell, Nagato was speaking from the heart, with zero hostility. He'd previously thought Nagato and Senshi conspired to harm him, but that was clearly false. Otherwise, at first sight, Nagato would have attacked, or tried calling in Senshi as backup. But all he did was complain about Toby's disappearance. So Toby hesitated. Nagato still trusted him, and right now Nagato was obviously in wretched shape, close to collapsing. Toby's mind flashed with two thoughts. One, seize the Rinnegan now, the best chance. Nagato was exhausted, so Toby would face no resistance. 2, persuade Nagato to join forces in taking down Senshi. Even if Nagato was physically wrecked, after some recovery, the Rinnegan's power was still formidable. Maybe the two could stand a chance. But that second idea didn't last. Toby quickly decided. No. I can't keep dwelling on teaming up with Nagato to face Senshi. I already gave him a chance before, and he didn't appreciate it, leaving me to nearly get killed by Senshi. Now I must seize the moment while he's weak and finish him off. Perfect timing. He snorted in his mind. The heavens, gee, if did I either take it, or I'm a fool. Sorry, Nagato. Just then, the overexerted Nagato's body wobbled, nearly collapsing. Reacting swiftly, Toby reached out to catch him, feigning concern. Look at you, exhausting yourself. So badly. Plans take time. You almost out of chakra. Nagato gave a bitter laugh, voice shaky. Can't help it. Omegakure had some emergencies, and now that you're here, we can figure something out together. Toby nodded curtly. His face stayed impassive, but inside, he was already planning the next move. Fine. The instant he spoke that word, Toby moved in a flash, faster than the eye could follow, driving his fingers like knives straight toward Nagato's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he'd ripped out those Rinnegan. It all happened so abruptly. Ah! A tortured scream tore through the silent night. Nagato's howl of agony echoed in the empty office, loaded with despair and unwillingness. The pain of having one's eyes ripped out was indescribably hellish. Add to that his drained chakra and exhaustion, and after that scream, Nagato's vision went dark. He slumped onto the cold floor. Unconscious. Toby stood beside him, holding the newly taken Rinnegan, euphoria blazing in his eyes. His lips curved under his mask in a proud, icy grin. As expected, once Senshi's not around, even the hardest tasks fold under my careful planning. It was easy to snatch it in the end. He glanced down at the Rinnegan in his hand, that symbol of ultimate power lying quietly in his palm. Now that I have the Rinnegan, I can resurrect Uchiha Madara soon enough. As for Nagato, Toby felt no guilt. Illusory worlds are so much better, after all. Reality is too harsh. Nagato, once I cast the illusion, I'll let you truly be the Amekage. You'll be thanking me for it. With that chilling thought, Toby's eyes glinted. He lingered no longer in Nagato's office. Activating Kamui, he vanished, leaving Nagato lying alone on the floor, blood trickling from his empty eye sockets, staining the cold tiles. That same moment, a LOL over the Omegakure and the outlying areas, fresh chaos and panic spread. The 6 panes overseeing the village's 6 departments collapsed simultaneously, as though someone had yanked out their souls. In that instant, the entire village's functioning ground to a halt. Crowds of villagers milled in fear and confusion on once orderly streets. Outside the Omegakure, in some hidden forest, Uzumaki Muzan and friends were following the Naraka path pain on a sweep of nearby bandits and shady mercs. But just then, the Naraka path staggered like a lifeless puppet and collapsed with no warning. Seeing this, Muzan tensed and ran over, supporting him anxiously. Lord Narakapath, what happened? Wake up! Lanyu and Lanmu hurried over as well. Lanyu examined the Narakapath's condition, frowning. He was fine on the surface, no external injuries, but it was as though his very soul had been sucked away. Narakapath's in trouble, it's like some powers disrupted him, Lanmu said solemnly, scanning the vicinity warily. This area's too unsafe. We must return to the Omegakure immediately and report to the Angel Sama and the leader. Lanyu nodded decisively. All right, everyone, we're heading back to Omegakure at top speed. At his order, they took off, the 3 of them pushing their Shunshin no Jutsu to the limit, racing for the village. But arriving in Aim, they found the situation even more shocking. The village was in chaos. Where everything had been orderly, confusion and panic now reigned. Alarms and anxious cries rang through the streets. Lanyu questioned a few villagers to get a sense of what happened, and his face darkened. He quickly returned to Muzan and Lanmu, speaking quietly, "It's bad. Moments ago, the other 5 Pains controlling the village collapsed just like Naraka path. We can't contact the leader, the angels. On her way to the land of rivers, and Senshi plus most of his clones including Karin are out of town. Our situation is dire. Got any ideas? Lan Mu frowned, eyes showing alarm. Before she could speak, Musen clenched his fists, eyes glowing with firm resolve. From now on, I am the Amekage. I'll protect the Omega Kure. But Lan Yu and Lan Mu just rolled their eyes in unison. Both looked ready to smack Musen down for a lesson. Panic was spreading through the townsfolk like an invisible plague, the previously calm streets now roiled with anxiety and dread. Musen and a handful of other ninjas were barely keeping their composure, but the rest were quickly succumbing to the mood, plunging into chaos. Rumors flew everywhere, wild speculation spreading like wildfire. Crap! It's all over for us. AIM grew so fast, IWA must be jealous and launched an attack. Don't spout nonsense. Where's your proof? How do you know it's Iwagakur? Isn't it obvious? They've been eyeing us for ages. Now's their chance. As Musen's group hurried through the streets toward the core area, they kept hearing stuff like this. Sometimes even crazier. At first, they tried to correct the rumors, but that proved futile. You couldn't quell panic that easily. If they wanted a real fix, they had to tackle the root cause. Then they overheard a downright ridiculous rumor. You're all wrong. This isn't some IWA scheme, it's Hans' revenge. Hans? Didn't the leader and Angel Sama kill him ages ago? Nope. You're totally wrong. I just got a letter from Hans himself. He says he survived somehow. Now if I invest 500 RY to support his army, once he returns to conquer the Omega Kure, he'll make me a privileged citizen. If I invest more, I get an even better rank. Musen, surprised face. Lan Yu, surprised face. Lan Yu, surprised face. Hearing that, all three got chills, speechless beyond belief. They never imagined villagers would actually believe such nonsense. But something even more absurd followed. No sooner had the first guy finished talking about Hans than a second villager sidled up, timidly asking, can you put me in touch with Lord Hans? I'd like to invest a bit myself. If I want to become a Jainin, how much do I have to pitch in? At this point, Musen couldn't hold back. He strode over and gave each villager a firm flick on the forehead, scolding them, stop spouting lies and stirring panic. Hans' grave's so old, the grass on it is who knows how tall. Did water get in your brains? Both villagers shrank back sheepishly, not daring to retort. But their eyes showed they didn't entirely believe him. Done scolding them, Musen returned to Lan Yu and Lan Mu, his brow furrowed. When the pains collapsed, the Anbu immediately headed for the land of rivers to notify the Angel Sama. Once she's back, hopefully AIM can calm down. Lan Yu shook his head, sounding worried. Not so easy. The Omega Kure grew too fast but never fully stabilized. Aside from the older citizens, no one else has been here more than a year. If nothing had happened, maybe we could have cultivated their sense of belonging gradually. But this huge crisis is a massive blow to the village's growth. Lan Mu nodded, adding, exactly. The leader's unreachable, and the 6 pains have all gone down. That means the 7 major departments are basically paralyzed. Until Angel Sama returns, we can only do our best to maintain order. Many parts of the village are already in turmoil. We have to move fast. Musen and Lan Yu both nodded firmly. Suddenly, Musen's eyes lit up. He slapped his hand on his palm, brimming with confidence. I have an idea. This can bring the Omega Kure out of the darkness and restore its vitality. Patreon, patreon.com/bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Calming the Chaos. Lan Yu, surprised face. Lan Yu, surprised face. When Lan Yu and Lan Yu heard Muzin's words, they froze for a second. Then, almost in unison, they snapped, "Shut it! No, you don't." They knew Muzin's personality all too well. 9 times out of 10, his bright ideas were catastrophic. Muzin immediately protested, looking indignant. "You're discriminating against me, plain and simple. I really do have a way to fix this crisis. Can't you at least hear me out first?" As he spoke, he straightened his back. "I can use wood release clones to disguise myself as the 6 paths. Once the villagers see the 6 ministers back on their feet, they won't panic anymore. How's that for a plan? Pretty awesome. Right?" He spread out his arms gleefully. Lan Yu and Lan Yu exchanged glances, both with expressions of helpless exasperation. What were they even hoping for? Actually expecting Muzin to come up with a decent plan. The reason the 6 ministers could keep the village running so smoothly wasn't just because of their appearances, it was their powerful abilities and extensive experience. Muzin's clone technique, no matter how good, couldn't replicate those crucial qualities. Lan Yu inhaled deeply, trying to remain calm. "Muzin, this is a serious matter. Pull back on your little tricks, would you? If we go with your plan, not only will it fail to calm things down, we'll end up with some fake versus real minister fiasco and make everything worse." Lan Yu also nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. Don't act up this time, Muzin." Muzin's face darkened, muttering resentfully, "You guys just don't appreciate my genius. If Lord Senshi were here, he'd back me up for sure. All you do is quash my creative brilliance." He spoke while shaking his head and sighing. Meanwhile, Omegakure's Anbu, boosted by Shunshin no Jutsu, were racing toward the land of rivers as fast as possible. Finally, they caught up with Konan at the border between Omegakure and the land of rivers. The moment they arrived, they didn't dare delay, hurrying up to report, "Angel-sama, something awful's happened. The 6 paths all suddenly collapsed, and there's no response from the leader." Konan's heart sank the instant she heard that, and her normally composed face turned pale. Without any hesitation, countless sheets of paper unfolded behind her, forming 2 giant angelic wings. With a flap, she shot into the air, racing back toward Omegakure. As she rushed home, more and more Enbu intercepted her. Konan immediately issued an order, "Pass on my command, declare a state of emergency and lock down the entire Omegakure. No one leaves or enters." "Yes, Angel-sama." The Enbu dispersed to relay her directive. Very soon, multiple layers of cordon sprang up around Omegakure perimeter. Although the village ninjas were unsure what was going on, they obeyed without hesitation, following the angel's orders. Konan, speeding back to the village, was beset by guilt and anxiety swirling in her mind. For Pain's 6 paths to lose consciousness and revert to inanimate corpses, there was only one possibility: something had happened to Nagato. "I was too careless." She bit her lip, regret flashing in her eyes. She couldn't help recalling her earlier choices. Wanting the 6 village departments to run efficiently, she'd stationed each Pain in a different post, leaving Nagato with practically no bodyguards. If I hadn't left him all alone, things might not have gotten this bad. But in truth, she wasn't really to blame. Nagato's true e-body was far more powerful than any of his paths of pain. In the past, physical frailty from the Rinnegan's immense drain had forced him to rely on life support devices, leaving him nearly immobile and much weaker in battle. Right now, though, he was way beyond what he used to be. The reason Uchiha Obito had succeeded in his ambush was thanks to multiple factors combining at once. First, Nagato had been operating on overdrive for a while, using the Rinnegan to control Pain's paths non-stop to quell the CHN of problems in Omegakure. The Rinnegan naturally has a huge chakra cost, and using it continuously left him mentally and physically exhausted. Second, his vigilance had dulled after all that time stuck in the office. Most crucially, Obito with Kamui was a master of sneaky strikes. He'd used that same approach to kill Minato in the Nine Tails incident. Now armed with dual Kamui, Obito was even craftier than before, and his stealth had only improved. He patiently stayed in forest hermit mode until everything was set before making his move. While Konan raced back, she also sent word that Omegakure was in lockdown, no one allowed in or out. Yes, Angel-sama, the Anbu chorist, then rushed off to enforce her directive throughout the village. Yet the more thoroughly the village was sealed off, the more terror mounted instead of subsiding. Initially, many people had great faith in Omegakure's leadership, believing whatever happened would be quickly resolved. Reality proved them wrong. Since the very first Sierravan incident, the problems had only snowballed. A stable, orderly future now looked far away. Heavens, at this rate, will the village collapse? We'd better leave. Staying here is too dangerous. More and more villagers and ninja considered fleeing. Som suspected that a formidable hidden force was out to destroy Omegakure, and the turmoil could last a long time. But as they prepared to leave, they discovered they were stuck. The village was sealed. Anbu, police division, and defense ninjas were stationed at every checkpoint like steel walls. It didn't matter if you were a local or from out of town, no one was permitted to pass. What's going on? Since when did Omegakure have rules like this? Exactly. You're abusing your authority. Let us out. We want to leave. We can go wherever we like. Who are you to stop us? Their anger boiled over, voices rising in protest. Some brandished fists, some cursed in fear, and some tried to force their way out. Step back. Everyone, return to your homes, shouted an Anbu ninja from a rooftop. By order of the Angel, Omegakure is now under emergency lockdown. No one is allowed in or out. At that, the scene erupted. Emergency lockdown? What kind of joke is this? What's going on in Omegakure? We don't care about some lockdown, just let us out. Fury and frustration surged among the crowds, particularly newcomers to the village. Let us out. I'm a merchant from the land of fire, not from Omegakure. You can't hold me here. Right. We aren't from here, why should we be trapped with you? But the Anbu ninjas just watched coldly, unmoving. Their duty was to carry out Konan's orders, and the people's fear and anger weren't their concern. The current state of Omegakure was a jumbled mess of good and bad. Some were long-time residents, some were refugees from around the ninja world, but the largest group was made up of opportunists. Drawn by AIM's booming economy and quick rise, they'd poured in hoping for a piece of the pie. Now that chaos was afoot, these fair-weather folks showed their true colors. Shouldn't have come here. This place is a death trap. Enough talk, figure out a way to get out. Meanwhile, there were also enemy spies lurking among them, here to gather intel and sabotage the village's growth. The widespread turmoil was perfect for them. Let's take advantage of the chaos to cause more trouble in Omegakure. As long as it stays messy, our mission's basically complete. Worse still were the local thugs wanting to stir up chaos. Now's our chance to loot while The village is paralyzed, snarled a brutish man with a scarred face. Take anything of value, don't hold back. Thus, Acts of smashing, robbing, burning proliferated in the streets. Shops were looted, residents' homes were vandalized. The entire village sank into unprecedented chaos. Damn it! These people are out of control, spat one aim ninja. Forget them, just guard the checkpoints, hissed his comrade. Angel Sama's orders first. At the base of a Megakure tower, thousands gathered, anxiously staring up toward the tower roof. Home of their god, the village's undisputed shadow. Though the leader rarely showed himself, he was everyone's anchor, steadily guiding a Megakure's growth. But now, with disorder rampant, the villagers still hadn't seen him. Why hasn't the leader shown up yet? The village is in shambles. He's not going to just ignore us, is he? SHH, watch it. He's a god, he wouldn't abandon us. I heard the leader might be in trouble. No way. Leader is invincible. Who could possibly hurt him? They all argued back and forth, but still circled the same fear. Had the leader truly run into danger? Though the crowd here in front of the tower was still somewhat orderly, waiting on the leader or another high official to step up elsewhere, a Megakure was out of control. Those gold-digging opportunists had lost their nerve and started clashing with aim ninjas. Even many villagers who once placed absolute trust in the three pillars of the rain were wavering. What's happening? Why won't the leader, the angel, or Lord Senshi show up? I heard the leader got attacked, the angel Samas locked down the village, and Lord Senshi's already gone off on a mission. If only Lord Senshi were here. He's the one who made a Megakure flourish. He'd have a way out of this mess. Right, when's he coming back? And the other Akatsuki members? What do we do now? They all prayed for Senshi to appear and rescue them, but the crisis only worsened. A chilling rumor swept the village. They say the leader is dead. The higher-ups think outsiders killed him, and now they plan to purge us all. That rumor, like a spark to a powder keg, ignited the mass terror. In a Megakure, at least 3/4 of the population were non-natives, refugees, immigrants, merchants, travelers. And now this rumor fingered them as potential targets of a cleansing. We're done for. They'll wipe us all out. Run! Or we'll die for sure. Panic spread at lightning speed, plunging the once prosperous Megakure back into wartime-like chaos. AIM's explosive growth was lauded as a ninja world miracle, but the bigger the city grew, the more one problem stood out: it lacked enough ninjas. One ninja might have to handle 100 or 200 civilians' security. Even an elite would struggle under that load. Damn it, there are too many people, we can't cover it all. And we can't exactly go around using jutsu on them. We can't just take care of troublemakers on the spot. At every exit in a Megakure, the lockdown escalated tensions to a breaking point. Carrying out the blockade forced the Anbu to confront merchants and villagers who wanted to run. Let us out. You can't keep us locked in. Back down. Or we won't show any mercy. But warnings did little. During confrontations, some Anbu were already hurt, and plenty of merchants and villagers were lying injured. Blood spilled, inflaming the situation even more. Then a villager from the land of rivers stepped up, shouting, "Why are you stopping us from leaving? A Megakure is dangerous. Are you trying to get us killed?" The Anbu captain took a steadying breath, doing his best to clarify, "Everyone calm down. We've explained over and over, the village is in emergency lockdown by Angel Sama's order. We're sealing the exits to protect you and deal with hidden enemies, not to harm any local or outsider. If you joined a Megakure, you're not our target." But that explanation didn't appease them. Lies. The village is falling apart and all you do is seal it off with no solution. Let us out, let us out. Anger rose again, especially among foreigners. Just before things blew up again, two figures crackling with bright blue lightning flashed into the crowd. They were about 11 or 12 years old, a brother and sister wearing the Akatsuki's red cloud garb, exuding a grim, forceful aura. Those are members of the Akatsuki's Reserve Corps, someone gasped. Indeed, they were siblings Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate. Amid the chaos, the Ninja Academy's teachers had organized the Akatsuki's reserve members to help around the village. Stop! Yukika yelled coldly. What are you trying to do? Rushing the checkpoints will only further chaos. I'm a student of the Academy's advanced class, an Akatsuki reserve member Raymon Yukika. This is my younger brother, Raymon Hayate. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. As the villagers and merchants quieted, Yukika continued, according to the Academy rules and the village regulations, if the village faces a major crisis, we are authorized to assist the Anbu, the police division, the defense division, and other departments in maintaining order. Her tone held a composure and confidence beyond her years. Please believe these difficulties are only temporary. The chaos will soon be contained, and whoever deliberately stirs up trouble will face the harshest punishment. That speech amazed the checkpoint ninjas and the merchants trying to force their way out. For the ninjas, it was a huge relief. Lord Senshi could always be counted on even if he wasn't here in person. The academy he founded was still stepping up to help keep order. As for the crowd of villagers and merchants, their expressions became complicated. They'd wanted to flee Megakure's dangers, but seeing the Ninja Academy students made them recall Senshi's power. He'd return eventually, right? If Senshi was around, the village wouldn't fall apart so easily. That thought cooled their panic somewhat. After all, Senshi's name alone commanded respect. No one wanted to defy him. In that instant, Hayate also stepped forward, speaking more icily than his sister. From now on, nobody touches the checkpoints, nobody endangers the village or threatens anyone. If anyone disrupts order again, we have a state of emergency allowing on-the-spot punishments. His words were like a bucket of cold water on their raging flames. Those who'd been worked up about storming the gates went still. Their earlier belief that the ninjas wouldn't really dare hurt them melted away. Given a choice between possibly dying in a violent standoff or waiting quietly, most found waiting preferable. At the same time, in other exits throughout Omegakure, more Ninja Academy students appeared. They weren't all Chunin, but they were all Akatsuki reserves, top of the academy. Donning the red cloud garb, they moved quickly, taking over checkpoint defense. In the academy training field, the second wave of reinforcements was assembling. Directing it all was none other than Yukika's classmate, Hwayu. Hwayu was a true elite from Omegakure, not just some minor figure, a real standout in the academy's lightning release class. Busy orchestrating tasks, she suddenly noticed a tiny figure. Mikako? You're here? Hwayu asked wearily. We agreed during the planning that only Akatsuki reserve members aged 10 and older would be mobilized. Mikako looked up, eyes determined. Big sis Hwayu, I'm not only a reserve member of the Akatsuki. I passed Headmaster Senshi's Mercenary Corps entry check too. I believe that as a part of Omegakure, as an Akatsuki reserve member, and as a member of Senshi's Mercenary Corps, I should help with this crisis if I have enough fighting power. Hwayu was startled, recalling that indeed some time ago, to encourage the students to work harder, Headmaster Senshi personally allowed top-tail NTS among the new students to join his mercenary corps. Mikako had been one of them. At the time, even many star pupils like Hwayu, Yukika, and Hayate had applied, but none got in. Mikako had passed thanks to her outstanding talent, diligence, and also good timing. I never expected that when the crisis struck, Mikako the gifted child would step up, Hwayu thought. Headmaster Senshi truly has good judgment. Mikako not only possessed exceptional talent and strong skills for a 7-year-old, but she also had a sense of responsibility beyond her age, precious qualities for a ninja. Rumor had it that years back, Konoha had a prodigy named Hitaki Kakashi who'd become a Chunin. At age 6, Mikako might not be as astonishingly young as Kakashi was then, but she was still impressive enough to participate in this operation at 7. After thinking it over, Hwayu nodded solemnly. All right. In that case, you join us too. Upon hearing that, Mikako beamed, eyes shining with excitement. Fantastic! Finally, I can do so mething for the village, she thought, practically jumping for joy. Her classmates watched with envy. They knew how strict the mercenary corps' entry was. You had to excel in every way. Mikako had succeeded by virtue of her brilliance and diligence, plus good timing. Now the standards were even tougher. Before they could dwell on it further, Hwayu spoke again, bringing them back to reality. All right, everyone form into 3-person squads and move out. For now, we're tasked with supporting the checkpoints around the village. Try to calm any agitated civilians so they won't resort to force on us or the local ninjas. Understood, they answered. Quickly, Mikako and the other students formed squads of 3, hurrying off to various checkpoints. Hwayu and 2 classmates did likewise, running to assist defenders at one of the village exits. Though they were young, their tidy footsteps and sharp eyes lent them an intimidating air. When they arrived, the crowd merchants wanting to flee or hot-headed villagers grew noticeably calmer at the sight of these academy students. Because the students instantly began legal education, clarifying that under emergency lockdown, the village would be extremely strict and dole out harsh punishments to agitators. Those who just wanted to survive quickly realized they'd better not stir up trouble. Meanwhile, in a Megakure's refugee shelter, another crucial meeting was underway. The shelter was originally built for refugees. Over time, many of them had settled into village life, no longer calling themselves refugees. Even so, clans like the Uzumaki clan remained stationed there, helping manage and integrate new arrivals. As an elder of the Uzumaki clan and among the earliest refugees, Uzumaki Tosen enjoyed great prestige in the shelter. He stood on a makeshift podium, solemnly addressing representatives from various refugee groups. Everyone! Time is tight, our tasks are heavy, so I'll keep it short. Clearly, our Megakure is facing difficulties right now. But as long as Lord Senshi is around, everything will be alright in the end. And we, as part of this village, have the duty to help maintain order. Our Uzumaki clan specializes in sealing arts, which means we can subdue troublemakers gently, without resorting to violent force. So, I propose that one member of our Uzumaki clan lead a team of shelter ninjas to put down the unrest around town. Any objections? No sooner had he finished than the crowd voiced agreement. No problem. We've enjoyed so many benefits from the village, it's high time we pitched in. Tosen Ajizan, when do we move out? We have plenty of ninjas ready to handle the rioters. That's right, no time to waste, let's go now. Seeing them so motivated, Takusan gave the order without delay, all right. XPT for those needed to keep order in the shelter, the rest of our ninjas will join the Uzumaki-led squads and quell the rioting across the village. With that command, shelter ninjas leapt into action. Uzumaki clan shinobi took the lead, with other clans ninjas following. They formed specialized squads and rushed out to tackle the havoc. In the commercial district of Omegakure, the unrest had wrought devastating losses. Some shops were looted bare, some torched to ashes, even some owners kidnapped. Lady Chihoki was among those unfortunate hostages. She was a noble daughter from the land of snow, highly placed and well-born. Drawn by curiosity, she'd opened a jewelry shop in a megakure once it started rising. But this chaos hurled her into misery. Rioting thugs stormed her jewelry store, seizing every gem and precious metal. While those losses meant little to her given her wealth, now she was on the verge of tears. Because those thugs weren't just taking her valuables, they wouldn't let her go, either. Chihoki had no idea that to these lawless brutes, her beauty was the real ultimate prize. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Hiding His Strength. Ajisen is strong. At that moment, 3 mercenaries, already laden with loot, were dragging Lady Chihoki along a deserted alley. What are you planning to do? Chihoki's voice trembled, her eyes filled with terror. She had a dreadful premonition about what was coming, feeling a deep sense of grievance. Chihoki came to a megakure hoping to catch a glimpse of the world's strongest ninja, Uzumaki Senshi. She never even got to see him, and instead she was about to fall into a nightmare she might never escape. Tears welled in her eyes, each drop glittering like broken pearls. She never once thought she'd be in such a dire situation. Yet to these 3 mercenaries, her tears only fueled their excitement. Not bad, crying even makes this noble lady look more enticing, sneered their leader, licking his lips, greedy burning in his stare. At this critical moment, a timid voice suddenly came from the alley's entrance, "Stop." Though the voice was childish, it carried a calm firmness that couldn't be ignored. Startled, the mercenaries turned around, then burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha! I thought who might it be? Turns out it's just a brat." Chihoki also looked up, and at once her heart sank. Standing at the mouth of the alley was a red-haired girl, only about 6 years old, clearly of the Uzumaki clan. "Little girl, run! You can't fight them!" Chihoki cried out in despair, tears thick in her voice. But it was too late. One of the mercenaries let out a cruel laugh, raised a kunai, and flung it toward the girl's heart. "Go to hell, kid!" Facing that kunai flying straight HT for her, the little girl did not so much as flinch. Instead, the childish face took on an oddly serious expression. "According to what Big Sis Karin taught me, if someone's trying to kill me, I can counterattack however I like." So, in the next instant, her small hands formed hand seals, her voice ringing clear yet brimming with power, adamantine sealing chains. Swoosh! Clang! 5 golden chains like 5 golden dragons shot out from behind the girl's petite figure. In the dim alley, their brilliant glow cut a dazzling arc. The abrupt spectacle stunned the 3 brutal mercenaries on the spot, even Chihoki gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide. Watching through the windows of nearby buildings, many villagers likewise showed astonishment. "Oh my god, that's the adamantine sealing chains! The legendary sealing technique! And she's what, not even graduated from the Ninja Academy? This is insane! As expected of an Uzumaki, definitely extraordinary." A moment ago they'd all been fearing for Chihoki's safety, now they stared slack-jawed at this 6-year-old red-haired girl. Everyone knew that the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu ranked among the ninja world's best, and adamantine sealing chains was one of its mightiest forms, capable, they said, of suppressing even the 9 tails. Who would have guessed that this tiny child could wield such advanced ninjutsu? Clang! One chain batted aside the flying kunai with a crisp metal clang. Immediately afterward, the 5 chains twined around the 3 mercenaries, binding them fast. How is that possible? The 3 mercenaries, now tied up tight, were dumbstruck. "No way, just a kid, how the hell is she using such high-level sealing arts?" But the little girl's face remained unruffled. In fact, there was even a high NT of confidence on her young features. Humph, you creeps think you can bully people in our village? Let's see how you like being taught a lesson. Chihoki, who had resigned herself to tragedy, never imagined she'd be saved by a child. Little one, thank you, she murmured. Turning her head, the girl gave a bright, innocent smile. It's all right, sis. These bad guys are all tied up now, so you're safe. The mercenaries, however, were still unwilling, struggling against the chains, swearing non-stop. You little brat! Let us go or you'll regret it. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, want to die. Hey! Some leftover from the Uzumaki clan thinking you're a savior. But the small girl only giggled. No point resisting. This is the adamantine ceiling Haines made for dealing with the nine tails, you know. Like you have any chance of breaking free. By this time, a squad of AIM ninjas responsible for law and order finally arrived on the scene. Seeing the trio of mercenaries trussed like dumplings and Lady Chihoki safe and sound, with a cheerful little girl nearby, they were all visibly relieved. Thank goodness Lady Chihoki's all right. Their squad leader let out a breath, hurrying up to check. Hearing how the child had single-handedly subdued the three mercenaries, he couldn't help giving her a big thumbs up. Nice work, Haruko-chan. You saved Lady Chihoki and prevented a possible diplomatic crisis. You're a hero of our village. Uzumaki Haruko, hearing the praise, blushed bright red like an apple, delighted deep down. She clenched her right fist to her chest, speaking softly yet earnestly, everyone's been looking after me. So now that the village is in trouble, I want to help. I'll do my best to maintain order. No sooner had she spoken than the six villagers nearby, Lady Chihoki, and that law enforcement squad all broke out in applause. Haruko-chan, you're amazing. Haha, as expected of an Uzumaki so young, yet so responsible. Though still just a little thing, Haruko had stepped forward to protect Tehi village amid all the chaos, greatly impressing everyone. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountain graveyard, the air rippled with a faint, transparent distortion, like waves on water. Moments later, Toby emerged from that swirl, his black robe fluttering in the breeze. He was in a wonderful mood, lips curling under his mask. From that first caravan raid near Megakure onward, everything has gone exactly as I planned. It's almost suspiciously smooth. He settled casually onto a nearby stone platform. From inside his cloak, he carefully drew out a small glass jar containing a faint purple liquid within it. The legendary Rinnegan lay submerged. Through the gap of his mask, Toby gazed fixedly at those eyes, excitement burning in his own. Yet, after that brief euphoria, a trace of concern emerged. Was it really too easy? Did something go wrong? He frowned, involuntarily picturing a certain man Uzumaki Senshi. Every time they'd clashed, Toby wound up with terrible luck, nearly killed by Senshi and Orochimaru's combined forces. That cunning bastard! Could this be one of his traps? Toby wondered, growing uneasy. But after mentally rechecking every step of his operation, he dismissed the idea. Nah, can't be. No way Senshi could rig it so perfectly. I simply took advantage of an opportunity. Toby sneered, sounding confident. When a Megakure's defenses were so weak, with Nagato exhausted and letting his guard down, it was child's play to snatch these eyes. Relieved, Toby tapped the stone. Hey, get Zetsu in HR, tell him I've got important business, he ordered a white Zetsu emerging from the earth. White Zetsu nodded, about to sink back down, but Toby added, wait. Make sure you tell him it's about our big plan, so don't waste time. With that, White Zetsu gave a small laugh, then vanished underground. At that moment, Black Zetsu was elsewhere in the mountain graveyard, lugging around a giant burlap sack. Ha ha ha, such a sweet haul, he hummed to himself, pouring out gold and silver treasures for counting. After once paying Senshi for a mission, Zetsu had discovered the joys of treasure hunting. Paying big is so thrilling. Having money forever is forever thrilling, he mused happily, totally immersed in the fun of collecting valuables. Just then, White Zetsu poked out from the ground, wearing a resigned look. Zetsu, Toby wants you. Black Zetsu didn't even glance up. Busy now, no time. White Zetsu sighed. He said it's important, something to do with our big plan. At that, Black Zetsu finally looked up, scowling. Humph, what's it got to do with me? I've got my own interests these days. Ever since seeing Senshi's incredible strength and reliability, Black Zetsu's mindset had changed. Subtly. As long as I have enough money, I can hire Senshi to do anything. Senshi can do it all, so that means I can do it all, heh heh. He's unstoppable, and so am I. He was in no hurry to deal with Toby's ambitions. White Zetsu, seeing him so enthralled, could only shake his head. He says it concerns the big plan. Just go. Black Zetsu paused, letting out a small groan of annoyance. Then he shrugged it off. Fine, guess I'll go see what he wants. But first help me pack this gold. White Zetsu nodded, rising to help gather the scattered treasure. Black Zetsu expertly crammed all the gold and silver back into his sack. He had a lot of practice by now. All right, done, said Black Zetsu, dusting off his hands with satisfaction. Hoisting the heavy bag, he turned to White Zetsu. Lead on. Side by side, they headed to the large underground chamber where Toby waited. At that moment, Toby was perched on a cold stone platform, idly toying with the jar containing the Rinnegan. Indeed, the Rinnegan's formidable, but also a massive chakra drain, Toby muttered, frowning. Even Nagato, with his huge Uzumaki reserves, got drained down to skin and bones. My chakra isn't at that level, so how long can I really sustain it? And if I don't use it, how do we go forward with the Eye of the Moon plan? Just then, Zetsu emerged from a rock wall, T-hat big bag of treasure still on his shoulder. Toby's brows drew tighter, a wave of annoyance surfacing. Zetsu, finally you're here. He stood up, sounding displeased. I spent forever living like a hermit in that forest near Megakure. Just to get the Rinnegan. And you've been off collecting junk. Black Zetsu planted the bag at his feet. I was busy. So what's so urgent? Seeing the bulging sack brimming with valuables, Toby's pent-up anger flared. Zetsu, your mindset's grown lax. While I've been striving for our grand plan, you've been out picking through random treasure, ignoring everything. Look at me, I put in the effort, I planned meticulously, overcame all obstacles to seize the Rinnegan. What about you? What you been doing all this time? Black Zetsu actually had plenty to say, but outwardly he just sneered a bit. This guy is still so full of himself, he thought. He had reasons of his own. Toby had spent just a few days in a forest, Zetsu was effectively rummaging all over the world. And his real loyalty hadn't shifted at all. He was centuries old, unwavering in his goal of reviving his mother. He also had already entrusted everything to Senshi, whose 100% success rate gave him absolute confidence that Kaguya would be saved eventually. Sure, he was collecting money, but for good reason. Senshi's help cost a lot, and there could be further tasks. They couldn't risk Kaguya being short on funds. Still, Toby pressed on. You're neglecting the plan. He was basically ignoring the fact that to Black Zetsu, it was no neglect at all. Finally, Toby cooled off enough to say, "Anyway, let's focus on the big matter at hand." He raised the jar with the purple fluid. "I snagged the Rinnegan from Nagato, what do I do with them?" Black Zetsu perked up, quietly asked. He'd been thinking how to steer Toby into using the Rinnegan. Now Toby himself was asking. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Black Zetsu pretended to be thoughtful. He coughed lightly, adopting a cryptic tone. "We both know the Rinnegan is crucial to the Eye of the Moon plan. Now that you have it, why not implant it in yourself so you can guard it personally and ensure the plan proceeds safely?" Toby shook his head. "It's not so easy. I can't just pop them in." Black Zetsu raised a brow. "And why not?" Toby answered without hesitation, "2 reasons. First, even Nagato with his monstrous Uzumaki chakra got drained to almost nothing. I'd handle it even worse. Second, I prefer to keep my Kamui. The Rinnegan's powerful, but Kamui is extremely important for our great plan." Black Zetsu could have rolled his eyes. This was a simpler fix than Toby realized. He tossed out a straightforward solution, "Then how about using 1 Mangeki Sharingan and 1 Rinnegan? Your right eye is a Mangeki for Kamui, and your left can be the Rinnegan for extra power. That partial usage of the Rinnegan won't drain you as much, so you can keep your Kamui while boosting your strength." Toby, surprised face, that suggestion startled him. He'd only just gotten the Rinnegan and hadn't studied it thoroughly. He'd never considered mixing 1 Rinnegan and 1 Mangeki. Thinking it through, Toby saw the logic. Formerly, he'd managed just fine with only 1 Sharingan, so why not keep Kamui in his right eye and add the Rinnegan on the left? That'd preserve Kamui while vastly increasing his power. He did, however, feel a small reservation. Wouldn't that look strange, 1 Sharingan and 1 Rinnegan? It lacks a certain aesthetic. Black Zetsu immediately dismissed it. Strange? No way. It looks awesome. Look at me, half black, half white. Classic color contrast. Pfft. Toby broke into laughter. What the hell? Black Zetsu had no idea what was so funny. To him, black and white was the coolest. Toby calmed his laughter, skipping over Black Zetsu's style. He gestured at the jar. "Anyway, we can't waste time. Can you do the transplant?" Black Zetsu didn't refuse. After Toby lay down, he began the procedure. For him, switching eyes around was trivial on the battlefield. A ninja could theoretically yank out a Sharingan or Rinnegan from someone else and plop it into themselves. He was skilled at that. He worked with smooth, practiced motions. Soon enough, Toby's old transplanted Sharingan, originally given to Kakashi, was removed and replaced with a Rinnegan. The entire process was neat, with hardly a flicker of extra chakra. The instant Toby's new Rinnegan took hold, his entire aura changed. He felt the terrifying power within it, like a tidal wave of energy surging through his body. But also, the Rinnegan guzzled his chakra like a bottomless pit. After a brief adjustment period, Toby gradually got used to controlling it. He could still use Kamui as before, well, at the same speed as originally. Meanwhile, his overall strength soared. Additionally, Toby had already been on track to master Susanoo, even with only 1 eye. Now he had a solid path to using it with just 1 Sharingan. When Toby finished acclimating, Black Zetsu made another proposal. "Now, let's summon the Gedo statue. The Gedo statue is crucial for the Eye of the Moon plan. With it in hand, we only need to capture the tailed beasts." Toby nodded, not objecting. He walked to the huge underground space Uchiha Madara had once used for the statue. Forming hand seals, he performed a summoning technique. Chakra poured out in torrents. Summoning jutsu. Toby growled, slamming his palm to the ground. Rumble. The earth quaked, enormous clouds of smoke billowing up, as if the entire cavern was shaking. When the smoke cleared, the Gedo statue's massive form loomed before Toby and Zetsu. Having summoned it successfully, Toby felt for it, then smiled in delight. There's an unexpected bonus 3 tails is already sealed inside. So as soon as we catch the remaining 8 beasts and seal them here, the IOF the Moon plan can advance by leaps and bounds. Now sporting 1 Manjiki and 1 Rinnegan, plus partial Susanoo, Toby was a league stronger than before. He couldn't toss tailed beasts around like Uchiha Madara, but capturing 8 more tailed beasts wasn't out of reach, in his estimation. While Toby silently plotted his next moves, Black Zetsu watched him from the side, hatching his own scheme. He needed to handle Toby so Toby wouldn't botch things up. If I nudge Toby right, Black Zetsu mused, he might unwittingly help Senshi accelerate that mission. Yes, let's do that. The sooner my mother is saved, the better. The ideal scenario is letting Toby do some of the heavy lifting for Senshi's sake. 2 birds, 1 stone. While Toby and Black Zetsu's PLN unfurled in the mountain graveyard, a Megakure's turbulence still hadn't abated. Because of its explosive growth, the village was packed with all sorts of outsiders, opportunists, scoundrels, and spies. With the internal security too stretched thin, chaos raged from corner to corner. Ever since the lockdown, no one could leave or enter. Usually that wouldn't matter if a Megakure ninja quickly quelled the trouble, but they lacked numbers. In the past, so many strong ninjas oversaw the rain that any DIST urban CE was either snuffed out immediately or couldn't even begin. But now the situation was drastically different. At people's darkest hour, help emerged from an unexpected place. Students of the Ninja Academy rallied to defend the village. The main reasons The chaos was so stubborn were, 1. The shortage of official AIM ninjas, and 2. The looters and arsonists were mercenaries or hardened criminals, strong enough that average citizens couldn't stop them, only ninjas could. Though these academy students weren't official ANBU or police force members, they were by no means weak. Under Senshi's leadership, AIM's ninja school wasn't your typical elementary. It was more like an elite ninja university, open to any sub-cage level ninja wanting advanced training. Hence, its graduates and top students were extremely capable, enough to contain the present mayhem. At the village gates, the siblings Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate had stabilized the entrance, then hurried back in to quell internal strife. Traveling with them was the youngest member of Senshi's mercenary corps, Mikako, who served as a medic. Yukika and Hayate subdued criminals with swift lightning combos, while Mikako tended to wounded villagers. After ensuring one area was secure, Yukika said decisively, "This zone is stable. Let's move on." Hayate and Mikako nodded solemnly. The 3 vanished in flickers of Shunshin no Jutsu, racing to the next hot spot. They arrived in a residential area where buildings blazed and a pack of thugs were looting, smashing anything in sight. Seeing that, Yukika's eyes flashed cold. Without hesitation, she lunged at them, lightning chakra cloaking her body. Hayate and Mikako followed, all 3 moving swiftly in sync. In the shadows of a nearby corner, many villagers cowered, faces pale with fright. When they saw 3 young kids charge fearlessly at these vicious thugs, they turned pale as sheets. "Hey! You academy brats, that's too dangerous, don't go. Come back, come back. They're psychos, burning and looting everything." They'll kill you. Wait for Enbu or police to handle it. But the trio pressed on without pausing. The crowd's hearts sank. Their faces went from white to ashen. What do we do? Are we just going to watch these kids get beaten to death? Ugh! If only Lord Senshi were here, no one would dare cause trouble in Omegakure. This isn't the time for that. Maybe we should fight them ourselves. That's insane, a shinobi is among them. We need real ninjas. I don't care, I'm fighting them anyway. They're burning my house. His example lit a spark in several more villagers, so they grabbed whatever tools they had and moved forward. Yet as soon as they reached the fighting, they froze in place. They saw Yukika in full lightning release armor, darting among Tihi criminals like living lightning, striking with deadly accuracy. The fearsome thugs were knocked down left and right, powerless to stop her. To the villagers, these criminals had been terrifying, but in front of the Academy's elite, they were mere paper tigers. In a single blitz, Yukika took down most of them. The only one left standing was a man named Yuki, lugging a cash box in his left hand and a kunao in his right. He was an ex-nin from Sunagakure. He'd lived in Omegakure incognito, but the chaos unleashed his greed. Leading a band of followers, he'd set fires and looted homes. He thought it was easy pickings until he ran into these three kids from the academy. Glaring at them, Yuki barked, "Get lost! I'll spare your lives, but only once. If you run into other ninjas, you won't be so lucky." Yukika and Hayate exchanged a speechless look, a tinge of mockery in their eyes. Is this guy insane? Yukika thought. But on the surface, she kept calm. They might be beyond an ordinary Chnin's level, but they wouldn't underestimate him. Senshi taught them never to be complacent in a fight. Maybe Yuki did have some trump card. Collecting herself, Yukika whispered to Hayate and Mikako, "Hayate, we'll strike with Chidori. If that fails, we use the lariat. If he's too strong, Mikako, contact Muzan or the others for backup." They both nodded, focusing. In the next moment, Yukika and Hayate formed seals simultaneously, surging lightning chakra with a piercing screech like 1,000 birds. "Chidori!" They shouted in unison, bright arcs flaring around their hands as they dashed toward Yuki. Yuki, surprised face, he was utterly stunned. Chidori. The name alone rocked him. He broke into a cold sweat. Sure, he'd heard rumors about the Academy's elites being strong, but seeing children no older than 11 or 12 wielding advanced lightning release was more than he ever imagined. This can't be real, 2 brats using that technique. While his pupils quaked with fear, Mikako readied herself, staying alert. As a medic, she understood how a single misstep could cost victory. Suddenly, a crisp clang rang out. Yuki dropped his kunao. He raised his hands in a formal salute, shouting, "Don't! I surrender!" All three froze, their Chidori halting mid-charge. He just gave up. Yukika was stunned, her combat stance faltering. Hayate snorted. "Lucky for you. One more second and my Chidori would have fried you." Yuki was deeply remorseful, cursing himself. He'd thought the rain's turmoil was a gold mine, but he'd run right into a pair of monstrous kids. "If only I hadn't tried this," Yuki lamented, looking utterly deflated. Watching from the back, the villagers were equally dumbfounded. Moments ago they feared for the children's lives, now it turned out the criminals were the ones scared wittles. Holy cow, students at the academy are really that strong. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout Omegakure. Roving thugs and looters fell one after another to squads of academy elites. Those naive enough to challenge these youths got beaten nearly to death. Once Yukika's group finished here, Mikako got to work healing wounded civilians. The bystanders looked on in wonder. Lord Senshi may not be in the village, but the academy he built and the Uzumaki clan he supported are still here protecting us. Yes. I heard the Uzumaki clan has mobilized to help keep order. I heard that, too, but is it true? Rumor has it some Haruko Uzumaki saved Lady Chihoki. Chihoki was fairly well known, as a jewel merchant from the land of Snow noble family. She'd never hidden her status. Combined with her beauty and unique wares, many villagers recognized her. Mikako overheard this chatter while tending the wounded. Hearing about Uzumaki Haruko's heroic deed, she felt a surge of urgency. Haruko was younger than she was, yet had already accomplished so much. As a member of Senshi's mercenary corps, Mikako wanted to do more for her village as well. Elsewhere, Uzumaki Tosen and others were pressing onward, sealing rowdy mercenaries and bandits, then hauling them off to Ames jail. Most troublemakers ended up being captured by the Uzumaki clan personally. Seeing so many small but formidable Uzumaki ninjas patrolling the streets, people began to associate them with safety and stability. Anywhere they appeared, the troublemakers were swiftly subdued and brought to prison. Uzumaki Muzan, Uzumaki Lanyu, and Uzumaki Lanmu had already been known around the village. Their help came as no surprise. But the villagers were truly shocked by the other Uzumaki members' performance. For instance, Uncle Tosen, everyone assumed he was just a gentle old guy. Recently, though, they'd seen him punch a bandit 10 meters away with a single blow. Then he'd unleashed 5 golden sealing chains to capture 5 mercenaries at once. That sight stunned everyone, leaving them reeling with a flurry of exclamations. Uncle Tosen, you told us you barely know ninjutsu. But that's not barely at all. Whoa! You're actually that strong? Uncle Tosen, about me accidentally breaking your window last time, please don't hold a grudge. What the didn't you say you were only a low-level ninja? Then how can you do that? Truth be told, not only were the villagers left gaping, so were Lanyu and the others. They, too, had believed Takuzan's claims that he was only a low-level ninja with a few basic ninjutsu. Now it seemed as the Uzumaki clan's de facto leader in Omegakure, Tosen had many secrets. Muzan, elated by Tosen's prowess, rushed over. Ajizan, you've been hiding your strength. Right? You're not just a lower ninja, you're cage level. You were just worried we'd feel pressured. So you pretended to be normal all this time, yet. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Attack on Gaara. Malnourished Shikaku. Muzan, go handle the remaining rioters and help maintain order in the village, Tosen said calmly, raising a hand to pat his nephew on the shoulder. No problem, Ajizan. Muzan nodded, eyes shining with admiration. But first, tell me, aren't you actually no ordinary genin, but a bona fide cage-level ninja? You little punk. That's not important. Go on, get to work. Tosen scolded in annoyance, giving his nephew a flick on the head. Then, turning on his heel, he went off to assist Tehi village's police force in subduing the remaining rioters. In fact, Tosen and Muzan were no ordinary members of the Uzumaki clan. They were direct descendants of Uzumaki Ashina, head of the Uzumaki. Years ago, the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing arts and special constitution brought about catastrophe for them. The land of whirlpools was destroyed, its people scattered and displaced. Many were captured by major powers and subjected to cruel experiments. Even Kusagakure's Karin and her mother were not spared, treated like living pills. Having personally experienced all of this, Tosen deeply understood that those who shine too brightly often become targets. To protect what remained of his clan, he chose to hide his true power. For decades, he used only basic ninjutsu, concealing his real strength so thoroughly that no one ever suspected. Under his leadership, the Uzumaki struggled to survive in the ninja world, gradually gathering more and more survivors. Then a Megakure appeared, changing everything. Here, they received an unprecedented level of acceptance and respect. With Nagato, Senshi, and Karin, three powerful clan members settling in a Megakure, the Uzumaki finally saw hope for rebuilding. New children of the Uzumaki clan were born, the clan's numbers gradually recovered, and Tosen became certain that a Megakure was the Uzumaki's second home. Because of this, when a Megakure faced a huge crisis, Tosen resolutely stepped forward without further concealment, leading his clan in a full-force respawn. Even if that meant the Uzumaki's sealing techniques and secrets would once again be exposed to the world, he was willing to bear it. From what we saw in Tosen Ajizan's display just now, he's definitely been hiding a lot of strength. He might really be a cage-level ninja, Lanyu said calmly from the side, analyzing the situation. Actually, considering the tragic history of our Uzumaki clan, it's not hard to imagine why he's doing this. Muzan scratched his head in confusion. It's really not hard to imagine his reasons? Then why can't I figure it out at all? Lanyu, are you messing with me? At that, Lanyu and Lanyu exchanged a look of mutual understanding, each revealing a helpless expression. Muzan, for all his bluster, seemed to have no self-awareness regarding his own intelligence or what he knew. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Tosen Ajizan's own nephew, at that he scarcely knew anything about the clan's origins or its tragic past. How could he possibly understand Tosen's careful intentions? Lanyu didn't tease him further. Instead, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Now's not the time to discuss this. The village still hasn't fully settled. We need to work with Tosen Ajizan and the rest of our clan to stabilize things first." Muzan and Lanyu nodded. The three of them quickly separated and joined the security teams. This crisis that had struck a Megakure was far larger than anyone had anticipated. Without the academy students stepping up, and without the refugees led by the Uzumaki working together to maintain order, the turmoil in the village might have dragged on for far longer. With more students from the academy, Uzumaki ninja, and other ninjas from the refugee shelter joining the security forces, order gradually returned to every corner of the village. The rioters were one by one arrested and taken to a Megakure's prison. The regions of unrest steadily shrank until, at last, all outbreaks were completely quelled. Although the village was left scarred and devastated, a sight that filled people with both sorrow and outrage, those who survived felt deep gratitude toward the academy students, the Uzumaki clan, ninjas, and everyone else who had stood up during the violence. The end of these riots was a result of everyone's joint efforts. A few hours earlier, the moment Konan set foot in the village, ninjas from the Anbu and the police department immediately surrounded her to report. Angel-sama, the riots within the village have been quelled with help from the Ninja Academy students and the refugee shelter ninjas led by the Uzumaki. We've arrested more than 200 suspects in these disturbances. Among them are mercenaries harboring evil intentions, possible spies from other nations, and a few villagers who acted out of greed or were get on by someone else. Our police department is stepping up interrogations, aiming to expose any higher-level masterminds. Konan, anxiously concerned, had no time to worry about the details. Her biggest fear was for Nagato's safety. Immediately, she ordered the surrounding ANBU and police ninjas, keep working with the academy students and the refugee ninjas led by the Uzumaki. Intensify the search for any remaining rioters. Also, encourage villagers to report any suspicious individuals. We must bring every single person involved in these disturbances to justice, no exceptions. They will be punished to the fullest. Yes, ma'am, the ANBU and police replied in unison, then scattered at once to carry out her orders. Konan raced through the streets of Megakuri like a gust of wind, heading straight for the high tower in the village center. When she rushed into Nagato's office and saw him collapsed on the floor, her heart clenched. She hurried forward and knelt to examine his condition. Nagato. Are you all right? What exactly happened? But Nagato did not respond to her calls. His face was ashen, breathing faint, clearly in a deep coma. Utter exhaustion and the agony of losing the Rinnegan had forced him into unconsciousness. Konan's heart was in anguish. Yet as she checked him more carefully, she let out a breath of relief. Though his Rinnegan had been taken, his life was not in danger. He was merely too weak and had slipped into a coma. After a thorough check, Konan felt slightly calmer. Right then, in a spot no too far away, a swirling dark red portal suddenly opened. Moments later, Senshi and Karin emerged from it, landing steadily. As soon as Senshi returned to Omegakure, he received Konan's urgent news and hurried back with no delay, bringing Karin with him. His gaze swept the surroundings. He saw Nagato unconscious on the ground, eyebrows knitting in concern. Then quickly surveyed the devastation. Parts of the village were ablaze, the air thick with the stench of burning. Sis Konan, what on earth happened here in the village? Konan shook her head, looking weary and helpless. I'm not entirely sure of the details. All I know is that Nagato was attacked and his Rinnegan was taken. They took his Rinnegan. Senshi's pupils shrank in shock. He knew Nagato's strength had grown extraordinary after receiving the super soldier serum, unless he was in dire shape with no defenses. Ordinary ninja couldn't threaten him at all. Konan nodded, her face full of self-blame and pain. A mysterious force has been targeting the village non-stop recently. One crisis after another has utterly worn Nagato out. He's been working non-stop with hardly any rest. Maybe his exhaustion gave the enemy a chance. Senshi pondered a moment, then turned to Karin. Karin, go check on Nagato and use your medical ninjutsu to heal him. Got it. Karin answered obediently, hurrying over to Nagato. She formed hand seals quickly. Fingertips glowing with green chakra. Concentrating intently, she examined Nagato. A short while later, she looked up at Senshi and Konan. Senshi, Konan ne leader isn't in mortal danger. His chakra is almost completely depleted, and losing the Rinnegan put tremendous strain on his body and spirit, so he's fallen into a deep coma. I'll treat him, then have him rest for a while, and he should wake up. Senshi nodded slightly, sounding relieved. Thank you, Karin. I'll leave Nagato's recovery to you. Karin gave a resolute nod, determination shining in her eyes. Don't worry. I'll make sure leader recovers as soon as possible. As Karin treated Nagato, she was also consumed with anger. Nagato was one of her most important future clients, issuing numerous tasks for her. For someone to dare attack him was simply unforgivable. She silently tallied the account, telling herself she would seek revenge on whoever had dared to go so far. At the same time, Senshi moved next to Konan and spoke softly to comfort her. Sis Konan, this wasn't all your fault. No one ever expected something like this. And even if Nagato wasn't in prime condition, he's no easy target for ordinary ninja. This must have been a freak occurrence, an extremely unlikely event we never considered. I'll figure out a way to get his Rinnegan back. As for the village, we're strong enough to handle any fallout. Don't beat yourself up too much. Right now, the priority is to stabilize the situation and restore order. Konan lifted her gaze, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Thank you, Senshi. With you here, I feel a bit better. Meanwhile, in the massive space beneath the mountain graveyard, Obito stood silently, eyes full of icy light. After spending some time getting used to his new condition, he now had complete control over it. Time waited for no one, and the plan had to move forward swiftly. He fixed his eyes on the towering ghetto statue in the distance, pondering in silence. Next, I need to start capturing the remaining tailed beasts. But which one should I go after first? So far, the 3 tails was sealed inside the ghetto statue. If he captured the other 8-tailed beasts, reviving the 10 tails would be within reach. Obito narrowed his eyes, swiftly evaluating the combat potential of each tailed beast's Jinchuriki. Those able to fully transform into their tailed beast were powerful, making them troublesome to take on, so he decided to save them for last. By process of elimination, those who couldn't fully transform would be his first targets. The 1 tails and 9 tails Jinchuriki currently can't fully transform, so they're relatively weaker. Especially the Nine tails Jinchuriki. From our previous fight, his strength was nothing special. But after a moment, he frowned. That guy can perform some strange ritual with Uchiha Sasuke. Bizarre fusion ninjutsu that allows him to wield the Rinnegan. His strength rises dramatically in that state. So I'll put the 9 tails Jinchuriki off until the end. After weighing the pros and cons, Obito decided at once, start with the 1 tails Jinchuriki. Gaara of the hidden sand isn't a threat to me. With that, he wasted no time, vanishing in a flash. The land of Wind Tsunagakuer. Under the blazing sun and swirling sand, the hidden sand village lay amidst the desert's relentless heat. Ever since Seo hosting the Chunin exams with Konoha, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, had taken on yet another burden, using his magnet release gold dust to pan for gold in the desert. This is absolutely rotten luck. Raza muttered, controlling his gold dust as it moved through the desert. He recalled everything that happened during the Chunin exams, his heart filled with frustration. That exam was supposed to be his grand comeback, yet it all went wrong, and the village ended up with nothing, hemorrhaging funds in the process. The Wind Daime was short-sighted to the extreme, forever cutting Tsunagakuari's budget. The officials around him were just as petty, only encouraging that idiocy and devising new ways to slash the village's funding. Some time ago, Raza had gritted his teeth and decided to Seo host the Chunin exams with Konoha, hoping to rely on High-S son Gaara's power to bring honor to the village. But Suna kept hitting streaks of bad luck throughout the exams. First, his precious son Gaara and Shikaku were pummeled by Senshi's assistant, Karin Uzumaki. Raza had to pay a fortune and bribe Senshi behind the scenes, forcing Karin to hold back in the later matches, all to preserve Gaara's reputation. He'd thought that arrangement would guarantee Gaara's eventual victory, yet Gaara ended up facing Konoha's Jinchuriki before the finals concluded and didn't make it to the end. So all of the money Raza invested in Seo hosting the exams and the large sum he paid Senshi to make Karin throw the match went down the drain. If not for the 5-cage summit held at Konoha, which allowed Suna to bring back the Eterna El Chakra elixir, the village would have truly gained nothing at all. But precisely because of the Eternal Chakra elixir, Raza now saw a new path to prosperity. Tsunagakuer was known for longevity among its population, with many older ninjas like Lady Cho and Ebis. At their advanced ages, the current Eternal Chakra elixir was especially beneficial. Raza's drive to hunt for gold in the desert was largely fueled by a desire for more of that elixir. With enough funds, Suna could research this miraculous drug on its own, and also collaborate with Orochimaru on a deeper level. From the intel Suna possessed, Orochimaru was notoriously driven by profit. Offer him sufficient gold, and you could buy more of the Eternal Chakra Elixir, maybe even acquire the secret of its manufacture. If that happened, Tsunagakure would have a steady supply of the elixir, allowing Lady Cho, Ebis, and other elderly ninjas to keep contributing, continuing their work for the village. Picturing that future, Raza's lips curved in a slight smile. However, he remained unaware that his perceived losses in the Chunin exams were just the tip of the iceberg. If he found out that Shikaku had, for the most part, been locked away in Karan Uzumaki's Kamui Dimension prison, he might truly spew blood and fury. After all that effort planning an exam with Konoha, he ended up losing the village's tailed beast. If such a thing were recorded in Suna's history, Raza might go down as the most humiliating Kazekage ever. Fortunately for him, he still had no idea. From his perspective, Gaara was growing more adept at controlling the tailed beast, especially after the Chunin exams. Shikaku hadn't had a single rampage. He was privately glad maybe in time, his boy would become a perfect Jinchuriki, adding significant might to Suna's forces. With this in mind, even the wearisome task of sifting for gold in the desert felt a bit lighter, as though the endless dunes glimmered with golden hope. Elsewhere in the vast desert near Tsunagakure, Gaara was training ninjutsu alone. Ever since Gaara was small, Raza had treated him as an Uchiha, constantly provoking him in various ways, making their father-son relationship distant at best. Had Gaara truly been an Uchiha, he might have awakened his Sharingan the moment Yashimaru died, but of course, he wasn't. In such a cold and distant father-son bond, Gaara had never mentioned anything unusual about Shikaku to Raza. In truth, Gaara himself was puzzled by the tailed beast's changes. The once arrogant, mighty monster had become pitifully small and weak, even shrinking to a fraction of its former size. It didn't affect his life too much, though. He'd never relied on Shikaku's power, if anything. Shikaku's weakened state gave him more peace. No more worrying about a rampage, and his sleep improved dramatically. After a while of practicing, Gaara stopped and sat cross-legged to rest, entering his inner world to talk to Shikaku again. His inner world was now empty, with only a tiny Shikaku curled up pitifully in the corner. Seeing Gaara, Shikaku snorted arrogantly, turning its head away. Over the past few weeks, Shikaku had replayed its memories and concluded that its downfall was all Gaara's fault. When Gaara was easily knocked out by Senshi back then, Shikaku ended up caught in a tailed beast slicing technique, leading to its current sorry state. Gaara folded his arms and looked down at Shikaku with cold eyes. So you're still not willing to tell me the truth? What happened that made you end up like this? Go away, don't bother me. Shikaku snapped, spurning any conversation. After all, how could it talk about something so humiliating? Though from what Shikaku knew, that pesky fox, the 9 tails, had been sliced in half long ago. If we're comparing humiliation, the 9 tails was the real champ. Shikaku's stance was nothing new to Gaara. Lately, every time he tried to speak to it, he was met with its same haughty, irritable demeanor. In the past, Gaara would have just left his inner world, instead of wasting words on such a stubborn creature. But today, he remained, quietly voicing his guess. Was your strength taken from you by some sort of technique? And the ninja who took it is unimaginably powerful, which is why you won't talk about it and won't dare say anything. Those words were like a lit fuse, instantly setting off Shikaku's fury. It jumped to its feet, flailing its Little claws in anger. Gaara. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. My current state isn't something a measly human like you can fathom. Stop acting like you know. Seeing Shikaku so worked up only confirmed Gaara's suspicions. Though he had no idea how it had happened or what mysterious technique the opponent had used, clearly he had touched on the tailed beast's sore spot. Gaara paused, about to press Shikaku for more details. However, before he could speak, a powerful sense of danger yanked him back to reality. Almost reflexively, he exited his inner world and sprang into combat stance, scanning his surroundings warily. At that very second, he noticed transparent ripples in the air not far away. Then a mysterious man wearing an orange mask and black robe appeared, his gaze frigid. Gaara's heart clenched, his eyes sharpening. Who are you? How dare you trespass in Tsunagakuer? Obito chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth curving behind his mask. He moved forward step by step, tone casual. You don't need to know that. Stop! Gaara barked, raising a hand to signal him. But instead of stopping, Obito sped up and headed straight for Gaara. Humph! Gaara snorted, eyes glinting coldly. By now, he was sure the intruder was trouble. He lifted his hands, and the desert sand answered his summons, coming alive and gathering into giant hands that lunged for Obito from all directions. Whoosh! 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 Against the multitude of sand hands, Obito moved like a wraith, employing an extremely fast body flicker to evade amid the flowing sands. Yet this was the desert Gaara's home turf. Endless sand covered the entire battlefield, making it impossible to dodge everything perfectly. Just when Gaara believed he had forced Obito into a corner, his eyes shrank in disbelief. Obito's form suddenly turned ghostly, as if phasing into a mirage. The sand hands passed straight through him, inflicting no harm. It was as though his body didn't exist in the same space. Gaara's gaze grew even more serious. He quickly steadied himself, raising both hands again to launch a more concentrated attack. Sand drizzle. At his call, torrents of sand rained down from the sky like a downpour, pelting Obito. At the same time, tendrils of sand coiled from beneath his feet, attempting to snare Obito's legs and restrict his movement. Yet Obito still slipped away like a phantom, either causing the attacks to miss or phasing through them effortlessly, striding ever closer to Gaara. Gaara's heart sank, eyes flickering with resolve. He knew this opponent was no pushover. If he didn't give it his all, he would never win. With a violent rush of chakra, he brought his hands together. Continuous sand drizzle. In an instant, sand from all directions converged like countless bullets, firing densely toward Obito. This time, the intensity, speed, and density were all at their peak, leaving almost no room to dodge. Yet Obito remained unruffled. Susanoo. A giant Susanoo of bluish energy erupted skyward like a towering mountain. Obito stood firmly on its brow, glaring coldly down at Gaara. For a Jinchuriki, you're too weak. In Obito's control, the colossal Susanoo raised its sword and swung it down at Gaara. The whistling blade wind seemed about to cleave the land in two. Gaara paled, hastily gathering sand under his feet to lift himself into the air and retreat. His mind whirred with thoughts. Susanoo, that jutsu again. Could he be an Uchiha? Or maybe he obtained the power of the Uchiha, the same way Karin Uzumaki did. His wariness deepened. Last time he encountered Susanoo, he'd suffered badly. Now, with Shikaku weakened and unable to enter a rampage, he wouldn't dare a direct clash. Without hesitation, Gaara decided to flee, letting the flowing sand carry him away. However, Suzanu's speed far exceeded his expectations. Swish! Its sword swept down again, cutting off his escape. The flash of the blade sliced Gaara's form in two. Obito eyed the halved Gaara but didn't let his guard down, his eyes narrowed. A sand clone! Again! Indeed, Gaara reappeared some distance away, riding another wave of sand that carried him upward, trying to flee. Obito frowned, somewhat puzzled. Why is he being so cautious? And from the start of this fight, he hasn't used the tailed beast's power even once. What's going on? Though full of questions, Obito refused to slow. Suzanu's sword struck out again, forcing Gaara to dodge once more. In the howling desert wind, the swirling sand battered the terrain like waves. Gaara's expression was grave. Without restraining Suzanu, escape seemed impossible. Inhaling sharply, he slammed his palms together, chakra surging like a volcanic eruption, instantly flooding the desert. Quicksand waterfall flow. At his command, the surrounding sand seemed to come alive, surging in a massive tide toward Suzanu. Its feet sank rapidly, forming a great vortex of sand, and the giant began gradually sinking, as though dragged by invisible hands into an abyss. Still not enough. Gaara's eyes gleamed with determination. Forming seals again, he muttered. Desert layered imperial funeral. In a heartbeat, the vortex's pull intensified, forcing Suzanu deeper and deeper. Its towering form slowly sank into the devouring sands. Sweat dotted Gaara's brow, back-to-back large-scale jutsu were wearing him down. Yet just as he believed he had finally pinned Suzanu in place, he sensed a sudden spatial distortion. Behind him, his pupils shrank, danger signals blaring in his mind, but it was too late to evade. Boom! Obito slipped out of a transparent vortex like a ghost and drove a powerful punch into Gaara's face. The force flung him away like a broken kite, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Before he could even land, Obito flashed over again, slamming a knee into Gaara's abdomen and sending him flying once more. What followed was a relentless assault of fists and kicks, like a cat toying with a mouse. Blows rained down on Gaara in a frenzy. Finally, with a dull thud, Gaara crashed onto the desert sands, battered all over, face bruised and bleeding, in truly wretched shape. Obito strolled up to Gaara and looked down at him, a cruel smile on his lips. You sure can endure. Lot, refusing to use the tailed beast's power even in a situation like this. Did you guess my goal? Still, even if you don't use the tailed beast's power, it won't change your fate. Gaara lay sprawled on the ground, filled with frustration but powerless to act. He did want to draw on Shikaku, Bulleten Tea in its present weakened form reduced to a fraction of its true power, unable even to perform the fake sleep technique. He had no choice. Damn it! He muttered, eyes flashing with unwilling fury. Obito cut short any more talk. He knelt down to examine Gaara's tailed beast. But sensing Shikaku's condition, his face abruptly darkened. With a furious snarl, he demanded, "Where is my tailed beast? Why is Shikaku's power so weak? What did you do to my tailed beast?" Gaara, hearing that, was instantly outraged. His tailed beast, when did it become yours? Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Attack on Yujito. Yours was malnourished too. In Nagato's room atop a Megakure's tower, Nagato gradually recovered under Kairan's treatment and soon regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, Konan approached him, deeply worried. "Nagato, how do you feel? This time it's my fault. I was careless and didn't properly consider your safety. None of this would have happened otherwise." Sensing how guilty Konan felt, Nagato shook his head. You're not to blame. It was mainly my own carelessness. Otherwise, there's no way I would have let Madara succeed. Nagato's words left Konan shocked and furious. Unable to figure out what was going on, she asked. Uchiha Madara appeared? He's the one who hurt you? Even took your Rinnegan? Why would he do that? Konan truly couldn't imagine Madara's motive for all of this. After all, the Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara were ostensibly on the Same side, both working toward the same goal. Where was the reason for him to harm Nagato? Nagato answered Konan's question with great certainty. Yes. Not long after you left Omegakure, Madara, who'd been missing for a long time, showed up in my office again. There seems to be some misunderstanding between him and Senshi. I was planning to talk to him, help him resolve that issue with Senshi. I never expected he'd take advantage of my poor condition and low guard to attack. Hearing Nagato's reply, Konan was still full of confusion and anger. That damned Uchiha Madara! I can't fathom why he'd come after you. But no matter his reason for stealing your Rinnegan, I'll help you avenge this. While Nagato and Konan spoke, Senshi felt somewhat awkward, and Karen's expression turned strange. They both knew perfectly well that Uchiha Madara was actually Tobi, Obito. Senshi also more or less understood why Obito would attack Nagato to take his Rinnegan. Even back when he had only one Kamui, Tobi had committed countless misdeeds. Now that he had both, he was a greater menace than ever. Likely, Tobi believed Nagato had sold him out Akatsuki too during the time when Orochimaru nearly killed him. So as soon as Tobi got the chance, he attacked Nagato without hesitation. These thoughts in Senshi's mind were basically on target. Although Nagato never told Senshi about certain actions Tobi had proposed against him, in planning this move, Tobi hadn't known that detail. And in the end, he still grabbed Nagato's Rinnegan. Having Ng seized it, his exact motive no longer mattered so much. Besides Senshi, Karin wanted to come clean, since otherwise Nagato and Konan would stay in the dark forever. But the instant Senshi saw that telltale look on Karen's face, eager to reveal the truth, he quickly reached out and pulled Karin behind him. If Karin spoke up, Nagato and Konan would realize Senshi had a hand in leading Tobi here, and then he'd be blamed for it. Seeing this, Konan asked in confusion, Senshi, does Karin want to say something? No. Senshi replied decisively. She doesn't. Karin, surprised face. Without waiting for more questions, Senshi cleared his throat. Konan nay, I think we should reclaim Nagato's Rinnegan from Madara. Go ahead and give me a mission for that. Konan, surprised face. Nagato, surprised face. Konan's lips twitched involuntarily. Senshi sure was something else. Nagato was still lying there, injured, and he was already talking about taking missions. Nagato himself felt helpless, yet found it somewhat amusing. That was sense high for you. When trouble strikes, don't panic, get a mission first. Before they could discuss releasing that mission, an Anbu ninja arrived outside Nagato's office and addressed Konan respectfully, Angel-sama, the unrest throughout the village has been completely quelled. All the rioters have been subdued, and the Anbu and police are now assessing the village's losses. Do you have any new orders? Konan thought for a moment, her face going cold. Keep those rioters strictly under control. They're going to face the harshest possible punishment. Also, inform all villagers and ninjas that I'll soon provide a statement about recent events in Omegakure. We'll also tighten security to prevent anything like this from happening again. Yes, "Ma'am," the Anbu ninja acknowledged and left to carry out her commands. When the Anbu had gone, Senshi yawned. "Sis Konan, since Nagato's okay and the unrest is settled, I'm heading back to get some rest." At that time, thanks to a crew of elites and plenty of new recruits in H's mercenary group grinding tasks night and day along with his many wood clones stationed around the ninja world, accumulating more points, Senshi's days were quite carefree. As long as nothing demanded his personal involvement, he preferred to lounge and slack off. Konan naturally wouldn't let him off so easily. "You look perfectly fine. Nagato's the one who needs rest. Besides..." She let her eyes roam over him, and a sparkle lit up her gaze. "Now that Nagato's wounded, you're the only one who can take over H's work." Pfft! Konan's words nearly made Senshi spit blood. He'd labored and done so much for a Megakure. Were they trying to repay him with taking over Nagato's job, basically working at least 7 roles at once, with consecutive all-nighters? He'd become the village's pack animal at that rate. Considering Nagato's job intensity, even a donkey on the farm would be jealous. Never mind that his wood clones were out completing tasks on autopilot, that hardly taxed his mind. But real administration and leadership required constant time and focus. Waving a hand in protest, Senshi said, "Sis Konan, I can't do Nagato's work. You've seen me, whether it's the Ninja Academy, the Refugee Center, or my mercenary group, I just let them run themselves. I don't manage anything personally. The reason is, I have no great talent for administration. We really should be talking about getting Nagato's Rinnegan back." Konan knew full well how important it was to recover the Rinnegan. However, both Madara, Obito, and Senshi possessed elusive space-time ninjutsu. Even if Senshi went after it himself, retrieving that Rinnegan in the short run seemed unlikely. Besides, nobody knew what Madara had done with the stolen Rinnegan. If he destroyed or disposed of it somewhere, dispatching Senshi on an official find the Rinnegan mission might end in wasted effort or false hope for Nagato. Having reasoned this out, Konan told Senshi, "The matter of Nagato's Rinnegan is of utmost importance. Later, we'll research our options carefully and see how we can get it back. Right now, we need to clear up the village chaos and reassure everyone. As one of our high-level leaders and the main driving force behind a Megakure's rapid development, you can't be absent from rebuilding and stabilizing the villagers." After she spoke, Nagato, still lying weak on the bed, added, "Yes, Senshi. A Megakure's growth depends on you, and the villagers need you. Even if you're not good at running a village, you'll learn by doing. While I'm recovering, take over as acting leader of a Megakure for me. If you don't know something, just ask." Senshi, surprised face, "Seriously? Did Nagato think that since he'd suffered, he should make Senshi suffer too? Like being forced to work around the clock for the village?" With Konan aware that Senshi's wood clones could manage various tasks, who knew how many more responsibilities they'd pile on? His goal in building up the Ninja Academy, welcoming refugees and promoting growth had always been to gain recruits for his mercenary group, not to become the village's workhorse. Of course he wouldn't go along with such an arrangement. Just then, Karin eagerly raised her hand, "Can I be acting leader? I've been training with Senshi for ages, and I'm super awesome now." Konan could only give a helpless sigh. It was absurd, the qualified person didn't want the job, and the unqualified one was volunteering. Gently, she told Karin, "You've come a long way, but you still need more growth before you can be a qualified leader." Karin frowned and grumbled, "Ugh, why do I need more growth? I've already grown plenty. Konan and Senshi still had real business to handle, so they had no time to debate growth with Karin. Leaving Nagato behind to rest, they went to reassure the villagers and begin reconstruction efforts. Karin, however, did not leave. Instead, she skipped happily up to Nagato's bedside and said, "Leader, how about you pay me a commission fee, and I'll help you handle office tasks? You can just lie there and make decisions. I have Kamui, so I can bring you files from the 7 departments at once, read them to you, and all you have to do is give orders." Nagato, surprised face, he was dumbfounded. Was Karin a devil? Even in his current condition, she wanted him working. Again? Plus, her running errands was notoriously expensive. Transporting documents around with Kamui would require some astronomical fee. Now that Konan and Senshi were both around, he could rest without worry, so there was no need for him to lift a finger. He declined politely, "Karin, I'm not fit to work in my current state. Please go help Senshi and Konan." Having had enough of being scammed when he had the Rinnegan, Nagato, now without it, felt even more vulnerable. Hearing his refusal, Karin said, "Leader, you'd better hurry up and get well. Omegakure needs you. Once you've recovered, don't forget to let me help you with your tasks." Nagato forced a faint smile. "Thank you, Karin. Now please go help Senshi." Karin nodded cheerfully. "Got it. You rest well. And if you think of any new missions for me, just say the word. I'm super capable and can handle tons of stuff." Really, it was no surprise Karin was trying to fleece Nagato. In the past, Nagato had hired Senshi for missions, paying large sums without hesitation. Karin had once managed to land a well-paying errand job from him, so of course she wanted more. Once Karin left, Nagato lay back in bed, utterly drained. First, it had been Senshi always coming to him for tasks. Now that Senshi had stopped, Karin was taking up the mantle. Nagato couldn't help picturing the many Uzumaki children in their clan's settlement. Once they grew up, would they line up for missions too? The thought made Nagato sigh heavily. As Nagato sighed, elsewhere Toby was also sighing. Leaving the land of wind behind, he was now on his way to the land of lightning. He'd easily subdued Gaara, the one-tails Jinchuriki, only to discover that Shukeiku's condition was baffling. He couldn't even extract it, making his Suna trip a fiasco. He could only hope that things would go more smoothly in Kumo. Unlike Suna, Kumo possessed two-tailed beasts. Toby hadn't decided whether to capture one or both. In Tahiri, the two tails would be easier, since that tailed beast, though wielded by a perfect Jinchuriki, was relatively weaker. The 8 tails, on the other hand, was tricky thanks to the formidable AB brothers, who were often together. Toby figured that if he captured the 2 tails without alerting Kumo, he wouldn't have to rush into targeting the 8 tails. He could capture the first 7-tailed beasts and leave the final 2, 8 and 9 for last. While he'd easily located Gaara, locating Ujito proved more difficult due to Kumo's terrain. After much time searching in vain, he tasked White Zetsu with a systematic sweep. Toby was actually fortunate compared to certain others. The last person who tried to find Ujito in Kumo spent dozens of days looking. She was extremely strong and often out on missions, meaning she could be anywhere unless one had a direct tail on her. At present, however, the 2 tails Jinchuriki had run into some trouble and was lying low. Finally, in the forest outside Kumo, a witty Zetsu burst from the ground in front of Toby, grinning. "Found the 2 tails Jinchuriki." "Show me," Toby said curtly, waving for White Zetsu to lead on. Without delay, Zetsu guided him deep into the forest near Kumo. In the dense, layered wilderness of Kumo, Yujito Nii was hard at training. Matatabi had recently told her that it had successfully lost weight and that from now on, Yujito would have to rely on her own strength. Incensed by that odd remark, Yujito had given the beast a beating, but like Gaara, she still had no idea why Matatabi was suddenly shriveled. With it so weakened, she couldn't even enter full-tailed beast mode. Just then, a transparent spiral ripple appeared not far away. An instant later, a masked ninja emerged. The moment she spotted him, Yujito tensed and regarded him warily. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" She was certain he wasn't from Kumo, nor was he anyone friendly to the village. Appearing like this out of nowhere, he clearly meant trouble. Meeting her gaze, Toby replied in a low voice, "I am Uchiha Madara." "Impossible!" Yujito exclaimed, immediately shaking her head. She knew perfectly well who Madara was, one of the two legendary titans of the Warring States era. She had even seen intelligence files on him. Since Yugito had already reacted that way, Toby didn't rush to strike. Instead he sneered, "Do you think, like every other shinobi of that era, I simply died of old age? Let me tell you, I've transcended life and death. I'm beyond your comprehension." That line had bluffed many people in the past, including Nagato to some extent. But Yujito shook her head again. "That's not it. I've seen the files on Madara. Your hairstyle's not the same as his." Toby, surprised face, he froze. "What the heck? Checking whether someone is Madara should start with whether he's an Uchiha, right?" Obviously Toby was an Uchiha. With Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke supposedly the only survivors of the clan, who else could he be but Madara or Obito? And the ninja world believed Obito had died at Konobe Bridge ages ago. Pointing to his Sharingan, Toby said, "Never mind my hair, can't you see this is a Sharingan?" Yujito shrugged. "I only know that the Sharingan patterns vary among the Uchiha. I don't know exactly how Madara's looked. But I'm absolutely sure his hair was nothing like yours. So, are you going to tell me who you really are, or do I have to force it out of you?" Toby had hoped to intimidate her with Madara's name, along with the claim of transcending death. So Yujito, despite her strength, would be too rattled to fight effectively. But this tiger woman, as Toby saw her, was fixated on hair, not even acknowledging his Sharingan. That plan was a bust. Left with no choice, he went on the attack. Swish! He darted forward in a blur, he aiming straight for Yujito. Instantly, chakra surged into her arms and legs, forming sharp claws like chakra scalpels. Although Toby was fast, Yujito's body flicker was even faster. Like a wildcat, she leapt through the forest canopy, appearing in front of Toby in a few agile bounds. Those chakra claws whipped down mercilessly. Toby snorted, letting his body phase. Swish! Yujito's lightning-fast claw cut through empty air. Though he stood right before her eyes, somehow her strike passed harmlessly through him. Confused, Yujito hesitated, and Toby seized the chance to counter with a knee to her abdomen. Bang! A dull crash sounded. Yujito's body took the blow squarely, flying like a cannonball. Before she even landed, Toby used Kamui to reappear behind her. Startled, Yujito twisted and dropped toward the ground. She reacted swiftly, preventing Toby from striking midair, but as soon as she landed, Toby was on her heels like a shadow. No matter how quick her reflexes, she couldn't outrun Kamui. Bang! A second crash, Toby's kick knocked her flying once more. Yujito flipped backward midair and landed on the broad trunk of a towering tree. Without hesitating, she formed hand seals, then spat out a series of flaming orbs shaped like fire rats, all headed straight at Tobi. This time, Tobi neither dodged nor phased. He summoned Susanoo. Susanoo! With a low shout, a gigantic, bluish Susanoo erupted skyward. The flaming rats smashed against its surface, bursting into smaller fireballs for a second explosion, but they still failed to damage it. Tobi controlled the Susanoo sword and slashed downward, forcing Yujito into a frantic dodge. At this point, Tobi frowned in confusion, thinking, why isn't this woman going into tailed beast mode even though she's at such a disadvantage? She's a perfect Jinchuriki, so she should be able to utilize her beast's power in full. He couldn't tell if she had some other plan or hidden strategy. Still, he had his own trump cards, including partial Rinnegan powers. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be left helpless. But the more they fought, the more uneasy Tobi became. Yujito kept trying to flee instead of transforming. He suddenly got a bad feeling this was too much. Like what had happened with Gaara, who never used Shikaku's power and just kept trying to escape. Could it be the same weird situation again? That would be too ridiculous. Growing impatient, Tobi stopped going easy on her and beat her badly. Soon Yujito lay on the ground, face bruised and bleeding, no longer able to fight back. Yet her fierce gaze was still locked onto him, as though vowing to kill this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Tobi knelt beside her and did a thorough check. His shoulders trembled, and he glared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Where's my tailed beast?" He was about to lose it. After securing the Rinnegan, he'd imagined the rest of his plan would be smooth sailing. But his first follow-up attempt was a disaster, and so was the second. Both times, the Jinchuriki's tailed beast had been left in some bizarre, reduced state within Yujito. The two tails was in such terrible shape that weak wasn't a strong enough word. Half crazed, Tobi demanded, "Why is the two tails like this? What did you do to it?" Yujito, severely wounded, could barely speak. She had no intention of answering. On one hand, she herself wanted to know why Matatobi had shrunk so drastically, preventing her from going full beast mode. On the other hand, it was her tailed beast. What did it have to do with Tobi? Meanwhile, the two tails wanted to tell them both, "Stop fighting, my real body is imprisoned somewhere else already." Back in Omegakure, Konan and Senshi were touring the village, comforting residents. Omegakure had been severely damaged this time. Many places were looted, burned, or tossed, and quite a few villagers were hurt or killed. With so few ninja defending it, the riots had gone on for a considerable period. Seeing Konan and Senshi traveling around, the people grew excited. Not only had the riots been resolved, but they also had their angel and Senshi to rely on again. One villager, spotting them, couldn't help complaining, "Angel-sama, Lord Senshi, please punish the rioters severely. They burned down my house. I have nowhere to live." Konan nodded sympathetically. "Don't worry. Every one of those rioters will face the harshest punishment and pay in full for what they did." Senshi added, "Our ninja will do their best to help salvage belongings and minimize losses. If you have nowhere to stay for now, you can live temporarily in the refugee shelter. Part of that facility will be used as a shelter, and you'll have food and medical care. After that, Omegakure will begin rebuilding. Once that's done, you can return to your own home." With both Konan and Senshi saying so, the villagers felt reassured. The ones who burned their houses would be punished, they had a temporary place to stay, and the village would be rebuilt. Soon, word spread quickly, and more residents heard the good news. After completing their inspection of each sector in Omegakure, Konan and Senshi came to the central plaza, where most villagers and ninja had gathered. Once everyone was present, Konan addressed them. Senshi and I have seen the overall state of the village. I'll now clarify what happened with this riot. There was someone scheming against our leader, deliberately causing repeated trouble in Omegakure. We've obtained relevant intelligence and will be taking action against this dangerous individual. She deliberately avoided naming Yusha Hamadara, to prevent panic. He'd always been a masked mystery, and no one knew his true identity. Once Konan finished, people around them began to call out. Angel-sama, you have to catch that man and execute him. Exactly. Omegakure was doing great. If he hadn't deliberately sabotaged us, we wouldn't have suffered these losses. By the way, how's the leader? We heard he was attacked. Is he alright? Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Aftermath. Black Zetsu made the right choice. In response to the many requests and questions from the villagers, Konan gave her reply. The leader has now received treatment and begun resting to recuperate. After some time, he'll make a full recovery. As for the ninja who plotted to harm our leader and deliberately caused damage in Omegakure, our village will show no mercy. At that point, Konan changed the subject and went on, because we don't have enough ninjas in the village, these riots dragged on for quite a while. Even so, they were brought under control relatively quickly, and that was thanks to the support of all our villagers and the combined efforts of every ninja. Among them, the students of the Ninja Academy and the refugees from the shelter, led by the Uzumaki clan, stood out particularly in quelling the riots. The village will commend and reward them. When Konan finished, many villagers and ninjas alike began nodding. Not long ago, whenever they were in trouble, it had been the elite academy students and ninja from the refugee shelter who had come to their aid. Many people started speaking in turn. That's right. The academy's young heroes and the ninjas from the refugee shelter under the Uzumaki definitely deserve praise and rewards. I suggest we honor Uncle Uzumaki Tosen. On his own, he managed to capture over 30 mercenaries who were involved in the riot. I propose we also reward Hwayu from the Ninja Academy. At the very beginning, it was Hwayu and her fellow students who organized the other student elites. Later, she also took part in putting down the riots and made great contributions to the village's peace. The villager who brought up Hwayu was actually her uncle, which left Hwayu who was standing beside Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate covering her face in embarrassment. After all, how mortifying for someone's own uncle to publicly campaign for them. Raymon Hayate, on the other hand, muttered, "How come nobody mentioned me? I saved quite a few people in this riot, too." Raymon Yukika swung her hand, smacking her younger brother on the head. "Quit bragging like that. You're acting ridiculous again." Elsewhere, Uzumaki Musen stood with his arms folded, waiting for some kind of recognition. Based on everything I did for the village this time, shouldn't I at least be made a candidate for a mekage? He declared confidently. Hearing that, Lanyu and Lanmu quietly stepped away from him. While Musen had indeed helped during the riots, he'd also created a lot of extra mess. Not far away, there was a six-villager's house now pierced by a giant tree that broke through the roof and walls. It was entirely Musen's doing. In order to catch some participating mercenaries, he basically tore the house down. Given that, it would be generous if Lord Senshi and Angel Sama didn't just treat him like a rioter. There he was, talking about running for a mekage. Many villagers cast rather complicated looks at Muzan. Yes, he had rescued them when they were in danger, but his wood style was so overwhelmingly strong that the damage he inflicted while fighting rioters was hardly any less than the damage the rioters caused. At that point, Konan and Senshi standing on a raised platform began speaking again. Konan had nearly finished what she intended to say, so this time was primarily for Senshi's announcement. In this riot, villagers and ninjas who made exceptional contributions will be recognized by the village. The specifics still need to be discussed by village leadership, Konan said. But the ninja academy and the refugees' shelter have always been managed by Senshi. So, Senshi, could you share with everyone how those students and ninjas will be rewarded? Senshi nodded in acknowledgement. Long ago, he had used his mantra to grasp the details of the situation in every corner of the village. He knew that, during this sudden crisis, the academy students and the refugees under the Uzumaki clan really had stood out. He already had some ideas about how to commend them. After briefly gathering his thoughts, he said, "For the Ninja Academy students and the refugee shelter ninjas who made particularly outstanding contributions during this riot, anyone who isn't yet an Akatsuki Reserve member will be promoted to Akatsuki Reserve status. Those who are already Akatsuki Reserve members will be promoted to probationary members of my mercenary group. After a period of observation and experience, so long as they meet the standards, they can become full members. Those who are already part of my mercenary group will receive other substantial rewards." The entire crowd went wild with excitement. For the people of Omegakure, joining Senshi's mercenary group was an enormous honor in itself. His group was one of the prime pillars driving Omegakure's rapid growth. Becoming a member required either having done a large number of missions for the village, thus making substantial contributions to its development, or possessing remarkable potential to do so in the future. Consequently, group members weren't just recognized by Senshi and the Akatsuki leadership, but also respected by all the villagers and ninjas of Omegakure. Moreover, besides the prestige, there were direct, tangible benefits. Lately, members of Senshi's group had been steadily farming missions in the village. Along the way, they'd picked up all kinds of mysterious scratch cards, something the villagers had heard rumors of. Though no one understood how these cards worked, everyone knew they were something extraordinary. As a result, the entire plaza was full of joy. For people there, whether it was themselves, their children, or their friends joining the group, it was wonderful news. Many had heard from Muzan and the others about those mysterious scratch cards. So everyone realized that just by qualifying for Senshi's mercenary group, one practically had a foot in the door to becoming at least an elite Jainin or an even more powerful ninja. Some villagers and ninjas didn't fully grasp the group's benefits, but seeing the excitement on everyone else's faces, they quickly began asking around. "Hey, brother! What's so special about joining Lord Senshi's mercenary group? Why's everyone suddenly so worked up?" "No idea. Let's just share in the excitement first." "Right, hype it up now, then we can check with the Ninja Academy students. They'll definitely know." "Hey? So none of you know? Let me give you a quick summary of what I've heard about joining Headmaster Senshi's mercenary group." Soon, that villager who did understand it was eagerly spreading the word. Having made this announcement, Senshi and Konan returned to Omegakure's conference room to discuss more details. Normally Nagato would have attended such meetings, but since he was still resting, the decisions fell to Senshi and Konan. At the moment, Karin was also in the conference room, not to participate in high-level village matters but because she was curious who would be joining Akatsuki and Senshi's mercenary group. After reading all the files compiled by the Anbu, Senshi and Konan quickly reached a conclusion. Konan turned to Senshi. "What do you think?" Without hesitation, Senshi replied, "Sis Konan, everyone who helped maintain order in the village. During this riot, whether villagers or ninjas, deserves a reward. The villagers will each receive a cash prize based on their contributions. As for the ninjas, depending on how much they contributed, they can join Akatsuki and my mercenary group, which will allow them better development so they can contribute even more to the village." He said contribute more to the village, but in practice, those ninjas' efforts would also bring Senshi more points. Konan decided as well, give ordinary villagers cash, and give ninjas better benefits and training. Konan immediately passed a document to Senshi. "Here's a list of the ninjas I'm proposing to place in Akatsuki and your mercenary group. Under each name is what they did for the village in this incident." Naturally, what interested Senshi most was who would be joining his mercenary group as probationary or full-fledged members. Whether a ninja could become a full member ultimately depended on the bond value. If the bond value wasn't high enough, they'd have to remain probationary, like Might Guy, Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten had done. Only after building up that bond could Senshi formally invite them into The group. After reading the entire list Konan had nominated, Senshi took a quick look at the mercenary panel. Then nodded. "Looks good, Sis Konan. This distribution makes sense." Only a handful such as Raymon Yukika, Raymon Hayate and a few others were slotted to join as official members immediately. Everyone else would join as probationary members. While that still counted them as part of the mercenary group, it was only nominal, they wouldn't get scratch cards. Once they built up enough bond value and made further contributions, Senshi could upgrade them to full members. As for Uzumaki Musen and others, they were already part of his mercenary group, so in this incident, they'd simply earn some money, perks, and other rewards. Senshi would also record their emirates and hand out appropriate recognition in due time. Previously, Omegakure had seemed plagued by misfortune while Toby was coasting along. Now the tables had turned. Omegakure was out of chaos and moving on to reconstruction, and everything was trending in a positive direction. Toby, meanwhile, wasn't so lucky. After dealing with Gaara and then Yujito Nii capturing both Jinchuriki successfully, he encountered something he couldn't figure out for the life of him. Why were the tailed beasts within G-era and Yujito so shrunken that they couldn't be extracted? In a forest outside Kumagakure, Toby was at his wit's end. Damn it! What did these Jinchuriki do to their tailed beasts to make them this way? And both the Suna Jinchuriki and the Kumo Jinchuriki claim they have no idea about any changes at all. Even if I beat them to a pulp, they say nothing. The more Toby thought, the more his head ached. He'd assumed that snatching the Rinnegan would be the toughest part of his Eye of the Moon plan. He never expected that, after successfully getting the Rinnegan, the tailed beasts themselves would present problem after problem. And it was a different sort of challenge. Nagato's Rinnegan had a known location, but Toby had no clue what was happening with the Oni tail or two tails. Without knowing where the problem lay, he couldn't solve it. So after lingering a bit outside Kumo, he decided to return to the mountain graveyard to consult with Zetsu about what to do next. Black Zetsu didn't know about Toby's setback KS in Suna and Kumo. Lately, Black Zetsu hardly cared what Toby was up to, and the two had stayed out of each other's way. Upon returning again to the mountain graveyard, Black Zetsu had a huge sack of gold and silver. It wasn't that he had no competition in his line of work, but his so-called colleagues were far inferior. So he always came back loaded. Given he had existed in the ninja world since his creation, he knew exactly where the aristocrats and wealthy had buried their treasure. Add to that his mayfly technique, he could simply loot tombs and get away before anyone else even broke into them. Soon, from a rock wall not far from Toby, the pitcher plant-like Zetsu emerged once more. Seeing Zetsu carrying yet another bursting sack, Toby was too weary even to complain. He'd told Zetsu repeatedly to knock it off, but Zetsu never listened. No point in repeating it. When Zetsu appeared, Toby got straight to the topic, the bizarre issues with the Jinchuriki. Put that ragged sack down. Something really strange has happened, and I need to talk to you. Zetsu shrugged. Go ahead. This doesn't bother me. I'm not used to empty hands right now. He'd been in the grave robbing business for so long, it was second nature. Toby could only feel exasperated but continued. Not long ago, I went after the Jinchuriki in Tsunagakure. After I seriously injured him, I still couldn't get the tailed beast. Zetsu, normally uninterested in Toby's chatter, now looked surprised. Why not? After all, Toby was well aware of how to extract a tailed beast from a wounded Jinchuriki. Hearing Zetsu's question, Toby paused, figuring out how best to describe Gaara's condition. Finally he said, that Jinchuriki in Suna is extremely peculiar. The one tail might be in his body, but then again, it might not be. Zetsu, surprised face, he reflexively glanced at Toby's head. He certainly didn't want anything going wrong with the Rinnegan inside Toby. Fortunately, Toby was indeed fine, and continued explaining. If a Jinchuriki lost their tailed beast, they'd definitely die. But since Suna Jinchuriki isn't dead, that means Shikaku must still be inside him. On the other hand, if the tailed beast really is in there, then I should have been able to extract it. Right now, the Jinchuriki is alive and well, but the tailed beast is so weak I can't extract it at all. What's going on? After Toby finished, he stared at Zetsu, waiting for an answer. Zetsu, surprised face, he had no idea either and simply brushed it off. I have no clue. But you shouldn't overthink it. Aren't there 9-tailed beasts? Just go catch another one. Toby responded with exasperation, I did that. After discovering Suna's Jinchuriki was problematic, I went after the one in Kumo. Guess what happened? Zetsu asked offhandedly, what happened? Toby spread his arms wide. Turns out the two tails Jinchuriki is in nearly the same condition as Gaara. Basically identical. This time Zetsu couldn't help feeling astonished. One Jinchuriki having such an oddity might be a fluke, but now the second-tailed beast was the same. Clearly, someone had done something to these tailed beasts. He began considering the possibilities. While Toby had been holed up like a cave hermit, Zetsu's contact with the Akatsuki had never ceased, so he was privy to a lot of intel. After a bit of thought, he recalled that Orochimaru had once taken on a mission to capture the two tails. If something had gone wrong with the two tails, maybe Orochimaru was directly or indirectly involved. Though Orochimaru had all sorts of bizarre scientific research, it didn't seem like he could shrink the two tails inside the Jinchuriki to that degree. Possibly it was someone else linked to Orochimaru. And the only one who came to mind with enough power to do such a thing was Senshi. Who else could have altered a Jinchuriki in this way? And not just the two tails, but the one tail as well. That only reinforced the likelihood it was Senshi, since he had accepted a mission from them. He must have acted at some point. Thinking that, Zetsu couldn't help smiling to himself. As expected of the black market legend with a 100% success rate, he silently captured the one tail and two tails right under everyone's noses. Zetsu had no idea how Senshi had created that weird phenomenon inside the Jinchuriki's body, but he was sure the tailed beasts must have been taken by Senshi. Then he mused. If one tail and two tails have both been quietly seized by Senshi, maybe he's done the same with the rest. Giving him the task of saving Mother was the right call. He's ahead of schedule. Zetsu felt genuinely delighted. Before meeting Senshi, he'd had an incredibly rough time. Countless reincarnations of Indra who never lived up to expectations, thousands of years just to manage using Madara to obtain the Rinnegan. But Senshi was different. In a ninja world that already had one set of Rinnegan, Senshi even arranged a spare pair just in case. That was professionalism. It was entirely possible Senshi had secretly gathered most of the tailed beasts. In other words, the prerequisites for saving his mother might be nearly complete in a very short time. Hence, to be just some sacrificial piece no longer needed so much effort. They could leave him to his own devices, so long as he didn't mess things up. The more Zetsu thought about it, the happier he got, grinning ear to ear. Toby, noticing Zetsu's mysterious smile, grew uneasy. His expression turned grim, and his voice was cold. What the hell are you smiling about? The tailed beasts are gone, yet you're still laughing. Zetsu eyed in his smile and said calmly, I just thought of something funny, definitely not related to our plan. Anyway, let's keep talking about the plan itself. Since the one tail and two tails both have issues, why not go straight for the three tails? Toby, surprised face, he was at a loss for words. Pointing into the distance where the Gedo statue stood, he grumbled. Isn't the three tails locked up in there already? Zetsu felt a bit embarrassed. He'd obviously been too dismissive. Quickly changing the subject, he said, then how about the four tails or the five tails? Or any of the others, really? There are plenty more tailed beasts, so no shortage of targets. Toby was furious. What nonsense are you spouting now? Could you at least pay attention to our plan and outside intel? Senshi is currently on his way to capture the four tails and the five tails. If I show up there, I'll be walking straight into his hands. When he finished, Toby inwardly cursed at how useless his teammate was. Meanwhile, Zetsu thought, it's a good thing I gave up on Toby long ago to collaborate with Senshi. If I had to rely on Toby and Madara, we'd never resurrect Mother, even if Azura and Indra reincarnated a dozen more times. Zetsu couldn't have cared less about Toby's complaints and scolding. Feigning helplessness, he sighed and addressed Toby as though giving heartfelt advice. Toby, you're the one Lord Madara chose to carry on his legacy. Snatching the Rinnegan and capturing the tailed beasts, those are your jobs. Not really related to me. You need to put more heart into it. I can only assist from the sidelines, so you can't just rely on me. You have to rely on yourself. He was playing his usual manipulative game. Obviously Madara and Toby had been conned into this, laboring for Zetsu's cause without realizing it, but Toby still had no idea. After a moment's silence, Toby acknowledged that the Eye of the Moon plan was indeed primarily his own responsibility, and that Zetsu didn't exactly share his sense of purpose. Nevertheless, Toby said, though I'm Madara's successor and must direct the plan's progress, you should still wholeheartedly help me. Zetsu answered with a sigh. But anything I can do, White Zetsu can also manage, you know. Clinging to me is pointless. If you hate the sight of White Zetsu, find one and dye it black. Anyway, let's not get bogged down in those details. Just do your best, and I'll help you however I can. With that, Zetsu hoisted the bulging sack and left without a backward glance. As soon as he was gone, a white Zetsu peered halfway out of the ground and chimed in, "Don't listen to Black Zetsu. He's always got a hammer in hand, everything looks like a nail to him. What's so great about Black? White is the real MVP." Toby could only look to the sky in speechless despair. Was there not a single reliable person on his side? He felt as though the entire world had abandoned him. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, neither could be trusted. In Omegakure's Ninja Academy, the students who distinguished themselves during the riots, those who helped reign in the chaos, had been granted early graduation to become official Akatsuki members. While they were still quite a distance from being core Akatsuki members or official members of Senshi's mercenary group, merely achieving official Akatsuki status was exhilarating for them. As for Raimon Yukika, Raimon Hayate, and Hwayu, they were even more thrilled. Following in Mikiko's footsteps, the three of them joined Headmaster Senshi's mercenary group as official members. When Hwayu became a full-fledged member, the village's older, long-established citizens were visibly relieved. Strictly speaking, she was the only one truly born and raised in Omegakure. The other ninjas who had joined Senshi's group were all either refugees or immigrants. Even Mikiko's family hadn't lived in Omegakure that long. Only Hwayu's family had been there for generations. Of course, with the rapid development of Omegakure these days, people no longer drew lines between natives, immigrants, and refugees. Still, many were glad to see a native's success in the village's newfound prosperity. Hwayu herself had no idea that her joining Senshi's group had eased the minds of so many neighbors. At present, she, Yukika, and Hayate were a three-person squad assisting with reconstruction and interrogation of the rioters. Meanwhile, Karin had two tagalongs in tow, Mikiko and Haruko. Karin and Mikiko had joined Senshi's mercenary group some time ago. As for Haruko, her standout performance during the riots plus a sufficient bond value had earned her membership, too. Walking through the streets together, Haruko couldn't help asking, "Karin, nay, why do we fixate on taking courier-type missions so much? The village clearly has all sorts of other tasks." Mikiko nodded in agreement. "Assistant Karin, the village suffered a lot of damage. Maybe we should be helping rebuild." Karin had been waiting for them to ask. She promptly pulled a small box out of her kamui space, showing them the scratch cards she'd been hoarding. "Look, I have 200 scratch cards right here. I'm a pro at mission grinding. The more missions we do, the bigger our contribution to the village, and the more scratch cards we earn. With them, we can quickly become stronger, handle tougher missions, and so on. So isn't it obvious you two should follow my lead on this?" Haruko, simple-minded as she was, bobbed her head at once. "Yes, absolutely. You're right, Karin. Nay, you're the expert." She was already hooked. Mikiko, however, just sighed. She knew full well Karin was highly capable, not to mention in command of powerful space-time ninjutsu. That gave her a huge advantage for courier tasks. Kamui let her go anywhere in a flash. But Mikiko and Haruko had no such ability. If they accepted courier assignments, they'd literally have to run around on foot. And even if Karin ferried them around and split the commission with them, they'd just be dead weight to her. Ideally, they'd persuade Karin to accept some village reconstruction jobs instead. While Mikiko was mulling this over, Karin muttered gloomily, "Ugh, lousy timing. Seems like we won't get any decent courier jobs for a while. Don't move from here, I'll head to the leader and see if he has a job for us." Hearing that, Mikiko and Haruko both straightened, looking respectful. Their previous village leader had been the demigod Hanzo. Now their leader was no mere demigod, but practically a god. So far, only Angel Sama, Lord Senshi, and assistant Karin seemed able to meet with him face to face. The two of them waited in place, watching Karin set off to find the leader and request a mission. In Nagato's hospital room, he was resting upright in bed. When Karin arrived, he sensed her presence immediately. She smiled brightly upon seeing him. He, leader, do you have any missions you need me for? Nagato, who had been fine a moment ago, felt a pang in his chest. He recalled how last time, just 1 cup of water from Karin had cost him 500,000 ryo in courier fees. Of course that still stung. He forced a small smile, speaking calmly. Karin, I'm in no condition to handle any village matters. I just need to rest, so I don't have any missions for you right now. Slapping her thigh, Karin exclaimed, What? You need water? Just wait, I'll grab my 2 teammates and fetch the sweetest spring water from Takigakure's great waterfall for you. It took Nagato a second to realize what she meant. Not only was Karin not alone, but she'd come as part of a 3-person squad. And she didn't plan to get water from somewhere in the village, but actually run off to Takigakure to collect spring water from its great falls. That was outrageous. Imagine how much she'd charge. Though Nagato wasn't exactly short of funds, he nevertheless stopped Karin at once. Karin, hang on. Let me give you a different mission. Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Nagato needs a pair of new eyes. On Omegakure's streets. While Karin and her 2 companions were busy, Muzan and his teammates were also occupied. At that moment, Lanyu and Lanmu were both glaring at Muzan like they wanted to eat him alive. Not long ago, Muzan thought a villager's house was being rebuilt too slowly, and he had a bold idea. Use wood style, villa technique to help at villager rebuild. The result? Muzan's wood style skills didn't extend to the villa technique, and the villa he created was flimsy, practically paper thin. Worse, he completely wrecked the half-finished structure the villager had been rebuilding. The elderly villager, seeing the destruction, turned pale and collapsed, nearly dying on the spot. Seeing Lanyu's and Lanmu's icy stares, Muzan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It was an accident, all right? Don't look at me like that. Lanyu spoke with a level tone. Muzan, I've warned you many times not to act rashly, or it'll only lead to disastrous outcomes. Lanmu's voice was cold as ice. So far, every time you do something on your own in our 3-man operations, something goes wrong. I am making this absolutely clear. If you pull another stunt, I won't help you. You can clean up your own mess together with Lanyu. Hearing this, Lanyu immediately said, Lanyu, how can you say that? We're a 3-person team. Muzan was quick to chime in, exactly, teammates share both the good times and the bad, right? Lanyu, looking serious, replied, that's what I mean. While we share everything equally, we also need fairness. If you go causing more trouble, you'll deal with it by yourself. I'm with Lanmu on that. I'm not helping anymore. Back at the Uzumaki clan settlement, Senshi was using his mantra to keep tabs on everything in the village. Seeing what just happened, he nearly spat out his tea in laughter. Luckily, Uzumaki Tosen, sitting across from him, was skilled enough to evade with a quick body flicker, or it would have been awkward. After Muzan stirred up trouble with the rebuilding, the 3 of them proceeded to the police department to help with interrogations. After all, even if Muzan caused a stir there, at worst he'd just leave criminals more psychologically scarred. It wouldn't lead to any real disaster. And who knows, his talent might actually be well suited to interrogations. When Musen's trio entered the police department, they passed multiple interrogation rooms where many of the Ninja Academy's younger graduates were at work. Without disturbing them, the three headed to an interrogation room about to begin a new session. During Omegakure's recent turmoil, plenty of opportunists assumed the village wouldn't restore order anytime soon and so joined in the chaos. In truth, Omegakure calmed things down far faster than anyone expected, leaving those rioters caught in one swoop. Both the village's prison and the police department were packed with detainees. Noticing Musen's group arrive, a police ninja stationed outside the interrogation room walked up courteously. "Lord Musen, have you three come to help with interrogations as well?" Musen nodded. "Yes. Open the interrogation room, I'll take over this criminal." Hearing that, the police ninja swiftly opened the door. "Lord Musen, these two suspects are likely spies from another village. Both were ringleaders in the riot. They're extremely tight-lipped. Multiple interrogation teams have tried and failed to get any useful information." Musen paused in his steps. "So this is our unlucky day, huh?" They walked right in and got stuck with the toughest case. If the other teams couldn't manage, there was no guarantee they'd succeed either. At that moment, however, Lanyu calmly stepped into the room. Inside sat two ninjas with brutish faces, eyes full of menace. Their chakras were sealed, and they were locked to their chairs, yet when they caught sight of Lanyu's trio, their looks were mocking. As trained spies, they had confidence no interrogation method would make them talk. Lanyu wasted no time and began right away. "One, you can choose to come clean right now. If you do, both of you get leniency. 2, we'll split you up and interrogate each of you. Any whoever confesses first gets off lightly, and the other one dies. 3, if neither of those works, we'll ask Lord Senshi to question you personally. In the ninja world, there's nothing he can't do, so by then, both you and your families would face the severest retribution from Omegakure. Take your pick." The two criminals, surprised face, Musen, surprised face, Lanyu, surprised face, the ninja standing guard, surprised face. Lanyu's rapid-fire threat combo left everyone stunned. They knew full well the name Uzumaki Senshi and his capabilities. They dared not brush it off, so they rushed to spill everything they knew. "We started as mercenaries in the land of Earth's black market, then we got spy training from some secret group in Iwagakure. We figure it was probably Iwa's Anbu. Our mission was to stay hidden in Omegakure, gather all sorts of intel about this place and send it back. Meanwhile, we'd sabotage the village whenever possible, slowing its development. That's all we know. You have to keep your promise, Shinobi. Don't trick K Shinobi. Show us mercy." Police Department Head Office. Inside, several uniformed police ninjas were busy organizing the latest interrogation records. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a cool figure appeared at the entrance. "Angel-sama." Seeing Konan, all the ninjas immediately set their work aside and bowed respectfully, voices tinged with awe. Konan gave a slight nod, scanning the room. She spoke directly. "How far have the interrogation results been compiled?" A middle-aged ninja with a square face stepped forward and reported in a serious tone, "Angel Sama, more than 90% of the criminals have confessed. Among those who triggered the recent chaos in our village, the largest group by far has ties to Iwagakure. Some ERIWA spies, others are mercenaries hired by IWA. They played a crucial role in instigating the riots, many of them served as ringleaders, causing grave harm to the village." Hearing this, Konan's face darkened. A cold light flickered in her eyes like yes, her slender fingers clenched slightly. Show me the detailed report. The middle-aged ninja quickly handed her a thick file. It was full of detailed information on each criminal, their backgrounds, crimes, and their connections to Iwagakure. Konan opened the file and read line after line. The more she read, the graver her expression became. The report indicated that the main instigators in the riots were all intimately linked to IWA. Though there was no direct proof they were sent by Iwa's upper echelon like Tsuchikage Onaki. There was no denying Iwa's involvement lurking behind their actions. Iwagakure, they actually dared to sabotage Iwagakure's development. Konan's voice carried a simmering rage. Her mind pictured the turmoil and suffering Iwagakure had endured under the schemes of Uchiha Madara, and how these IWA spies and mercenaries had fanned the flames and become his greatest accomplices. Truly outrageous. With a snap, Konan closed the file. Iwagakure must pay for this. Regardless of whether these rioters were acting under Onaki's direct orders, Iwagakure can't escape blame. If they're brazen enough to strike Iwagakure from the shadows, they better be ready to face our anger. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office in the Tsuchikage building. Achoo! For some reason, Onaki suddenly sneezed. He wasn't sure why, it came out of nowhere followed by a vaguely ominous feeling. Right then, Akatsuka came in. Onaki glanced at him. Any news from Iwagakure? Standing behind Onaki was Kuratsuki, who was a LSO curious. Iwagakure had recently gotten intel that Iwagakure rising like the sun had been hit by a string of incidents. Despite the land of rain being small and Iwagakure's lack of deep foundations, they'd grown astonishingly quickly and had many powerful ninjas. This was enough to draw the serious attention of every major ninja village. More so because Iwagakure had the very unusual ninja, Uzumaki Senshi. By now, everyone had noticed that whenever Senshi got involved in something, if you ended up on the opposite side, trouble would surely follow. Plenty of people even believed that if he weren't so addicted to grinding missions, the bigwigs of each nation and village would have an even bigger headache. Since Iwagakure was Senshi's village, nobody had expected anyone to strike it. Yet in the end, there was chaos enough to throw Iwagakure into turmoil. So clearly, the place wasn't quite invincible or unassailable yet. If necessary, the various sides might indeed be able to do something about it. Hearing Onaka's question, Akatsuki replied gloomily, "Sensei, from the intel I got, we've run into a tiny bit of trouble." Onaki frowned. "Trouble? What do you mean?" Akatsuki explained, "We sent a small number of spies to Iwagakure to stay there long-term and bring us updates. But apparently, some other upper-level folks in our village had the same idea. Among these higher-ups, there are some radicals. Through various means, they ordered the spies we sent not only to gather intel but also to sabotage. After the riots were quelled in Iwagakure, it appears those spies and mercenaries all got captured." As soon as Akatsuka said that, Onaki, who'd been floating with his arms behind his back, wobbled and nearly crashed to the floor. Fortunately, Akatsuki, quick on his feet, saved the elderly Tsuchikage from making a complete fool of himself. Steam practically blew from Onaki's ears. It was normal for Iwagakure to send spies to Iwagakure. But giving them, or mercenaries, explicit orders to sabotage was ludicrous. Iwagakure was no easy target. Almost certainly, Iwagakure was now going to face all sorts of random problems. Seeing how furious Onaki looked, Akatsuka hastily said, "Sensei, it should be fine, right? Those spies and mercenaries carry the will of stone within them. For Iwagakure's sake, they'll stand firm to the end. Of course Onaki didn't believe that nonsense about the will of stone. That was just a slogan he used to inspire underlings. Sighing, he said, summon the higher-ups for a meeting. I want to know exactly how many spies and mercenaries they sent. Next, we have to get ready for a megacourse retaliation. Seeing the Tsuchikage so serious, both Akatsuki and Kuratsuki realized this was no minor issue. In many respects, Onaki was a capable leader. He acted swiftly once he heard. But it wouldn't help much. Konan had intended from the start to hire Senshi for the job, and if he personally took action, Iwa's defenses would hardly matter. Within a megakure, Konan had spent 2 days wrapping up the post-riot tasks. Then she sought out Senshi to discuss Iwagakure and Nagato. Nagato used to be like this, but now he'd turned into that surprised face. That obviously wouldn't do. A megakure's tower, in the conference room. Once Senshi arrived, Konan got right to business. We've compiled all the interrogation results. The spies from Iwagakure and the mercenaries they hired caused immense damage during a megakure's riots. I've decided we have to retaliate. Hearing that, Senshi immediately perked up. So did Karin. Hodi been assisting Nagato earlier. Senshi rubbed his hands together in excitement, while Karin clenched her little fists in eagerness. It was obvious, they had a new mission. Senshi asked cautiously, Sis Konan, do you want all the masterminds eliminated? Sure thing, fair prices. Then Karin added, or do you want the Tsuchikage taken out? Senshi could handle that too. Konan, surprised face. Those 2 lines left Konan momentarily speechless. If they really traced everything back, they would end up wiping out IWA's entire leadership. But her plan was to retaliate, not to go to war. And Karen's line about killing the Tsuchikage sounded equally alarming. If Onaki were assassinated, a war between a Megakure and Iwagakure would be unavoidable. Before Senshi or Karin could say anything else outrageous, Konan explained her own idea. My plan is to do a proportionate retaliation on Iwagakure. Maybe somewhat more than just proportionate. But not too excessive. First, we're not going to massacre their leadership. Second, we definitely won't kill Onaki. If we undermine a major village's very foundation, the other 4 great ninja villages would come down on us. Karin drooped at that. If that was the case, the mission sounded dull to her. She'd have preferred to send Killer Queen sneaking around Iwagakure with random explosions and reawaken the fear once wrought by Deidara. Understanding Konan's stance, Senshi likewise found it less thrilling. Clearly it wouldn't be difficult, whether he used his wood clone army or Karin. Nevertheless, Senshi cleared his throat. Sis Konan, it's not so easy a task. Konan, surprised face. Karin, surprised face. Konan was stunned. Just a second ago, Senshi's expression implied it was too easy, meaning few profits. Now he was saying it was tough. She was a bit dizzy. Karin, meanwhile, mentally praised Senshi. He's so shameless, spouting serious nonsense without even blinking. Previously, I felt guilty just conning Nagato a bit. After pausing in confusion, Konan rubbed her temple. Senshi, where exactly is the difficulty in retaliating against IWA? With a look of professional earnestness, Senshi said, there are plenty of difficulties. For one, Iwagakure's infiltration ability is obviously strong enough to send all those spies and mercenaries into a Megakure. Unless we deploy the human path technique to check every villager and ninja in the village, we'll never know which of them might be Iwa's spies or who else they bribed. Initially, Konan had assumed he'd just be making excuses, but she realized he was making valid points. Still, she wasn't sure how that complicated revenge on IWA. Even if those issues exist, they shouldn't really hinder us in retaliating. Right? Senshi corrected her immediately. Actually, it does matter, sis Konan. Look, no other cage in Tihi Ninja world has been in power as long as Onaki. He's been such a cage for decades, so he's got the experience. Once he learns what a Megakura's found out, do you think he won't prepare for our retaliation? You yourself said we only plan to retaliate, not fight a total war. Under that constraint, and with IWA on guard, it's obviously harder to pull it off. Konan found herself lost in thought. She had to admit that made sense, though it was also likely a tactic for bigger fees. As the second in command in a financially struggling village, she couldn't let him scam them too hard. Then again, with Nagato bedridden, a Megakure was vulnerable, and Senshi had done a lot for them. She decided on some special case special treatment. After pondering, she suddenly lit up with an idea. Senshi, there's actually a single perfect solution. It solves your commission fee, solves the mission problem, and furthers the village's development. Nagato's still recuperating and won't return to work anytime soon. What if you reconsider becoming the acting Amekaja, acting leader? Think about it, if you became the acting leader, you could arrange tasks yourself, allocate fair commissions, and always act for the village's best interests. Konan's gaze was fixed on him. Beyond Nagato, only Senshi could handle the leadership of a Megakura's 7 departments alone. Karin blinked, then said, well Konan ne, you're so sweet. But with Senshi's moral standards, he'd never misuse the budget. He'd make sure every ryo goes to its best use. Senshi patted Karen's head, messing up her hair. He was thinking, yes, she knows exactly what to say. The next time he visited the local bookstore, if they didn't have a Karen's writings shelf, he'd be angry. That said, there was no way he'd accept Konan's proposition. Because Nagato down, Senshi crowned wouldn't fly, the system wouldn't recognize missions he assigned to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started a Senshi bank. He'd just farm tasks on himself all day. So while ruffling Karen's hair, he said to Konan, sis Konan, sure, with my lofty moral standards, if I were acting leader, I'd never do that left hand hires right hand routine. But management isn't really my strength, so I'll pass. Let's get back to the sabotage mission on Iwagakure. After that big speech, Konan sighed. Nagato was unavailable, and realistically only Senshi could have replaced him, but since he refused, there was nothing she could do. She thought about it a moment. Okay, how about 50 million Ryo for a sabotage mission against IWA? Could that work? Senshi thought briefly. Sis Konan, while it won't be easy, my ability can handle it for, say, 10 million. But if we really want to make them remember, maybe it should be damage worth 100 million Ryo. He finished, and Karin jumped in, yes, exactly, Konan ne. We're not saying you can't afford it. We're saying 100 million yields the best value. If Iwagakure dares harm a Megakure, we have to cause them 100 million Ryos worth of damage to teach them a real lesson. Konan felt at a loss. Indeed, without Nagato around, she couldn't hold her own in bargaining with these two swindlers. But if the sabotage mission was just 100 million, it wasn't too high and given that Senshi's analysis suggested it wouldn't be entirely straightforward, perhaps that was acceptable. However, regarding the Rin-Egan matter, she couldn't even imagine how high the cost might be. Nagato would have to participate in that conversation about fees. Hence, Konan told Senshi, "All right, we'll set it at 100 million. The village hires you for 100 million. Ryo to inflict damage on Iwagakure at least equal to what they caused us, maybe worse." With the mission locked in, Senshi was satisfied. But before he could fully enjoy it, Karin raised her hand. "Konan ne, after we're done, do we announce that it was a Megakure who attacked them?" Senshi, surprised face. Konan, surprised face. Senshi was dumbfounded. Where is Karin learning all this? Sure, she had Killer Queen 4 bombs. But she wasn't literally a terrorist, right? Konan promptly shut it down. No need to proclaim that. The hit came from a Megakure. Once IWA takes the damage, they'll know perfectly well who did it. With that, she turned and left the conference room. "Wait here, you two. I'll bring Nagato and H's wheelchair so we can continue." Konan thought to herself, "I can't handle these two scam artists by myself. We're spending 100 million on the sabotage, and who knows how much more for the Rin-Egan mission. We have to have Nagato present, or we'll never settle on a fair price." Shortly after she left, she returned, pushing Nagato in a wheelchair. Seeing Nagato wearing dark sunglasses, Senshi paused, then teased, "Leader, while you're recuperating, you could learn the guitar. Next time you show up, just strum a slow chord and say, 'I wrote this when I was at my lowest. Nobody gets me, man.' That'll really help the world feel your pain, understand your pain, accept your pain." Karin nodded wildly. "That's so true. Those lines alone convey intense suffering." Nagato, surprised face, he sighed inwardly. "Seriously, at a time like this, do we really need to talk about making the world feel pain? Maybe once I've recovered." Konan parked the wheelchair near the meeting table and asked, "Senshi, any ideas about Nagato's eyes?" Senshi thought for a moment. "Our only immediate option is a temporary Sharingan or Byakugan." He spoke as he pulled a glass jar from his system storage, containing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Then he produced another jar with a pair of Byakugan. "Nagato, surprised face, Konan, underscore? Hey?" Konan stared at the jars, pondering, should they implant Sharingan or Byakugan so Nagato can get back to work, or should they see if there's a way for him to regain the Rin-Egan itself? While Konan was still mulling it over, Nagato refused. "While both the Sharingan and the Byakugan are great Kekkei Genkai, my health has deteriorated lately, and I'm still in recovery. It's not appropriate for me to support a new pair of eyes right now. I'd rather wait until my body's healed. Then see what's realistic." He had no intention of returning to work. He was exhausted from his earlier grind, and now that his Rin-Egan was gone, he slept well and ate well, feeling better than ever. Compared to this, the old days felt like pure hardship. So for now, he didn't even want to address eye treatment. With both Omegakure and Akatsuki being managed by Senshi and Konan, he didn't have to worry. Their ultimate plan for Akatsuki was still moving along steadily without him. If his eyes were fixed, he'd be swamped again, the same old drudgery. Better avoid that for as long as I can. Konan, on the other hand, had the opposite view. To her, Omegakure couldn't do without Nagato. Even if it cost more money to hire Senshi, they needed him to have Rin-Egan again. Otherwise, there was nobody to handle the large workload of Omegakure and Akatsuki. She turned to Senshi. "Can we get Nagato's Rin-Egan back from Uchihamadara? Or find another way for him to obtain the Rin-Egan?" Senshi looked troubled. "Tehi Rin-Egan, it's not exactly easy to secure. This time, he was being sincere, it really wouldn't be simple. Hearing that, Nagato was secretly delighted. Great, if it's too hard, I can keep resting longer. But outwardly, he said, that's rough. Without The Rin-Egan, I really can't manage as a Megakure's leader. And I'm too used to the Rin-Egan I'd cough using any other eyes. Konan frowned worriedly. Is it really that hard to get another Rin-Egan through other means? Senshi thought for a moment. Sis Konan, acquiring a new Rin-Egan via alternative avenues would be a long process. I can't say how long it'd take. He was telling the plain truth. Via his system's draw, he'd only drawn items like Sharingan or Byakugan. Even an eternal Mangeki a step below the Rin-Egan required a super draw. 4. Something on the Rinnegan's level, the current was impossible, and likely advanced too. Konan fell silent for a bit, then asked with knitted brows, what if we just took back the Rin-Egan? From Uchiha Madara? Would T-Hat also require a long time? Patreon.com/Bleem. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Time to infiltrate IWA. This time, Senshi agreed without hesitation. Yes, Sis Konan, that plan also takes time. In truth, compared to other options, reclaiming the Rin-Egan from Tobi, Obito, might take less time. Overall and wasn't that unfeasible. All he really needed to do was lie in wait in Obito's Kamui dimension. Unless Obito stopped using Kamui entirely, sooner or later Senshi would catch him. But for now, he had no intention of snatching the Rin-Egan back from Bro Tobi. Once Tobi got the Rin-Egan, he was bound to stick the 10 tails into his own body, using him as the sacrifice for reviving Kaguya. If Tobi couldn't handle it and decided instead to bring Madara back to life, giving Madara the Rin-Egan, that still wouldn't get in the way. In that scenario, they'd just stick the 10 tails into Madara's body, making him the sacrifice. In the end, at least one of those two had to serve as the vessel, or else Satsuki Kaguya couldn't be resurrected, and poor Black Zetsu wouldn't see his mother again. Pitiful Uchiha Madara was just waiting in the Pure Land, not knowing that the ninja world had already changed drastically. Otherwise, he'd either choose to stay comfortably in the Pure Land and never come back, or drastically alter his plans the moment he was revived. Because in today's ninja world, even Lord Madara would be out of his depth. While Senshi and Konan, with Nagato listening, were discussing the Rin-Egan, back in the mountain graveyard, Obito was also gazing at the Rin-Egan in a glass jar. Internally, he was torn. He simply couldn't decide. From the operation to seize the Rin-Egan, Obito had confirmed one thing: the problem wasn't that Tobi himself was incompetent, it was that his teammates were too worthless. It wouldn't matter if 4 Hokage or some other generation person were around, he couldn't carry them either. In Obito's faction, White Zetsu's main function was intelligence gathering. Against Senshi or any strong ninja, it was basically useless. As for Black Zetsu, these days he was even less useful than White Zetsu. At least White Zetsu was on call, following orders absolutely. Black Zetsu? He'd disappear for days picking up junk somewhere.